a phone call broke all the peace. Uncle Chun told George that Grandpa's inheritance, worth hundreds of billions, was finally going to be revealed. But behind all this, the faces of almost every family member made me sick. David, Maria, Yi Yaoxiang, the greed and calculation flashing in their eyes have long been exposed. When they all accused George of being unworthy of participating, George's mood did not fluctuate at all, because this game was already set up by me. George even found it funny to watch them arguing. After all, their greed and infighting had already given George the upper hand. And this was just the beginning. How can they influence the distribution of inheritance? Part 5. Yi Lizhu stared at the market research report with a gloomy face. I didn't expect that the Liang family would support the Yi family so much. This bet has already fallen into chaos, and the rules have long been broken. They are obviously trying to prevent us from entering the Yi group. Dad, we have no way out. If we quit, all our plans will be ruined. We have no choice but to keep going. David responded calmly. I've already mobilized funds from the north. Our partners have already promised that they will follow suit. David said firmly, we will contribute 8 billion this time, plus the funds from our partners, a total of 16 billion. Liang family, do you dare to continue playing? With the support of a strong partner, they dared to fight to the death with the Liang family in the south. However, the financial movements of Baiji Mining were soon noticed by the Liang family. Neither side was willing to be outdone, and they entered into a financial showdown mode, like gamblers out of control and filled with passion. This capital war caused a huge sensation in the south. The furniture market and logistics and shipping markets were all hit hard. The stock market and futures market were affected, and even the government was paying attention. Other conglomerates would have been stopped for disrupting the market long ago if it weren't for the strong backing behind both parties. Have you heard? The Liang family is spending money like crazy. It seems that they're giving out 10 billion yuan in subsidies. What is their intention? Is the profit from the furniture market and shipping business so big? Is it worth burning so much money? Baiji Mining is not a simple business. There may be international financial support behind it. In any case, the confrontation between the two capital giants has actually allowed some small businesses to take advantage. Most people don't know the truth, but they enjoy watching the fun. George was also watching the match from the side and found that the financial battle between the two sides had reached the level of tens of billions, and he couldn't help but smile. This scene is quite interesting, he thought silently. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to rapidly expand his business in the provincial capital and southern markets. At this moment, concubine Wei Ming called. George picked up the phone and said with a smile, Ms. Wei, you are really generous. Your operation directly triggered this billion-dollar war. Wei Mingfei chuckled. Haha, their target is Yi Zhendong's inheritance. I heard it's worth hundreds of billions, so of course they are willing to fight for it. Unfortunately, I'm the one who lost the most. I invested so much, but in the end I didn't even get a share of the inheritance. Her tone was nonchalant, and she obviously didn't feel at a disadvantage. George teased, Ms. Wei, on the surface you're making them both lose, but in fact, what Quanxing Group lacks is not money. If it weren't for the complicated domestic environment and foreign exchange controls, you would have been able to use capital to suppress the Liang family so much that they couldn't raise their heads. Wei Mingfei laughed and said, Haha, George understands me. Wei Mingfei knew that she had brought the Liang family into the game in order to put them in a difficult situation, and both sides would suffer losses. However, the Liang family might not be able to hold on, and Quanxing Group had unlimited financial support. George, is your grandfather's inheritance really worth hundreds of billions? Wei Mingfei asked tentatively. I don't know either. George shrugged with a relaxed tone. The answer will be revealed in the next few days. Of course, I hope the answer will be revealed later. A few days later, a mysterious phone call finally came in. George, I'm your Uncle Chun. Regarding the inheritance left by your grandfather, I was supposed to come back last month, but was delayed due to some things. Your grandfather's will was to announce it before you turned 20. Now you're still a few days away from 20, so it shouldn't be considered a violation of the will. There was a hint of sigh in Chun Chitai's voice. Next, you need to notify your parents, sister, and brother. They all have to sign before it can take effect. You decide the location of the inheritance. After all, you're the one who makes the decision on this matter. I hope you don't let your parents and sister interfere. Chun Chitai's last words sounded somewhat helpless. Chun Chitai has been living abroad since Yi Zhendong passed away. He never expected that George has become so independent and no longer obeys his family's orders as before. New Year's Eve is just a few days away. Let's meet at the Four Seasons International Hotel. George responded without hesitation. After he hung up the phone, he immediately called David. At this time, David and Yi Yaoxiang were arguing with each other. Yi Yaoxiang, you've already lost. Yi Lizhu can't possibly enter the Yi group, even if my uncle comes forward. It's useless. You should accept the loss. David said angrily. David, do you really think you have one? It's ridiculous to take external funds as your own earnings. Lizhu will definitely join the Yi group. My father has said it many times. Yi Yaoxiang counterattacked. How can we let outsiders interfere in the Yi family's affairs? You people don't understand at all. David was furious. While the two were arguing, George called, Mr. David, on New Year's Eve, Four Seasons International Hotel, we are waiting for you to receive Yi Zhendong's inheritance. After the call ended, David was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted excitedly, Inheritance! Dad's inheritance is finally coming. Maria and Ella heard the news and ran over. Have you arrived? How much money is there? Is it divided by head? David hurriedly shook his head with a complicated expression. I don't know. I really don't know. In the past, David didn't care about the inheritance. It would be better if he had it, but it didn't matter if he didn't. But the recent difficulties of the Yi group made him urgently need the funds. He looked at Ella and asked, Ella, do you remember what funds Grandpa mentioned back then? Did he mention any industries abroad? For example, the US dollar, real estate, etc.? The whole family stared at Ella, waiting for her answer. Ella frowned as she recalled and finally named a few funds, but she was not sure about the others. Your uncle checked and found that several funds are worth hundreds of billions. As soon as Maria said this, everyone was stunned, with excitement and greed flashing in their eyes. What does a legacy of hundreds of billions mean? That's great. After all these years, I can finally turn things around. Unfortunately, my brother has a share, even though he has long since left the Yi family. Logically speaking, he doesn't deserve it at all. Lucas said angrily, with jealous flames in his eyes. Can you find a way to deprive George of his share? He is not from a Yi family at all and doesn't deserve it. Ella's eyes were cold, like a sharp knife. David took a deep puff of cigarette, his eyes icy. We have to find Chun Chi-Tai for this. Only he can do it. As long as we unite and reject George, we have a good chance. He paused, and then said, we have to be wary of Yi Yaoxiang. Once the inheritance is divided among us, it is very likely to flow into the Yi group, especially Yi Yaoxiang. If his daughter joins the Yi group, she can mobilize the inheritance at any time. What I'm most afraid of is that my uncle will come in person and want to have a piece of the pie, which will be a big trouble. The news of the inheritance must not be leaked. Everyone's heart tightened, and their faces became even uglier. The appearance of Yi Zhenong is undoubtedly the biggest variable. Don't worry, the Liang family will help, Maria said, with confidence in her tone. Who dares to grab the inheritance? What is Yi Zhenong? In the South, he is not worth mentioning at all. Although David was dissatisfied, he knew that he had to rely on the Liang family. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain once George and Yi Yaoxiang joined forces. As the year draws to a close, the atmosphere in the provincial capital becomes increasingly lively, and Tianqiang Group's annual meeting is in full swing. Johnson excitedly reported, George, all the major factories under Tianqiang Group have already distributed bonuses, which is almost 10 billion. The employees have been given a maximum of 1 month's vacation. George smiled slightly and said calmly, It's New Year's Eve. I have something to do. Let's spend it with Aunt Sure. Johnson was stunned for a moment, seemed a little surprised, but nodded. I bought new clothes for Xiaominqi. This task is left to you. George handed him a set of new clothes. Johnson was a little embarrassed, but took it. On New Year's Eve, in the afternoon, the streets of the provincial capital were busy. George came to the Four Seasons Hotel with his bodyguards and booked the entire hotel. Security must be done well tonight. No one is allowed to bring bodyguards in. He knew that there would be dramatic changes tonight, and many people were anxious and would inevitably reveal their flaws. After entering the hotel, everything went according to plan. The table was filled with delicious food, bodyguards were on standby, and the hotel was sealed off. George sat down alone and started to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. At the same time, David and his group were also on the way. Their luxury cars stopped one by one. David was in a good mood and gave each waiter a tip of 1,000 yuan, as if everything was under control. As they walked into the hotel, Angela, Yuki, Ella, Lily, Lucas, Maria, and others got out of the car, dressed up beautifully and looked wealthy. In order to sign the inheritance tonight, even Yuki and Lily, who were in prison, were released on medical parole. After tonight, we won't have to worry anymore. Lucas clenched his fists and couldn't wait to enter the hotel. However, the bodyguard at the door stopped them. Sorry, no bodyguards are allowed to enter tonight. Only those on the list can enter. The hotel is open for business, but they don't even let bodyguards in. Are you responsible for the security issue? Angela immediately asked angrily. The bodyguard remained indifferent. This is the rule, or go to another hotel. Forget it, it's New Year's Day. How can anything go wrong? David waved his hand to stop Angela and signaled the bodyguards to wait outside. They continued to walk forward and saw Liang Kaiyan and Liang Haoran also walked over. Congratulations. The Liang family bowed enthusiastically to David and his group as if everything was under control. However, their bodyguards were also stopped. What's going on? Even my second brother and his secretary are not allowed in. Liang Kaiyan was a little dissatisfied. Sister, please follow the host's wishes. Liang Haoran comforted softly. He felt that tonight's inheritance matters should not be spread to outsiders, perhaps just to avoid outsiders from interfering. After entering the hall, the bodyguard led them to sit down. George still sat in the most prominent position, eating the New Year's Eve dinner alone. When he saw David and the others come in, he did not show any emotion, but just smiled and raised his glass. Maria and others were very annoyed when they saw George, but now the inheritance was the key and no one dared to act rashly. Look at him, all alone, he deserves it. Lucas sneered. He will regret it. Maria smiled smugly, her tone full of contempt. Although George is alone, he disdains to cater to anyone and does not need any social skills. However, they, in this seemingly lively occasion, are scheming against each other and calculating against each other. After all, each of their pasts is full of bitterness and loss. Angela has an affair. Yuki goes to jail. Ella's lover is killed. Lucas is beaten. Maria and her husband are divorced. Who can easily escape from all this darkness? Maria. George is also a member of the Yi family. He can also share the inheritance. It's so unfair. Liang Kaiyan said angrily, looking indignant. Maria sneered. We have already thought about it. When Chun Shitai comes, we will directly propose it to him. Chun Shitai will probably reject George's qualifications. That's right. Outsiders who want to share the inheritance are dreaming. A hint of malice flashed in Liang Haoran's eyes. As they spoke, they glanced coldly at George in the corner, their eyes full of disdain and hostility. At this time, a man in a fiery red suit walked in and looked directly at everyone. David, why don't you treat me to a meal? David and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they all stood up. Yi Yaoxiang, get out. You are not welcome here. Haha, David, do you have a right to chase me away? Yi Yaoxiang was not afraid at all and found a chair to sit down. Get out, Maria shouted angrily. Liang Kaiyan and Liang Haoran's eyes were bloodshot and filled with resentment. The Liang family invested tens of billions in the Yi group, but you guys want to take the inheritance for yourself? Liang Haoran said angrily. Don't be impatient. Listen to me first. Yi Yaoxiang grinned. Didn't you win the bet? Why? You want to deny your debt now. Yi Yaoxiang, don't go too far. David angrily grabbed a chair and threw it at Yi Yaoxiang. Maria and others also grabbed bottles and threw them at Yi Yaoxiang. The whole scene was completely out of control, and it was a mess. Although Yi Yaoxiang was alone, he was born into a coal family and was ruthless. He counterattacked instantly and hit Maria's head with a chair, and blood gushed out instantly. Unfortunately, Lucas was hit in the nose by a wine bottle and was bleeding profusely. Beat this bastard to death. David was furious and continued to rush towards Yi Yaoxiang. The two sides completely lost control and started fighting. The bodyguards stood by expressionless, watching the farce. If George hadn't been there, they would have laughed and watched the fun. That's enough, stop it. At this time, Liang, he walked in wearing an executive jacket. He shouted angrily. On New Year's Eve, you are fighting? Are you crazy? He looked at David and Yi Yaoxiang. You two are already in your 40s. Fighting won't solve the problem. However, Yi Yaoxiang didn't give him any face at all. He grabbed the wine bottle and threw it at Liang Yi, hitting Liang Yi on the forehead. You are rebelling. Liang Yi roared, blood flowing from his forehead, his face full of anger. Instead of stopping the fight, he became more excited and rushed into the chaos of the struggle. Yi Yaoxiang was besieged by the crowd and was unable to resist alone. He cursed and smashed things. Finally, his anger led to a bigger conflict. Just then, Yi Lizhu brought Yi Zhenan into the hotel. Yi Zhenan was shocked by the chaos in front of him and shouted loudly, "Stop! Stop it!" The chaos subsided a little, but both sides were still unwilling to give in and kept cursing at each other, and the atmosphere remained tense. Yi Zhenan was furious and pointed at David. "David, do you dare not acknowledge me as your uncle?" David sneered. "Uncle, you are my elder. Of course I recognize you. Since you admit it, why are you helping outsiders against your own family?" Yi Zhenan glared at him. "Don't you, the Yi family, have the right to know about Yi Jindong's inheritance? What do you think? The Liang family has the right, but the Yi family doesn't." David was shaking all over. Although he was not convinced, he did not dare to contradict his elders. "This is Yi Jindong's inheritance. How to distribute, it should be in accordance with the will. I have no right to interfere in your fight," Liang Yi said coldly. "Besides, Yi Yaoxiang lost the bet with David, so he has no right at all." "Who lost?" "Liang Yi, how dare you slander me?" Yi Yaoxiang pointed at Liang Yi and cursed. "Shut up," Maria shouted angrily. "What do you Liang family want to do? Can a cold boss interfere in the affairs of our Yi family? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. You old bastard, Yi Zhendong is dead, but you are still alive. What do you want to do with so much money? Are you going to take the coffin with you?" Maria scolded him unceremoniously. Yi Zhenan was almost furious, his chest heaving violently. "Haha, I even dare to scold Yi Zhendong. Who do you think you are?" Maria was not afraid at all. Suddenly, a wine bottle flew over and hit Maria. It was Yi Lizhu who did it. She was so angry that Maria insulted her father and grandfather that she attacked ruthlessly. "You dare to hit my mother?" Lucas instantly grabbed a chair and smashed it at Yi Lizhu, and the situation was completely out of control. "Kill them." The fight heated up again, and the scene became more chaotic. "Bodyguards! Bodyguards! Come in! Kill them for me!" Yi Lizhu shouted, furious. The bodyguard outside the hotel heard the noise and wanted to rush in, but was stopped by George's bodyguard. "Get out of the way. If you don't, can you bear the responsibility? If you don't get out of the way, we'll call the police." George's bodyguard warned bluntly. Even though the bodyguards had just finished speaking, no one dared to come in rashly. After all, George's bodyguards had made it clear that they would not let them interfere. Bang, bang, bang. The hall was filled with chaos. Maria, Liang Kaiyan, and others were beaten to a pulp. Their hair was messy, and their faces were bruised and red. Lucas, Angela, and others were not much better off. However, Yi Yaoxiang's side was even more unlucky. After all, they were short of manpower. Liang Yi finally calmed down and shouted, "Calm down. Stop fighting." But apparently no one paid any attention to him. Everyone's anger had already burned to the extreme, so who would care about him? Liang Yi had no choice but to withdraw from the battle and sat aside, smoking angrily. He suddenly turned around and saw George eating the New Year's Eve dinner quietly with a leisurely look in his eyes, as if he was watching a wonderful spring festival gala. "I understand." Liang Yi suddenly realized. George deliberately stopped our bodyguards. He just wanted us to fight. Thinking of this, Liang Yi was so angry that he smashed the cigarette butt in his hand. However, what can they do? With a bet of tens of billions, who wouldn't be anxious? Who wouldn't want to beat up the other party? At this moment, who would care about George? Although they understood it, what could they do? George had already set up the plan, and they were powerless to resist. The scene became more chaotic, and Liang Yi shouted again, "Stop fighting. Don't forget the purpose of today." But all was in vain. The fierce struggle continued, and Liang Yi couldn't help but want to join in and vent his anger for his sister. Hey, am I in the wrong place?" At this moment, a sudden voice broke the chaos. A man in his 40s walked in with several lawyers. He glanced around and saw George in the distance, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Uncle Chun." George stood up and walked towards him as soon as he saw him. Uncle Chun ignored the people who were fighting and walked quickly to George, his eyes full of surprise and excitement. "Master George, long time no see." Uncle Chun smiled excitedly. "Uncle Chun." George's eyes were slightly moist, and his heart was filled with guilt and regret. Uncle Chun had always been loyal to Grandpa, and in this life, he always owed Uncle Chun a favor. At this time, both parties who were fighting stopped and looked at Uncle Chun and several lawyers. David and Yi Jinnan recognized him at a glance and surrounded him excitedly. After all, the inheritance was said to be worth hundreds of billions, so who wouldn't be tempted? Uncle Chun frowned. "Who are you?" He looked around and saw that everyone had bruises on their faces. He was confused. "Uncle Chun, it's me, David." David smiled awkwardly. At this moment, everyone calmed down and realized how embarrassed they were. If this matter were to get out, the Southern Wealthy Circle would definitely become a laughingstock. Not to mention it was on New Year's Eve. George stood neatly and cleanly, wiping his hands elegantly with a handkerchief, looking refined and confident, in stark contrast to their disheveled appearance. Maria was so angry that she was about to explode. This bastard. "David, is this Maria? Angela?" Uncle Chun finally recognized them, but he didn't care about the others. "Yi Zhendong left you a legacy. The documents are ready. Please sign them, and the legacy will take effect." As Uncle Chun spoke, the lawyers took out several documents. David and the others signed without hesitation, and David even approached Uncle Chun in a flattering manner. "Uncle Chun, what did Dad leave for us?" Uncle Chun smiled faintly. "I am just a supervisor. I cannot know what the old man left behind, and I don't want to know." "Yes, Uncle Chun is the most principled." David handed over a cigarette with a smile, his tone full of compliments. Seeing that the inheritance distribution drama was becoming more and more complicated, the Liang family could no longer sit still. Liang was even more looking forward to it. After all, their debt crisis depended on this moment to be resolved. "Uncle Chun, all the members of our Yi family are here, and everyone is eligible to participate in the distribution of the inheritance. But there is one person who has severed ties with the Yi family, and he cannot participate." David pointed at George with a sneer. Uncle Chun was stunned and turned his gaze to David. "Are you saying that you are the representative of the Yi family?" David explained guiltily. "Although I cannot decide how to distribute the inheritance, I can decide who will be a member of the Yi family." He turned to Angela and the others, motioning for them to express their opinions. "I agree. George shouldn't be involved," Angela said immediately. "Me too." Lucas also rushed to agree. The minority obeys the majority. Ella, Yuki, and others also expressed their support. However, when it was Lily's turn, she was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "I am not from the Yi family. I don't want to express my opinion." This made Maria furious, but she could do nothing about it. After all, the minority must obey the majority, and George was almost doomed to not get any share of the inheritance. George looked at them with a sneer, and he knew it all in his heart. He knew that David and the others had misunderstood the way the estate was distributed. They thought they were the masters, but they had no idea what the will left by their grandfather was. After listening to everyone's opinions, Uncle Chun nodded slightly and said, "Now, the inheritance distribution officially begins." He took out the will and related document from his pocket and announced, "This estate was notarized by 3 major overseas courts: the Royal Court of Eagle Country, the Lausanne Court of Ugly Country, and the Swiss Federal Court." 3 lawyers were also invited to testify today, namely Mr. Poker, Mr. Burney, and Ms. Fiona. Uncle Chun took out some documents and continued. "First, all of the Yi Group's businesses, including stocks, bonds, luxury cars, etc., belong to David's family. David owns 40%. Angela, Yuki, Ella, Lucas each own 10%, and Maria also owns 10%. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Wasn't this something they were supposed to have? In addition to these, Yi Zhendong has $30 billion deposited in Swiss banks. As soon as Uncle Chun finished speaking, everyone was stunned. $30 billion. Okay. Lucas clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Liang, he couldn't hide his excitement. But then he heard Uncle Chin's next words. The $30 billion belongs to George. Uncle Chin's words were like thunderbolt from the sky, and the entire hall fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was in unspeakable shock. City Fund, Rock Fund, Fengrue Fund, etc. belonged to George. The real estate in New York, Golden State, Los Angeles, and other places in the ugly country belongs to George. The properties in Tokyo, London, Paris, and other cities belong to George. The shares of Coca-Cola and Blue Sky International Mining belong to George. All this was like a heavy blow, pulling everyone back from fantasy to reality, heavy and cruel. Uncle Chun, he's gone? David asked anxiously, almost collapsing. Uncle Chun smiled and said, if Yi Zhendong had not made a will, according to the law, the Yi group would indeed belong to you. But he made a will, and all the property was distributed according to the will. As he spoke, he picked up the document and continued, as for who is in charge of the Yi family, this has nothing to do with the will. You can say it's you, or you can say it's George. Every word Uncle Chun said was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart, and their former pride has now become a joke. Yi Zhendong, you old bastard. Maria roared to the sky, the anger in her heart almost bursting out. Yes, I should have stayed in the orphanage. It was you who brought me back. Aren't you hurting others and yourself, Maria? George sneered back, his eyes full of mockery. He turned to look at Lucas and Angela, the sneer on his face becoming more obvious. These people only abused and scolded Grandpa during his lifetime, forcing him to die early. How could they expect him to leave an inheritance to them? Now, it is too late for them to regret. You deserve it. At this moment, Liang Yi and Liang Kaiyan felt like they were dreaming and could not accept the facts before them. The Liang family is burdened with huge debts and urgently needs the inheritance to get out of trouble. For this wealth, they have invested more than 10 billion. Now they're suddenly told that all this has nothing to do with them. The blow was so great that it almost made them collapse. Birds die for food, and people die for money. There was murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Liang, he was extremely angry and accused. Mr. Chun, this inheritance must be frozen. The source of funds must be found out, and there must be no violations. He acted like an official with great authority and magnified his power. Chen Shitai sneered and interrupted directly. Mr. Liang, the inheritance is abroad. Even if you have great power, you can't get your hands on it. These words hit Liang like a hammer in the face. The transfer of funds abroad was to avoid interference for people like him. Nephew Yi, I am your uncle. At this time, Yi Yaoxiang walked towards George, smiling. You got the best inheritance from my uncle. Others are so cruel and ruthless, they deserve it. Although he and David both got nothing, he felt happy when he saw David returning empty-handed. However, he did not intend to give up the inheritance and decided to get closer to George in the hope of getting a share of the money from him. Are you the uncle? George smiled faintly. I've severed ties with him, so you and I are not relatives. Yi Yaoxiang didn't take it seriously and continued to flatter. David has been expelled from the Yi family a long time ago. Anyway, you're still Yi Zhendong's grandson, so you are my nephew. George nodded and sneered. Uncle. As soon as these words came out, jealousy flashed in David and the others' eyes. It turned out that they were the ones who were expelled. David was unwilling to give in and said, George, I'm your dad. After failing in the battle for inheritance, he finally couldn't help but impress George with his family affection. Although their relationship has become extremely awkward now, he still doesn't want to give up his last hope. George, I'm the eldest sister, Angela apologized in a low voice, with unspeakable pain in her tone. I apologize now for the misunderstanding in the past. Lucas also spoke up. My grandparents are in urgent need of this inheritance. Can you help? No one will blame you anymore. George smiled slightly. Haha, you guys are good at fighting for yourselves. He turned around and looked at them coldly. These people deserved what happened today. I really didn't expect it at the time. Maria finally lowered her head and said in disgrace, George, Mom was wrong. Please help us. Every word she said was like a needle piercing her heart. She knew very well that the Liang family's predicament had a lot to do with her. If she didn't fight for it, she would be too ashamed to see her parents. George looked at her and finally couldn't help laughing. Interesting, so interesting. Didn't you say before that you wanted to kick me out of the Yi family and not let me get a share of the inheritance? Why are you all bowing your heads in the blink of an eye? Have you learned the face-changing technique of Sichuan opera? These words were like a loud slap in the face to David and the others. There was shame in their angry eyes. Maria, this is the first time you asked me for help, the first time you praised me, the first time you flattered me, isn't it? George stared at her with a sneer. Let me guess what you're thinking. Last time when the Yi group was in crisis, you asked for help on the surface, but you actually refused to bow your head in your heart. Now that the Liang family is in trouble, you immediately bow your head. You are such a filial daughter. If Liang Kai knew you were like this, he would rather be single for the rest of his life than marry you. Maria's face turned pale in an instant. Her body trembled slightly. and the pain almost suffocated her. Yi Yaoxiang stood aside and added insult to injury. Yes, the Yi family is the most unlucky to marry such a woman. The husband is incompetent, the son is abused, and he dares not do anything. He deserves that his father did not leave him any money. David clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Every word cut into his dignity and nearly made him explode. George hit the nail on the head. Maria, you betrayed the Yi family. You were unwilling to help your family members, but helped outsiders instead. You can do it. David, you are a loser. You don't even have the courage to fight for yourself. Every word pierced David's heart like a knife. George, you're right. I am mean, biased, and selfish, but I beg you today, can you help me? Maria endured the severe pain, and her tone was almost begging. I was the one who lost you back then, and I brought you back only for Grandpa's inheritance. I am a murderer. She paused, her eyes full of guilt. I don't care how you blame me, beat me, or scold me, but don't involve your grandparents in your holiday with me. It was obvious that she had given up all her self-esteem in order to avoid being talked about behind her back by her parents' family. David sighed deeply and said, George, after so many things happened at home, everyone can forgive you. Even the Yi group can give it to you. I just hope you can let go of all your hatred. We all admit our mistakes. He had a big smile on his face and lowered his head like a punished dog. George looked at them coldly, unmoved. You say you can forgive me? Then ask me first if I can forgive you. He sneered, his eyes cold. Yi group? Grandpa's inheritance can buy 4 Yi groups. He continued sarcastically. Maria, you just said you are a murderer. Who would help someone who kills his own people? Liang family? I warned you a long time ago not to interfere in the affairs of the Yi family. Otherwise, retribution will come. When David and Maria heard these words, they were so angry that they almost spit fire, and their eyes were full of murderous intent. George was not afraid at all, and said with a smile, If I die, all the money will be donated to the poor, and not a penny will be left for you. It's really interesting to see you so anxious, but unable to do anything. You rebellious son, you are a reincarnated evil spirit, just here to torture me. Maria finally lost control and rushed towards George with madness in her eyes. But before she could get close, several bodyguards restrained her. George slowly stepped forward and slapped Maria in the face. You treated me like a dog back then. Even if you die now, I won't turn back. Maria fell to the ground in pain, roared heart-wrenchingly, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Lucas and Yuki hurriedly tried to go forward, but were stopped by the bodyguards. Maria, Liang, he finally couldn't help but explode at this time. He stood up and glared at George. You are not worthy of being a son of man. He then pounced on George, but George's bodyguards immediately blocked him. Although Liang, he was quite skilled, he was still kicked away by George and fell to the ground. George walked up to him, leaned over, and slapped him once, then slapped him again. The crisp sound echoed in the hall. Liang, you remember? You punched me twice back then, and now I'm giving it back to you. Liang Yi's face was filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth. Listen, George, I will kill you, wait. George wiped his hands slowly. I know what you are capable of, but you better not mess with me. Otherwise, I'll let you watch this video again. He took out his cell phone and played a video, which was a clip of Liang Yi fighting with someone and his threatening words to others. After the video was played, Liang Yi's eyes instantly turned into panic, and he shouted angrily, You actually secretly filmed me? Delete it immediately. George smiled faintly. I'm just an ordinary person, but you are a person in power. When facing you, of course I have to keep the means of self-protection. He continued, The incident of your daughter hitting someone is still going on. If something happens again, I wonder if you can handle it. Don't mess with me. Otherwise, not only you, but also your boss will be buried with you. Liang, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but he didn't dare to resist. His face was full of shame and anger. I understand now. This is all your plan. You are so cunning. David finally realized. You deliberately controlled the hotel's bodyguards to make us confront each other, and then secretly filmed us in order to threaten Liang Yi. George, you are really scheming. Oh, George spread his hands and said lightly, Did I instigate your fight with your uncle? Did I persuade the Liang family to intervene in the inheritance dispute? What can I decide about Grandpa's inheritance? In the final analysis, it is your greed that harms you. He smiled and said, I'm just watching your show. Don't put all the bad things you do on me. Okay, everyone go away. Tonight's annual party is really lively. George stood up and walked leisurely to the dining table, leaving David's family angry and filled with despair and humiliation. George didn't want to waste any time, so he quickly asked his bodyguards to throw the group of people out of the hotel and then sat down to share a glass of wine with Uncle Chun. George, Yi Jinan and Yi Yaoxiang were still unwilling to give up, and finally Yi Liju calmly pulled them away. Grandpa, this George is too dangerous. There must be someone behind him. We should not confront him head-on for now. Yi Liju's analysis is calm and accurate. Yi Jinan was furious. 16 billion was burned in vain. How can we swallow this? Yi Liju coldly brings up what happened that night, reminding him of George's killer skills, which even his partners warned him about. Yi Jinan's face changed drastically, and he suddenly realized that everything was under George's control. If he continued to fight him, he would probably suffer the consequences. Let them fight each other, and we'll wait for our chance to strike. Yi Jinan finally nodded. Although he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and stop temporarily. At the Yi family side, the atmosphere was depressing and lifeless. Liang, he frowned, still unable to get over the huge loss. This is unfair. George got everything now, and we are the ones who suffered heavy losses. Liang, he took a deep puff of cigarette, his eyes empty. What should I do? Second uncle. David was so angry that his teeth were itching and his heart was full of hatred. Liang, he whispered, this fire not only burns the Yi family, but the Liang family is also in deep trouble and the debt crisis is imminent. The most serious thing is that if the project arrears at the end of the year are not dealt with, even the foundation may collapse. However, don't be afraid. The Liang family can survive by selling off assets, but they will definitely suffer losses this year. As for George, we are not in a hurry. Let's not touch him for now. Let's talk about it after the new year. Liang, he said in a cold tone. George, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. Liang Kaiyan gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry. Liang, he glared at her and said, don't be impulsive. Calm down. It's the new year, and our family is waiting for us. David was still sitting on the sofa, feeling gloomy. His anger had shifted from his father to George. He felt betrayed. At the same time, inside the hotel, George leisurely accompanied Uncle Chun, chatting and laughing. Uncle Chun was surprised at George's change. You are like a different person, George. You have already surpassed the Yi group and become a giant in the South. George smiled lightly and said confidently, this is just the beginning. Yez will eventually go bankrupt, and the infighting among everyone will be their doom. Uncle Chun nodded. Knowing George's sharpness, his eyes flickered. I should have supported you a long time ago, and the Yi family should pay the price. George's eyes flashed with coldness. They will destroy themselves. I don't need to do anything. Uncle Chun sighed softly, but now the Yi family and the Liang family are both in a state of panic. You have to be careful not to let them counterattack at the last moment. George smiled slightly. The more they act like this, the more I can exploit their weaknesses. In the future, they will not be able to turn things around, and I will be the one who has the last laugh. Uncle Chun was relieved after hearing this, and said, young Master George has left the Yi family, so I will assist young Master George in the future. The Liang family suffered a great loss tonight, and they will definitely not give up. So the inheritance left by the old man should not be brought in until the critical moment. Once it is brought in, they will control it. Leave it abroad for emergency use. George knew what was going on. Although the inheritance could be used, now was not the right time to do so. He would wait until the storm was over. After all, domestic assets came in quickly, but it was much more difficult to withdraw. Uncle Chun reminded, the Liang family has a strong background, especially Liang Yong, who is an official in the capital. If he intervenes, we will be in big trouble. George nodded calmly. Their top priority right now is to resolve the debt crisis. Besides, Maria will also create trouble, enough to hold them back. The topic quickly turned to other topics. In the thick of the spring festival atmosphere, George asked about his grandfather's past. Uncle Chun recalled it with respect in his words. George only realized that his grandfather had once been so glorious, and if it weren't for the Liang family, he would have already become one of the richest people in China. Later, George called Olivia. Her parents went home for the new year, and she stayed at home alone. Xiaoling Yun mentioned George to her parents, but she firmly refused to meet. She felt that it was too early for her to meet her parents at her age, and she had more important things to do in a few days. This matter would shock the whole country. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Maria finally woke up from her coma, feeling weak and powerless. She sat on the bed, and after a moment, she suddenly remembered what happened last night. "George, I'm going to kill you, kill you." She roared angrily, as if she wanted to tear everything apart. David rushed into the room. "Maria, are you okay? It's you, it's all your fault. You're a loser, a bully at home. You didn't even inherit your father's estate, and you spend all day making wedding dresses for others." Maria roared, lost her mind, punched and kicked David. This time, David did not resist and let her vent. Finally, he suddenly hugged her tightly. "It's my fault that you've suffered so much." His voice was hoarse and full of guilt. "Don't worry, I will always stand by you. George is dead. My second brother also said that the Liang family must get Yi Jindong's inheritance now. If they can't get it, they must deal with George completely." Maria was moved by David's affection and gradually calmed down. She wiped away her tears and said softly, "Let's unite as a family to deal with George and stop him from consuming us." The two then walked out of the room and called Angela and Lucas to have dinner together. Lucas and Angela were relieved to see their mother calm down and repair their relationship with their father. During the meal, the topic turned to the Liang family's debt crisis. Maria said softly, "The Liang family is currently overwhelmed by debt, and the Yi family can't help much, but you also know that the Liang family is in trouble because of the Yi family." At this time, Lucas suddenly said, "I have an idea." He glanced at Lu Ruyin next to him. Lu Ruyin sat aside and talked a lot with Lucas last night. She was disappointed with her grandfather's inheritance and even began to regret not standing with George. But now, she has no way back. For the future, she must rely on Lucas. Perhaps the breakthrough lies in Ella. Lu Ruyin's suggestion stunned everyone present. Lucas was also surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that this path was feasible. He looked at Ella and said, "Jiang Tiannan has always been interested in Ella. If the Jiang family can help us, we can solve the crisis of the Liang family." Jiang Tiannan? The Jiang family in the provincial capital? Maria frowned when she heard that. "Yes, a marriage between wealthy families." Lucas whispered, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Ella's face changed slightly, and she replied calmly, "I have met her a few times. If the Jiang family is willing, I don't mind." Everyone was shocked. They thought Ella would strongly oppose it, but they didn't expect her to be so calm. On the other end of the video call, Yuki also heard these words, and her heart was filled with ripples. She always thought that Ella was pursuing love, especially Fang Yiming. But now it seems that Fang Yiming's death may have completely changed her mindset. It seems that Fang Yiming's death made Ella want revenge. Yuki speculated secretly, and suddenly an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. Maria was delighted when she saw Ella agreed. "Tomorrow, on the second day of the Chinese New Year, we will go to your grandmother's house to discuss this matter and see Jiang Tiannan's attitude. If he is willing to cooperate, I will ask your second uncle to come forward and propose a marriage to the Jiang family." Ella's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, but she had a vague foreboding in her heart. George seemed to have foreseen everything. She couldn't help but recall George's warning. If she wanted revenge, marrying into a wealthy family was the only way out. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Olivia came out of the house and started working with George and Johnson. They went to the ugly country to prepare for the listing of Candoaduo. Olivia had already prepared for the listing, including financial review, market value, number of shareholders requirements, etc. George also allocated a portion of his grandfather's 30 billion inheritance to Candoaduo. With everything ready, Candoaduo was successfully listed on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange. Candoaduo's market value soared to 100 billion. The news was published in financial reports of various countries, causing quite a stir, especially when it was reported back to China. It caused an earthquake. When the news reached Tianshan Group, the whole company was in an uproar. Almost overnight, more than a dozen billionaires and hundreds of multimillionaires were born. The wealthy people who invested in the project, such as Lin Dong and Alex from Yuhai City, made a lot of money and became the focus of the wealthy people in the South. At the beginning, no one was optimistic about Candoaduo. After all, with Taobao in front and JD.com in the back, could a new platform like Candoaduo compete with these giants? However, to everyone's surprise, Canduaduo quickly accumulated a huge user base with a series of sophisticated marketing strategies, such as cut one knife, get cash, and help users get red envelopes. These users are groups that Taobao and JD.com have never touched. The success of Canduoduo has exceeded everyone's expectations, especially in the expansion of overseas business. It has also achieved outstanding results. Strategies such as 10 billion yuan in subsidies have made Canduoduo one of the three giants competing with Taobao and JD.com. Online shopping is now divided into three parts. It is not impossible for Canduoduo to surpass Taobao and JD.com in the future. Industry experts are optimistic about Canduoduo, which has a market value of 100 billion yuan and has unlimited future potential. As a result, George's reputation spread all over the country, especially those who had contact with him, such as Huang Zhongguan and Teacher, who were all shocked. Meanwhile, in the ugly country, George and Olivia finally finished the remaining work and chatted leisurely. After Canduoduo goes public, its market value will surely skyrocket in the future. The most important thing is that after it goes public, many people will not be able to deal with Canduoduo easily. Olivia said with a smile, obviously referring to the Liang family. That's right. After the listing, they can't easily intervene and cut Duo. But this is also a double-edged sword. The market is volatile, and we need to pay attention to other opportunities. George responded easily. Short videos and mobile phones are our next focus. George said with a smile. Also, the Asian Games are about to begin. This will be a good opportunity for us to showcase our brand. It would be a pity to miss it. Olivia nodded and prepared to go back, but George had some things to take care of, which was why he came to the ugly country in person. Come on, I'll take you to find someone. Maria will definitely be interested. Maria has someone abroad? Olivia was stunned. George raised his lips. Do you remember the man who pursued Maria earlier than David? He was her first love and loved her deeply. Over the years, he has never forgotten her. What's even more interesting is that when Maria was pregnant abroad, that man was always with her, George added with a smile. If this man returns to China, I don't know what kind of disturbance it will cause, he said meaningfully. Olivia laughed and said, David and Maria both have their own agenda. How can a husband-wife relationship be so simple? George nodded, thinking back to the plot of his previous life. The man came back after his grandfather's inheritance was announced and pursued Maria again. Maria had promised him some things for the sake of face, but the constraints of marriage made it impossible for her to get over this relationship, so she finally rejected him. The man couldn't accept the rejection and finally chose to commit suicide by jumping into the river, causing a stir. I've found him, George said. He's in the bar now. He's a resident singer. His name is Tang Feng. A few days later, George met Tang Feng in a bar called Warm. Although he was not young, he still exuded a strong charm. His deep eyes and uninhibited temperament made him stand out in the crowd. After Tang Feng finished playing a song, George walked up to him, invited him to drink, and put down a check. This is... Tang Feng looked at the number on the check and was shocked. Mr. Tang Feng, I heard that you're going to return home soon. Even I can feel how much you love Maria. Her children have grown up. Maybe she will agree to spend the rest of her life with you. George smiled and said, This money is to pave the way for your happiness. I wish you success. Tang Feng's eyes were filled with excitement and emotion. Who are you? Why are you helping me? It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that I can give you a chance. George said leisurely. I will arrange a proposal banquet for you. Women are often sentimental. Maybe at that moment, she will be willing to go with you. Tang Feng took a deep breath, full of excitement. Okay, I promise, everything you said is right. I will do it. Tang Feng decided to use a grand proposal to make up for his unfulfilled dream and prove to Maria that love can bring miracles to her. Meanwhile, the Liang family is still celebrating the new year. The news of Yi Jindong's inheritance has spread throughout the family, and the family is furious. But fortunately, Maria brings good news. The marriage is successful. Liang, he went to the Jiang family in person, and Jiang Tianan quickly agreed. He and Ella have always had a close relationship, and the Jiang family had no objection to this marriage. After all, Ella came from a wealthy family and was related to the Liang family, so the marriage would naturally consolidate the status of the two families. As a dowry, the Jiang family provided a large amount of funds and resources to help the Liang family overcome the debt crisis and exchange some high-quality projects. The financial situation of the Liang family improved instantly, and the marriage with the Jiang family became a successful move for the Liang family to to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 239. He is too arrogant. He will go bankrupt sooner or later. In a Liang family's living room, all the relatives came to pay New Year's greetings, including the gossipy aunts and uncles. It was extremely lively. This is the foundation of a wealthy family. Look, Canduaduo has gone public, and George's net worth has exceeded 100 billion. At this time, a descendant of the Liang family was watching the news on his mobile phone, then turned on the TV and tuned to the financial channel. He saw that the TV was interviewing shareholders such as George, Olivia, and Johnson. George on TV was very confident and charming. He spoke eloquently to the camera and expressed his views on the future economy, etc., which aroused warm applause. Watching TV, the air in the Liang family's living room froze. The hall, which was full of joy just now, became as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on it. Liang Quan was originally planning to give out New Year red envelopes to his juniors, but he ended up staring blankly at the red envelopes, unable to give them out. His mood was extremely complicated, and he didn't know whether to be happy or angry. He's too arrogant. He's going to go bankrupt sooner or later. Maria looked at the TV coldly, wishing she could chop the charming George on TV into pieces. Of course, younger generations like Lucas and Ella were also feeling bad. Whenever they saw George succeed, they felt very painful and unwilling. How could they get through the year? Especially Lucas. He has been secretly competing with George, trying to surpass George. But the gap between them has not become shorter, but has become longer. George has inadvertently become a multi-billionaire. Liang, he took a puff of cigarette, seemingly appreciating it, but his tone was cold. If it were put on the Southern Rich list, it would be in the top 10, a real rich family. Liang Quan continued to give red envelopes to his juniors and said sarcastically, "Maria, David, you have raised a good son. He is worth hundreds of billions. This is not as simple as 100 million or 1 billion. There are not many people in the whole of China who can do this. You should be proud of him." His words were full of sarcasm, as if he was blaming Maria's family for driving away a real dragon. Maria's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to answer. David, who was standing next to her, knew that she was feeling wronged and immediately held her hand. However, when he saw George become a billionaire, he was still very excited and even a little proud, but this emotion was quickly suppressed. But he did not forget that this proudest son was his enemy, and the relationship was as hostile as fire and water. What bothered him most was that after so many things had happened between the two sides, the grudge had become irreconcilable. Look, he is not only a rising star in Southern business, but also a business leader, a new generation of economic master, an investment genius, and so on. When he has money, everyone makes money together. After Canduaduo went public, many wealthy people were born and many entrepreneurs benefited. Alas, we were the closest to George, but in the end we got nothing. The reports speak highly of him. With this listing, he will become famous all over the country. Other elders of the Liang family also spoke, one after another. They knew about the conflict between Maria and George, but when they saw how successful George was, they subconsciously felt that they should maintain harmony with George. After all, George had a grudge against Maria, not against them. Besides, George was such a capable man, who would push him out unless he was a fool. Of course, they were just thinking about it. As long as elders like Liang Quan and Liang Yi didn't speak up, they would never dare to say it out loud. I have to say, he did a great job, Liang Caijie also said with a smile. The listing will prevent certain forces from seizing Canduaduo's assets. Liang Cayenne immediately poured cold water on him. Their cost to going public. A lot of the money is not yours. You have no choice but to make it. You're also being watched by others. Mom, he only relies on the money Yi Zhendong left for him. Do you think he's so great? Liang Caijie's son Liang Weiye said sourly. If it were me, I could do it too. Just shut up. Liang Caijie was very strict with her son and criticized him. Have you figured out how Canduaduo made his fortune? What is online shopping? What is the sinking market? What is traffic diversion? Do you understand? Even if I give you 50 billion, you can't build a business of this scale. Do you think George invested all of Yi Zhendong's inheritance? He's not that stupid. I checked and found that he had already prepared for the IPO. At that time, Yi Zhendong's inheritance had not yet arrived. Wei Yi, I understand that you hate George, but you have to face your opponent squarely and learn from his strengths, operations, patterns, etc. Blind arrogance will only hurt you. Besides, George is still in college. He is much younger than you. Although Liang Saijia's words were unpleasant to hear, any rational person would know that she was right. Liang Saijia is able to manage the Liang family's huge business, so she is naturally not an impulsive person. Liang Quan said at this time, George has a bright future, we all know that. And we also look squarely at him. But it's New Year's Day, let's not talk about these things, let's talk about something happy. In a few days, Ella is going to get engaged to Jiang Tianan, and the engagement party is going to be very lively. Both families are wealthy, so don't embarrass yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a jacket walked in with his family. Ayang is back. After seeing the middle-aged man, Liang Quan stood up happily. This was his eldest son Liang Yong, the most powerful man in the Liang family. I am currently working in the capital, and I hold a very high position. Elder brother, uncle, everyone in the Liang family also greeted them. Maria even ran over to help Liang Yong take the things. These were the gifts Liang Yong gave to Liang Quan as a filial piety. There were Lai Mao, Da Hong Pao, and other cigarettes and alcohol from the 1930s. I'm quite busy this time, so I'll only be back for 2 days. After Liang Yong sat down, he handed Liang Yi a cigarette and said, I've heard about what's going on at home. Don't do anything for a while. Originally, Liang Yi was going to be promoted, and he had established many connections, but in the end, his career was unexpectedly stifled. It would take several more years for him to be promoted again. This delay has had a huge impact on Zheng Ji's career, because he has reached Liang Yi's age, and if he can't move up any further, it will be difficult for him to move forward. Then he talked about George. Although he was far away in Beijing, he had still heard a little about him. I have to say, he was also surprised by George's achievements. The several anti-gang and anti-evil campaigns in the South are all related to him. This person is a bit complicated, and we don't know his background yet. We have to be careful when dealing with him. Be cautious, Liang Yong reminded. Also, the Asian Games are about to start, and the government has allocated hundreds of billions of dollars for the construction of venues, urban construction, environmental protection, etc. This project is a huge cake. Liang Saijia and others' eyes suddenly lit up. Liang Yong continued. This project cannot be completed by one person. It needs to be distributed. Each faction and family will get a share, and our Liang family will also participate. I have already arranged this. The person in charge is from the capital. His name is Zhang Ren. Let Wei Yi take over the Liang family. Then he looked at Maria and said, Here the Yi family, Xiaoxiu and Angela will work with Wei Ye. He has a good relationship with Maria, so he is willing to help the Yi family. He reminded, I received news that Hu Baosher is very optimistic about George and recommended George to participate in this project. There will be a meeting in a few days. Let's see what happens then. I support Ella's marriage to the Jiang family. The Jiang family also has connections there, and they will definitely be involved in the project. This is also a good opportunity for our two families to cooperate and build relationships. He was giving out assignments as if he was doing work. Chapter 240. I don't need a wealthy family. I am a wealthy family. After Canada went public, the entire Tianjin group became bustling with activity. Johnson had people buy a lot of champagne to celebrate, and Xiao Lingyun also came to celebrate. Of course, he also talked to George about the Asian Games. The Asian Games is such a big cake, so the Xiao family naturally has a part to participate. However, Xiao Lingyun plans to give the Xiao family's share to Tianjin Group. He almost killed George and has always felt guilty about it, so he wants to return the favor today. Besides, George is his brother-in-law, so if there's a project, it will naturally benefit his family. A project worth hundreds of billions? This is a big piece of fat meat. There will definitely be a lot of people who want to eat it, and the competition will be fierce. George thought of the Asian Games in the previous life, which were very grand and famous all over the world. Of course, there are many wealthy families in the South, and everyone wants to participate, not only for the money, but also to make some connections. Xiao Lingyun smiled and said, In fact, for us wealthy families, such projects are for the younger generation to practice, so our Xiao family doesn't care much about it. While we were chatting, Teacher Hu also called and was also talking about the project. What he meant was to let Tianjin Group do it, and a time was agreed upon. There would be a meeting in 3 days, and by then all the big and small bosses in the South, or rising stars like George who had risen thanks to the new economy would gather. George hung up the phone. He also told Xiaolingyan about this. So you have connections, but it doesn't matter which side you represent. This project has primary and secondary responsibilities, so it's enough for you to take the primary one. Xiaolingyan smiled and said, because there are many factions involved in the project bidding, teacher whose side is also a faction. Of course, he didn't really care which faction George represented in the bid. In any case, the cake from his Xia family would definitely be reserved for George. What happened last time is written off. George even more when he left. I know. George waved his hands impatiently. He thought Xiaolingyan was quite interesting. You should know that according to rumors outside, Xiaolingyan is a terrible person. All his brotherhood is fake, and profit is the most important thing. But after getting to know him, George discovered that this person is actually very protective and responsible. It's just that ordinary people can't get into his heart. Then George held the wine glass, walked to the window, looked at the tall buildings outside, and muttered to himself, a net worth of hundreds of billions. In fact, his net worth in China is over 100 billion, but if you include his foreign assets, it is definitely more than that. Such financial resources are enough to cause internal strife and bankruptcy in the Yi family. But the Yi family has relied on the Liang family, so it will take some time to deal with them. As for the Yi family's affairs, everyone else will have their own retribution, except Lucas. I must deal with him personally. George's eyes, and then he looked at the two people behind him. They were Chi Dan and Uncle Chun. They were like his most loyal bodyguards and assistants. It's quite strange to say, in a previous life, these two people fought for life and death, and ended up dying together. In this life, George saved them all. Uncle Chun, does Grandpa know about David's past? George asked. Did Grandpa mention the names Wei Quansheng and Xiao Yuer? George has been looking up these two names, but to his surprise, he still has no clue. Uncle Chin shook his head. Master, this is the first time I've heard these two names, but the old man seems to have some unspeakable secrets about David and Maria. Unfortunately, he has never told me. George sighed immediately. In fact, he also felt that David and Maria were hiding something. At this time, Johnson came over. George, an old man named Yi Jinnan, is looking for you. He said he is your uncle and brought many relatives with him. George thought about it and arranged for them to meet in the conference room. Not long after, George arrived at the conference room and heard bursts of noise coming from inside. After entering, he saw that the conference room was full of people. George is here. Someone saw George. They screamed and shouted. George, do you still remember me? Auntie, I'm your second uncle, George. You made a lot of progress. I knew Yi Jindong's grandson back then. He must be a great businessman. TSK. Our Yi family has produced a dragon, George. You are now an honor to our family. These people gathered around and talked at once. George finally understood that they should be members of the Yi family, but he was not familiar with these people and had never even seen them. Master, ever since Yi Jinnan made achievements in the north, the members of the Yi family were brought over, took root in the north, and established the Yi family. Uncle Chun whispered to George. At first, the old man was invited, but he couldn't let go of his business in the south, so he finally refused. George nodded after listening, and glanced at Yi Jinnan, Yi Yaoxiang, and others, and gradually guessed their intentions. Maria and the others used in the previous life, using the slogan of relatives to commit moral kidnapping. George, your brother's company is also a condiment factory. Why don't you let him manage your Yi Ji condiment factory? My family is also an online shopping business, and we are experienced. We also want to work in the duo group. This is a piece of cake for you, right? We are relatives. You are so rich, it is impossible for you to refuse. I want to buy 3 houses in the provincial capital. Can you help me look for them? Brother George, do you still remember me? We played together when we were little, and you promised to give me a Maserati when we were little. George could say anything. These relatives started to use their connections and make demands, and their demands became more and more outrageous. George, I also worked in a state-owned enterprise and had outstanding abilities. I want to join the senior management of Tianjin Group and become a general manager. We are in the real estate business in the north and want to expand in the south. Let's cooperate. You can't manage too many companies by yourself, and you can't trust outsiders. Why don't you let the Tianjin Group be managed by the family together? Yi Jinan and Yi Yaoxiang didn't say anything and just watched from the side. George listened for a while and finally couldn't help it. You came here to suck blood? Do you still have shame? Shut up. Everyone was stunned by this shout. Feeling a little embarrassed, an 80-year-old man said dissatisfiedly, George, what are you talking about? We are all relatives. What's wrong with helping each other? When your grandfather was still alive, he would definitely help you. Besides, you have the ability now. Candoaduo has gone public and is famous both at home and abroad. These things are nothing to you. After a pause, he straightened his chest and said, the Yi family is also a wealthy family in the north. You can only be a nouveau riche if you go alone. In China, you need a wealthy family as your foundation. This is called having a legitimate family background. You should just go back to the Yi family. George snorted disdainfully. I don't need to rely on any wealthy family. I am the wealthy family myself. When the old man heard this, he was so angry. George continued, don't try to show off your affection in front of me. I don't even care about David, let alone you. Another woman wearing jewels and precious stones said, you don't even care about family affection. This is too cold-blooded. People should not forget their ancestors. This is ungrateful. Chapter 241. If you want to use moral blackmail, you found the wrong person. Bullshit. What favor do you mean? I don't even know your fucking name. How have you done me any favor? George pointed at the woman and cursed, then looked at another person. And this guy who played with me when I was a child said that I lived in an orphanage when I was a child. Did he live in an orphanage as well? A bunch of shameless people. They come here to make friends without even meeting each other and even dream of joining Tianqian Group. They want to swallow up Tianqian Group. Let me tell you, my grandfather helped you a lot in the past. When the mining industry in the north was in trouble, he donated a lot of money. Who came to see my grandfather before and after his death? For my grandfather's sake, I call you relatives. If you make me unhappy, I will kick you all out. You want to blackmail me morally. You want to suck my blood. You've got the wrong person. Everyone was so embarrassed by this scolding that their faces turned red, but they didn't dare to offend George. Look at you guys. You don't know any rules at all. At this time, Yi Jianan came out and scolded the relatives, then looked at George and smiled. George, the customs in the north and the south are different. The north is dominated by large families and ancestral temples, while the south is less so. Don't mind it. Yi Jianan, I should call you uncle, right? George stared at Yi Jianan coldly. I remind you, don't play any tricks in front of me. Yes Group, you want Yi Lizhu to work there so that you can control the Yes Group. Now you have set your sights on my Tianqian Group. You called these relatives here just to test my attitude. Once I agree, they will join Tianqian Group and gradually control the entire group. Don't do that in front of me. When Yi Jianan heard this, he was extremely embarrassed. Whether it was the Yi Group or the Tianqian Group, he held this idea, using the excuse of being a relative to move in, and then nibbling away at them step by step. Who knew that George would be so tough and ignore his relatives from the very beginning? Cousin, Grandpa has this idea. His original intention is to worry that you will be cheated. It is not easy for you to start business. It is better for these properties to be protected by our own people rather than by outsiders. Yi Lizhu tried to smooth things over. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to. We are still relatives after all. She obviously didn't dare to offend George, and after her attempt today failed, she immediately admitted her mistake and apologized to avoid ruining the relationship between the two parties. Yes, we are all relatives. Yi Jianan is old, but he can put aside his elders' heirs and curry favor with others. He knew very well that George was able to break out of the impasse and get Duo listed, which showed that he had great connections and was fighting fiercely with the Liang family in the south. He had extensive connections and financial resources. If their Baijin mining company wants to develop in the south, they cannot do without George's help. Besides, being a relative of such a capital giant will more or less help them in the future. Then, he dragged David's family into the discussion to divert the hatred. David's family is not a relative. They have the blood of the Yi family, but they helped the Liang family and even killed my brother. This traitor was kicked out of the ancestral hall by the Yi family a long time ago. Uncle, if you can understand the limits, we are still relatives. George stopped fussing. Nanfang is about to prepare for the Asian Games, and there is a huge project worth hundreds of billions of dollars. This is a big piece of cake. Not only can we make money, but we can also make the company famous and go global. I happen to have a small share, but I'm still in need of a partner. Is your family interested? Yes. Construction is our specialty. environmental protection, power construction, roads, stadiums, etc. We are good at them all. Yi Yaoxiang was overjoyed and nodded like a chicken eating rice. Of course, he had heard of this project. It is said that those who can participate in the project all have connections in the South, and even those with less background are not qualified to participate. Such projects can not only make money, but also are a good opportunity to make friends and build connections. There will be a meeting in a few days. Please find someone to accompany me. George nodded and left. Yi Lizhu and the others looked at each other, and all showed excited smiles. David, this kid, was blinded by his wife and lost his own real dragon. Yi Jianan sighed secretly. He originally thought that George was young and good at business, but he was still very green in social skills and the ways of dealing with people. But George's response just now made him realize that George is a hero. At this time, David's family went to Zhang's house, accompanied by Liang Yong and Liang Yi. They came to discuss the marriage between Ella and Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan's father, Jiang, he was naturally very happy. He gave a grand reception to his future in-laws and was also very respectful to Ella. Jiang Tianan's mother, Luo Jia, also liked Ella very much. She held Ella's hand and treated her like her own daughter. She kept saying that Ella was beautiful and had seen the dramas Ella had acted in. Although Ella's last name is Yi, she was once the daughter of the richest man in Yuhai City and has a close relationship with the Liang family. So they all regard Ella as a child of the Liang family. Then they also talked about the bride price, engagement, and so on. In fact, there is no need to mention the betrothal gifts of wealthy families. They are all rich people, so their weddings must be the most grand ones. Moreover, at their level, what matters is not money, but connections and interests. Ella chatted with everyone for a while, and then Luo Jie asked Jiang Tianan to take Ella around. After leaving the living room, Jiang Tianan's palms were full of sweat due to nervousness. Thinking about marrying the goddess, he was so excited that he hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Jiang Tianan, I will marry you under certain conditions. At this time, Ella put away her ladylike demeanor and spoke in a cold voice. You say, I'll give you everything except the stars and the moon. Jiang Tianan really likes Ella. I want you to help me kill someone. Ella's eyes were cold. I'll tell you the truth. I once had a boyfriend named Feng Yiming, who was killed by George. I want you to kill George. Of course, before that, I want George to be left with nothing and kneel in front of my parents and me to admit his mistakes and apologize. This is the condition that I marry you. If you think you can't do it, I won't blame you. I will find another man, and I will marry whoever can do it. When Jiang Tianan heard this, he couldn't bear to let Ella marry someone else, so he immediately agreed. Ella, I agree to all your conditions. Moreover, he was also very touched, because the matter between Ella and Feng Yiming had already been reported by the media, but he didn't expect that Ella did not hide it from him and said it out loud. This means that Ella is sincere to him. She doesn't take advantage of him. She doesn't hide anything, but is honest with him. Since you agreed, I will be your woman for the rest of my life. Ella smiled, and it was a beautiful smile. Although Feng Yiming and I were once lovers, he is dead. I can't stay single for his sake and never love another man. It's just that my love has shifted to you, and this will take some time. I hope you can understand. Chapter 242, I want him to have nothing and become a beggar. Looking at Ella's delicate face, Jiang Tianan was very moved. Ella, don't worry. In the future, you'll find that I am better than Feng Yiming and love you more. As soon as he finished speaking, Ella took the initiative to hold his hand. At this moment, Jiang Tianan's heart beat faster, and he trembled with excitement. Revenge for Ella. He would even be willing to die for Ella. George. Then, Jiang Tianan's face turned very cold, no longer as sweet and infatuated as before, and he said in a hoarse voice, in the Tsinghua mathematics competition, he ruined my reputation and got me kicked out of school. My father and grandfather scolded me to death. I still remember this debt. Ella, I will make him lose everything and become a beggar. How dare a mere upstart fight against the rich and powerful? The two families discussed the engagement details very smoothly and agreed on a date for the engagement on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. It would be a grand and luxurious affair because it concerned the face of both families. Ella, she's a good girl. You can't let her down. David and the others left. Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Tianan and smiled. He agreed to this marriage 100%. Not only are they well matched, but he also wants Jiang Tianin to get married sooner so that he will be more mature. Besides, he also wants to have a grandson. Well, it is my blessing to marry her. Although she is a big star in the entertainment industry, she is different from other stars. She is pure and untainted. Of course, she was born into a wealthy family. She is noble and holy. How can other stars compare to her? Speaking of Ella, Jiang Tianan's face was also full of smiles, and suddenly he thought of something. Dad, since I'm getting married, I won't go abroad to study. A degree is of no use to our family. Jiang Ying nodded slightly. With your intelligence, it is true. So what are your plans? I want to work in my family's business. Tianan, it's a good idea for you to have this idea. Do you plan to go to Dajiang Industry or Jiang Group? As one of the wealthy families in the provincial capital, the Jiang family owns numerous industries, the most famous of which are Dajiang Industry and Jiang Group. Dad, I think I should join the Jiang Group, the core group, to be in charge of more power and funds. In the future, the family business will also be managed by my younger brother. It's better to get familiar with it as soon as possible. After all, it will take some time to get started. At this time, Jiang Yunzhong suddenly proposed. Luo Jie immediately glared at Jiang Yunzhong. Why don't you say anything? Your father has his own decision. Yes, Mom. Jiang Yunzhong quickly lowered his head, but no one saw that his eyes were full of coldness when he lowered his head. Last time, he met with George. George reminded him of some things, and he checked them out. Sure enough, everything was just as George said. His mother was murdered, and someone wanted to kill him. And now, he took the initiative to propose that Jiang Tianin join the Jiang Group, which was also a step forward in order to clear himself of some suspicion. Jiang, he was still thinking about it, but Jiang Yunzhong's casual words made him think more. Although Jiang Tianin is a math genius with a high IQ, Jiang Group is the core of the Jiang family. With Jiang Tianan's current experience, he is not suitable to join and needs more training. Go work at Dajiang Industry for a while. There's a big project in the provincial capital recently, and our Jiang family also has a share. Most of the work has been arranged. Just treat it as a training exercise for you. Remember to do it beautifully and take care of the companies below. There will be a meeting on the night of your engagement, and you will lead the people below to contact them. After this project is completed, consider joining the Jiang Group. Jiang Yi warned. Jiang Tianin didn't care after hearing this because he had confidence in himself. As long as this project is completed perfectly and he has accumulated experience and knowledge, he can join the core group. As Jiang Yunzhong listened to the conversation between father and son, his eyes became even colder. He had actually been secretly preparing many things, but Jiang Tianan's early entry into the group would bring him a lot of trouble. After the family chatted for a while, he thought about it and sent a message to George to inform him in advance. At present, his only partner is George. Fortunately, George did not disappoint him. Candido was listed on the stock market, and his net worth surged into hundreds of billions, instantly entering their wealthy circle. On the other side, David was holding Maria's hand and walking on the streets of the provincial capital. They seemed to be back to the time when they were in love. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed, and the third child is getting married too. Time flies. David looked at the bustling street and sighed with laughter. Maria also smiled. Yeah, I thought Angela was the first to get married, but who knew it was Ella? But Ella also married well. I'm happy for her. It's much better than that poor guy Fong Yiming. Maria, a lot of things have happened in our family recently, and between us as well, but fortunately, we have gotten through it all. David suddenly looked at Maria affectionately. People say that the ultimate destination of marriage is family affection. We have been together for decades. Whether it is love or family affection, we are inseparable. So I think we should remarry. Remarry? Where's your Manhwa shun? Maria rolled her eyes at David. Maria, you know that I just feel guilty towards Lin Huashan. Besides, she has passed away. Our story with her will be blown away by the wind after she left. We should still look forward. David said awkwardly. You said you want to remarry, so let's remarry. This is too easy for you. Marriage is not a joke. Maria pretended to be angry. David immediately smiled and said, Of course, so I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I plan to propose to you again. How about I propose to you on the night Ella gets engaged? No, you have no shame, but I still have some. You're doing this at your age. Do you want your parents and all the relatives to laugh at me to death? Maria was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She said coquettishly, "Let's talk about remarriage after Ella gets married. There's still that damn George staring at me. I won't be in the mood to get married if I don't deal with him. Now that the Liang family's debts have been settled, I can free up my hands to deal with George. George is doomed. Anyway, don't propose to me suddenly for the sake of surprise or romance. When the time comes, I will definitely slap you. Ha ha, you're right. If you do this at your age, people will laugh to death. Anyway, I'll take it as your agreement." David smiled and then took Maria's hand. Who agreed? I didn't agree. Let me go, you have no shame. Maria pretended to be reserved and tried to shake off David's hand, but David held her hand tightly. At this time, Maria received a message on her mobile phone, but she ignored it. It was David who reminded her, so Maria had to just watch it casually. The message was, "Maria, I'm back. I've been away from you for 20 years, and I miss you all the time. I still have the love letter I wrote to you back then. This time, I don't want to have any regrets. I want to pursue my love until death. Love you, Tom." Maria saw the text message. Her hair stood on end, and all the memories flooded into her mind. Chapter 243. Engagement Ceremony. George was invited. Tang Feng, a very romantic man who loves her deeply. He had an unforgettable love affair with Maria back then. But in the end, Tom was not suitable for dating, but not for living together. So Maria broke up with him. Maria was still very happy during the days with Tang Feng, because Tang Feng was good at coaxing people and understood romance. At that time, Maria was like a princess in the palm of someone's hand. "What's wrong?" David asked curiously when he saw Maria didn't say anything. "No, nothing. Mom asked us when we would go home, saying that some relatives were coming to pay New Year's greetings." Maria replied guiltily. The two rushed home, but Maria's cell phone kept ringing with messages. She was very nervous, afraid that David would find out. You know, her relationship with David has finally been repaired a little bit, and if something goes wrong again, it will be troublesome. After returning home, the whole family sat in the living room, drinking and chatting. Basically, this is how rich families celebrate the new year, with many relatives and social gatherings and drinking every day. Seeing that David had drunk a little too much, Maria found an excuse to leave and return to the room. So many years have passed. Why can't he let go? Maria looked at the dense messages on her mobile phone and knew that Tang Feng would not give up unless she went to meet him. Speaking of which, as the daughter of a wealthy family, she has had a rich love history since childhood and has had countless romances and men. But there are only three that impressed her the most. The first one is Tang Feng. This guy is very good at romance and coaxing people, but it's a pity that he is not doing his job properly. The second one is David. He is not romantic, but he is pragmatic and suitable for living. The third one is the man Maria loves most in her life, but unfortunately, due to some chance, they cannot be together in the end. Then, Maria looked at herself in the mirror and dressed up carefully. During this period, she had been mad at George. Her complexion was very bad, and her wrinkles increased. She applied thick foundation, sprayed perfume, put on black stockings, and left. Not long after, in a Western restaurant, when Maria came in, she immediately heard familiar music. It's a French folk song called Under the Cherry Tree, which was also Maria's favorite when she was young. When I looked up again, I saw a handsome middle-aged man playing the piano. It was Tang Feng. "Dear Maria, you are here at last." Seeing Maria, Tang Feng came over gently and said, "You are still so beautiful, like an angel. You know, I miss you all the time during the days we were apart." "Tang Feng, I made it very clear. I'm married. I have my own children. I have my own family. Please stop pestering me." Maria said unhappily, "I know, I understand, but I can't control my thoughts about you." Tang Feng said affectionately, "Some people, once you turn around, it's a lifetime, but I know that if I can't be with you in this life, how can I dare to hope for the next life? Maria, you know, you are everything in my life." It has to be said that Tang Feng is very good at coaxing people. With a series of sweet words, even though Maria came to clarify the relationship, she couldn't help but sit down. What's more, she and Tang Feng had good memories. "Tang Feng, aren't you a resident singer in a bar abroad? Why are you back?" "Maria, I have made a career and I am rich now. Why don't we go live abroad together? I will support you." "Stop talking nonsense. I came to see you this time just as an ordinary friend, and I want to tell you that I have my own life. Don't bother me anymore." As they were talking, Tang Feng also held Maria's hand. Maria struggled continuously and finally managed to shake him off, then pretended to be angry and scolded Tang Feng. It was not until Tang Feng talked about the past that Maria forgave him. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. The most grand engagement ceremony in the provincial capital was held at the Four Seasons Hotel. Early in the morning, various luxury cars such as Rolls-Royce and Bentley gathered at the hotel, and prominent figures from the provincial capital also came. As the hosts, the Jiang family, the Liang family, and the Yi family were also politely entertaining the guests. Weiya, Xiaoxiu, Angela, we will have a meeting after the engagement. It will be on the 29th floor of the hotel. Don't be late. Liang, he was busy for a while. Then he told Liang Weiye and the others. Also, the Jiang family has informed us that Jiang Tanan will work with you on this project. This is his first time doing business, so please help if you can. Liang Weiye and the others nodded immediately. At this time, Liang Yi suddenly saw a familiar figure and frowned. Why is he here? The meeting won't be so soon. Is he here to attend the engagement ceremony? David also looked over, and his face suddenly turned dark. Because the person who came was George. I was the one who called him here. Of course, Tianen had the same idea. At this time, Maria came over in a red dress. David was dissatisfied and said, "Why did you call him here? Wherever he is, there will be no good things." Maria sneered. His sister is getting engaged, so of course he should be invited. It doesn't matter who his sister marries. He should be allowed to meet her. Lucas also understood what Maria meant and said with a smile, "Yes, if George knew that Sister Ella married into the Jiang family, he would be furious. He couldn't even deal with the Liang family. And with the Jiang family, is there any place for him to stay in the south?" David was still very unhappy and wanted to say something, but Liang interrupted him. "Forget it. He came anyway. Besides, he will come to the meeting later. Let him watch his sister marry into a wealthy family. Just take it as a warning to him." Ella happened to come over, and when she learned that George was coming, she had the same idea as David. She didn't want George to come at all, and thought that there would definitely be trouble. However, except for the two of them, everyone wanted George to come, including Jiang Tianan. Everyone wanted to show off and discuss George, so Ella didn't say anything in the end. At this time, George walked into the hall and took a quick look. He saw a T-shaped stage in the hall, which was decorated very gorgeously. Yi Liju reminded him, "Cousin, I found out that the meeting will be on the 29th floor, and it will start after the engagement party is over." George smiled with a little surprise and said, "The marriage between the Liang family and the Jiang family is really a great honor. Even at the meeting, we have to give way to them." Yi Liju nodded and looked around the hall. "They invited you here as well. I guess they wanted to show off a bit, hoping that you would feel upset." George did not comment. "Maybe they will cause me some trouble, but we will wait and see who will cause trouble to whom." After saying that, he sat down with Yi Liju. Seeing how confident and calm George was, and how he was able to plan his strategy, Yi Liju couldn't help but think more highly of him. "Look, Chairman Yi is here too." At this time, someone also discovered George, and he felt a little excited and frightened. You know, after Scandalous went public, George has become famous all over the country, and he is likely to become the richest man in the South in the future. Many people were jealous of Duo and wanted to have a piece of the cake. Many people also knew about the feud between George and the Liang family. Now George is here too. I wonder what friction will arise. You know, this is the territory of the Liang family and the Jiang family. Chapter 244 Jiang Tianan is indeed a character. While George was chatting with Yi Liju, Maria seemed unable to hold back and came over with Lucas and the others. "George, why are you here? I remember no one invited you. How can you be so shameless to come here uninvited?" Maria was dressed like a noble lady, smiling. "Oh, are you jealous of your sister's good marriage? So you came here specially to see her?" "That's right. Your sister married into the Jiang family in the provincial capital, which is a real wealthy family. You must be very scared." She was very proud of what she said and was very happy. Lucas and the others also laughed. George always said they would get their comeuppance, but now Ella is married well. It's like a slap in the face to George. George half closed his eyes and said nothing. Of course, he knew what Maria meant. She just came to show off. It made him feel upset. "Why aren't you talking?" Maria continued to add insult to injury. George didn't even look at Maria and said to himself, "There's nothing much to say between us, but I may have known that Ella would marry into a wealthy family earlier than you did. If you're angry, Then be angry. Why are you pretending? Maria sneered. You knew it earlier, but you were just being stubborn. Lucas then asked, Brother, are you very happy to see Sister Ella marry into a wealthy family? This was obviously a sarcastic remark. Even the people around him knew that George must be unhappy and felt very upset. George glanced at Lucas and smiled faintly. Of course I'm happy. Seeing my enemy forced into marriage and forcing himself to smile for money and power, why wouldn't I be happy? As soon as he said this, Lucas's expression looked like he was constipated. Maria, Angela, and the others also got upset on the spot and were so angry that they didn't know what to say. There were also bursts of laughter coming from all around. In fact, everyone knows that marriages between wealthy families are all for the purpose of consolidating the interests of both parties. So it is natural that the children of the marriages cannot be said to be in love. Besides, Ella is a big star and was recently rumored to be in a relationship, so it is impossible for her to like the young master of the Jiang family. Of course, knowing is one thing, but saying it to someone's face is another matter, as it will embarrass the host. This guy said these things at someone else's engagement party. It's a bit revealing. Yi Liju also admired George's courage. George, this is your sister's engagement party. What are you yelling about? Did you eat shit in your mouth? Maria became angry when she saw the strange looks from the people around her. George smiled indifferently. Since you knew it was her engagement party, why did you invite me? Wouldn't this be the result if I came? Or do you think that the siblings have a deep affection and the family is happy? George, I'm telling you, after Ella marries you, you're done for. Don't think you're so great because it could duo. We two wealthy families can kill you in a minute. Maria continued to curse. Also, you want to eat meat from the province's 100 billion project? Go eat shit. That's why I called you here today. I want to see you get into trouble. I want you to see how terrifying the wealthy families in the provincial capital are. Hearing these vicious words, George just smiled and didn't bother to refute. Angela saw George was silent and criticized him. George, Mom is talking to you. Do you hear me? I'm sorry, it was so noisy. I thought it was a dog barking just now. George looked over and asked in surprise, What did you just say? Say it again. Puff. To George almost burst out laughing. Maria was furious and almost wanted to beat someone up, but at this time, Jiang Tianan also arrived. In order to avoid causing a sensation and affecting the engagement ceremony, Lucas quickly pulled Maria away. They were also very angry and came here to show off, but who knew George was so thick-skinned and was not affected at all, let alone afraid at all. On the other hand, although Ella was against inviting George, she let it go since he was already here. Later, when she saw Maria and the others going to Day, she was actually looking forward to it. After all, with two wealthy families getting married, especially with Ella marrying into the Jiang family, George's good days are definitely over. So she also hoped to see George panicking, who knew that her mother was so angry again and it was useless. Ella, wait. I will give you the most grand and romantic proposal ceremony. At this time, Jiang Tianan came over. He also saw Ella staring in another direction. He immediately looked over and sneered. George is here too. Haha, I invited him. I just wanted him to feel upset. Of course, I will cause him some trouble later. Ella finally nodded and chatted with Jiang Tianan, Jiang Yi, and others. George just happened to see Jiang Tianan's gaze and sneered. In fact, he had already anticipated that Ella's marriage to Jiang Tianan would cause Jiang Tianan to deal with him. Otherwise, he would not have contacted Jiang Yunzhong in the first place. Although Jiang Tianan is young, he is not an easy person to get along with. It is said that he is very smart. Yi Mingzhu reminded in a low voice. I'm afraid they will definitely exclude us in the upcoming project. George nodded and said, He is indeed a figure, but that's all. The Asian Games pie is so small. If they want to eliminate us, it depends on whether they are strong enough. Seeing George's confidence and composure, Yi Liju felt relieved. Of course, I'm still a little worried. After all, with the two giants joining forces, half of the South has been monopolized. At this time, a large number of reporters poured into the venue, waiting to photograph the most grand engagement ceremony of the century. While waiting, the reporters were looking around, and suddenly they stared at George and swarmed over him. George, the founder of Kinduo Duo. Mr. George, can we interview you? You are the youngest business leader in the South. You have created countless legends. There were so many spotlights and microphones pointing at George that he was a little surprised. One of the female reporters was the closest, holding a microphone and interviewing George. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am a reporter from Southern Times. Canduaduo has gone public, and its market value has skyrocketed. Do you have the confidence and ability to manage such a large company?" George smiled and said, "Our group has been preparing for a listing for several years in order to cut down Duo. We have a professional team, stable funds, and so on. Now that we are listed, we will definitely be responsible for the market. I also have the confidence to be in charge of such a large enterprise." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a lot of applause from the audience. However, the female reporter did not intend to let George go and continued to ask, "Mr. Yi, I heard that you are still in college. You are so young. Can you really be in charge of a 100 billion yuan group? You know, if something happens to Duo, countless people will be affected. Besides, your group has also had scandals in the past, including problems with the environment, hygiene, employees, taxes, etc. Do you have anything to say about this?" It was obvious that she was deliberately looking for trouble to bring negative impact to Tianjin Group and Duo. George's eyes flashed, and he looked to the other side, only to see Jiang Tianan looking at him with a sneer on his face. You don't have to guess to know that it was Jiang Tianan who asked the reporters to interview him. You know, George is now a public figure, and Cantor has just gone public, so his every word and action will have a huge impact. Chapter 245. The person proposing doesn't seem to be Master Jiang. It seems that this reporter is not familiar with Tianjin Group. The scandals that occurred in our group have been clarified. In terms of environmental protection, hygiene, employees, taxation, and other issues, our group has always followed the system and has not violated any laws. George said with a smile, "But do you have any evidence?" The female reporter refused to give in. "Of course there is, but I am afraid that if I show you the evidence, you may not understand it with your lack of professional knowledge." George fired back. The female reporter opened her mouth, but couldn't continue. After all, there was no way she could understand a large pile of corporate financial statements. "As for whether I can manage a 100 billion group, I started my own business before I graduated from high school. I have real estate, garment factories, online games, food, etc. There are too many things to do. I haven't counted Duo. The market value of Tianjin Group is already 60 billion. Oh, and I forgot to count Tianjin Entertainment. Now with Duo, I think I can still manage it. Of course, I am in charge of a group worth more than 100 billion at such a young age. The burden is indeed not light." George's calm and appropriate words triggered more applause in the hall, because inadvertently, George was also telling people his strength. Duo is indeed a big ship, but in George's hands, there is more than one such big ship. He is indeed a rising star in Southern business. He has done so many projects. At such a young age, he has a net worth of 60 billion. He is truly good at finance and business. Awesome. He actually has an entertainment company. A lot of surprised voices were also heard in the hall. The female reporters still refused to accept. "I know Mr. Yi is in charge of many projects and companies, but as the person in charge, are you sure you can handle it?" George smiled and said, "As I said before, our group has professional personnel to handle various projects. Of course, you are a reporter and you don't understand the operation of the group. I can understand that. Let me tell you this, as the president, you only need to manage the general direction and don't have to do everything yourself. Just because I have real estate, do I have to go to the construction site and move bricks myself?" Ha ha. There was a lot of laughter. The female reporter's face turned blue and red when she was asked. She secretly glanced at Jiang Tianan and finally sat back dejectedly. Apparently, she couldn't do anything about George. Next, other reporters continued to make things difficult for George. However, George accepted all the suggestions and answered them appropriately, neither arrogant nor impatient, which drew a lot of applause. Maria and Jiang Tianan both looked unhappy when they saw this scene. They thought that the reporter kept finding faults, and George would be so angry that he would not be able to answer and finally lose his temper impatiently. Who knew that George was so calm and composed and could defend himself against all kinds of attacks and was impossible to be defeated. Now, George not only did not leave any negative impact, but instead established the image of a righteous businessman. Remember, this is a live broadcast. On the internet and in forums, George's answer has once again caused a sensation. "My cousin, that's amazing." After the reporters left, Yi Liju secretly gave George a thumbs up. She has always been arrogant and thought she was no worse than any other young people. But for George, she admired him from the bottom of her heart. And she couldn't understand why George could perform so perfectly since he had been doing business since he was a child and had never experienced any major storms. I was like, inviting me here so enthusiastically must be more than just showing off. George played with his wine glass and said with a smile. Yi Liju immediately sneered. It's a pity that they shot themselves in the foot. There are many positive comments about Tianjin Group on the internet now. Shooting yourself in the foot? Do you think you can get away with it that easily? George's smile gradually turned cold. They have played their cards. It should be my turn next. When Yi Liju heard this, she gasped. Did George also prepare a counterattack? As time passed, the weather outside gradually darkened. Fireworks began to be set off around the hotel, and there were drone shows, and the atmosphere became lively. Is the proposal ceremony ready to begin? Someone looked at the lights in the hall and found that they had become much dimmer and turned into a romantic pink. Looking at Jiang Tianan again, he had disappeared without knowing when. In addition, the hall was playing songs that Ella had sung before, which were also her favorite songs. Looking at the huge screen, Ella's acting career was being played. Ella watched all this, and she covered her mouth with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. Tianan has put a lot of thought into proposing tonight. Jiang Yi, your son is younger and more romantic than you. Luo Jia also looked around the hall and took Jiang Yi's hand with emotion. Jiang Yi laughed. This brat has been smart since he was young. Looking at Maria, David, Liang Yi, and others, everyone is very happy and feels proud. At this moment, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and a ray of light shone on the door. At this moment, everyone knew that the protagonist was about to appear, and Jiang Tianan would definitely propose to his fiancée Ella in front of the whole city. Perhaps at that moment, fireworks all over the city will be set off at the same time, and the drones in the sky will present even more spectacular performances. Jiang Yi glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and felt a little strange. There were still 15 minutes before Jiang Tianan made his debut. At this time, a man appeared at the gate. He was wearing a burgundy suit, holding flowers in one hand and a cardboard box in the other, and walked in slowly. He is like the brightest star tonight. He is like the most noble prince in the south, attracting countless eyes. Mr. Jiang is here. Wait a minute, this doesn't look like Mr. Jiang. He's much older. Oh, what are you doing? However, after people saw the man clearly, they felt something was wrong. The people from the Jiang and Liang families also widened their eyes and asked in confusion, then, who is that? According to the prior rehearsal, Jiang Tianan should be on stage now. Maria also felt very strange, but after seeing who was coming, her eyes were filled with fear, because that man was Tang Feng. Why is Tang Feng here? What is he going to do? Suddenly, Maria had an uneasy feeling in her heart. Based on her understanding of Tang Feng, this man was not serious about his job and was full of fantasies about life and love. Maybe, Sure enough, Tang Feng glanced around and walked towards Maria with flowers in his hands. Indeed, Tang Feng has a different view on love from the Chinese people. He is not so reserved when treating the person he likes, but loves openly and passionately. He always felt that Maria didn't agree to him because he didn't give Maria an unforgettable proposal. So today, here he comes. This is also the reason why he returned to China. You, don't come over here. Maria was so anxious that she almost fainted as she watched Tang Feng approaching. Just think about it. Today is her daughter's engagement day, and a man proposed to her in front of the whole city. If such a thing happened, Maria would become a laughingstock among all the wealthy families in the south. Not to mention the Liang family. Even the Jiang family would be pointed at and laughed at. However, no matter how Maria screamed in her heart, Tang Feng had already walked over with a sweet smile on his face. Chapter 246. See all the romantic things and travel to the ends of the earth. Maria, my goddess, with the witness of the whole city today, I, Tang Feng, propose to you. When Tang Feng came to Maria, he knelt on one knee and presented her with flowers and a ring. You, what are you doing? Maria, David was the first to be frightened, and he thought it was a program arranged by Jiang Tianan. Maria, what are you doing? Liang, he was also shocked. Ella, she just stared at the two of them blankly, then stomped her feet in anger. Maria, I love you. Look, these are the love letters I wrote to you every day after we separated. So far, there are more than 7,000 of them. Tang Feng didn't know that Maria was extremely anxious. He took out a love letter from the box in his hand and read it in public. At this time, people finally reacted. A lot of whispers were heard, and the hall was like boiling water. What nonsense! What on earth is this relative doing? Doesn't she have a husband? Her children are already so grown up. Oh, it's really offensive. Luo Jia listened to Tang Feng reading the cheesy love letter, and her mood was mixed. She kept pulling Jiang anxiously. Isn't today the day Tianan proposed? Why are my in-laws stealing the show? But Jiang, he was also overwhelmed by this situation. In his entire life, this was the first time he saw a mother stealing the spotlight from her daughter. What was going on? Could this be part of Jiang Tianan's proposal? Maria, please come with me. I will take you to see all the beautiful sights and travel to the ends of the earth. Tang Feng was still kneeling and stretched out his hand to Maria. Who are you? I don't know you. My husband is David and I have a child. Are you crazy? Get out of here. Maria looked at the boiling atmosphere in the audience, and then at the affectionate Tang Feng. She was almost angry and cursed at Tang Feng, pretending not to know him. No, Maria, you know me, and I'm the one you love most. Your husband is David, of course I know that. And I also know that you don't love him at all. Not at all. You stayed with him for the sake of your children. Now your children are adults, and you are free. If you really don't love me, why did you agree to see me when I came back? Tang Feng shouted affectionately and even took out an engagement ring. The noises around suddenly became louder. David's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Unless he was a fool, he would have understood what was going on. He looked at Maria angrily and said, Maria, explain it to me. I don't know him at all. Someone is deliberately trying to embarrass me. Someone get him out. Maria explained anxiously. At this moment, the projection video in the hall changed. The video was in the Western restaurant, and the male and female protagonists were Maria and Tang Feng. They were talking, and although they didn't do anything out of the ordinary, their behavior was sweet. There was also romantic piano music playing in a Western restaurant. Especially Maria. She held her chin with both hands, leaned on the table, and looked at Tang Feng and said sweet words like a lovesick little girl. You still don't know this? The atmosphere in the entire hall froze. Anyone who was not blind could see that Maria knew this man and that they had a very ambiguous relationship. Of course, because of this endless ambiguity, Tang Feng still thought that Maria loved him. Maria, what else do you have to say? David was so furious. Maria turned pale and trembled all over, feeling that the whole world's mocking eyes were on her. She couldn't explain it at all, and even if she did, would anyone believe it? She had no idea what to say, nor did she know why this happened. She was like naked exposed for everyone to see. Mom, Lucas and Angela were both angry and embarrassed. How could they face people in the future? Even though Lucas has always been on Maria's side, he was full of complaints at this time. If you want to have an affair, just have it. But why let your lover propose to you in this kind of occasion? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass Ella? And there were so many people present, including grandparents, uncles, etc., as well as Ella's mother-in-law and father-in-law. Maria, you have given everything for your children. Today, choose love and come with me. Tang Feng didn't know that this had caused such a huge sensation, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What he cared about was the passionate love. Get out of here. Maria slapped him hard on the face and said, Get out of here. I don't know you. I didn't know you before, I don't know you now, and I won't know you in the future. Get out of here. As she cursed, her tears began to fall. I'm not feeling sorry for Tang Feng, but I'm feeling sorry for myself. Then she looked at David and said, David, things are not what you think. Shut up, you've embarrassed me. David had already lost all patience. His face turned pale, and he slapped Maria hard on the face. Then he left angrily. Everything is clear at a glance. Does Maria still want to deceive him? And it would be fine if Maria had an affair, but why didn't she do it cleanly by letting a man propose to her in public and trampling on David's dignity as a man? David is cuckolded. Will he be able to meet people again in the future? Oh my, Madame Liang is already 50 years old, and she's still having an affair, and she's even been brought here. TSK. She's cheating on her husband. But let's be honest, even though she's old, she's still pretty attractive. Speak softly. Aren't you afraid that Mr. David will beat you up? Ah, Mr. David is no pushover. I remember he also had a scandal last year. He left with a woman named Lin Huashan in front of his wife and children. This family is such a mess. Finally, bursts of mocking voices were heard in the hall, as if pointing at the backs of David's family. Lucas and the others were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Jiang looked at this scene with an extremely ugly expression. This incident not only embarrassed the Yi family, but also their Jiang family. At this time, a bodyguard came running over in a hurry. Mr. Jiang, we checked and found that no one has entered the hotel's projection video. Our initial guess is that someone has broken into the network here and uploaded the video from the internet. So we are sure that someone is deliberately making trouble. Jiang, he said angrily. Turn off the video immediately, throw that man out, and find out his background to see if he is coming for the Jiang family. The bodyguard hesitated, but that man is Madame Liang's lover. Madame Liang didn't agree. I'm afraid I will offend her. Just do it. Jiang Yi's temper was ignited. Even if he was really Maria's lover, in this case, Maria still dared to protect him? Shameless. Then he ran to the elders of the two families and said, Dad, Mom, Mr. Liang, someone is deliberately doing something wrong. I will deal with it immediately. Jiang Yi's parents looked very unhappy, not to mention Liang Quan and Su Mingxia. The older generation all cares about face. After something like this happened, they don't know how to face people. As for someone playing tricks, although they are old, they are not stupid. It is not uncommon for wealthy wives to keep gigolos, but no one is so stupid as to dare to expose it in public. Especially Liang Quan. He knew his daughter's fickleness best. It must be the emotional debt that his daughter had not dealt with properly in the past. Chapter 247. This mother is so irresponsible. Everyone, I just put on a show for you. It was also a small episode before young Master Jiang proposed to me. Don't take it seriously. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. The host also stepped out to smooth things over. Of course, no one believed him. The couple were fighting, and he was still acting. Did he think everyone was a fool? At this time, Jiang Tianin finally walked in, but he was surprised by the chaos at the scene. He thought it would be very quiet and everyone would give him their blessings. But why was it like a vegetable market? Tianin, Jiang Yunzhong hurried over and whispered to him what had just happened. Jiang Tianin gasped after hearing this. It was clearly him proposing, so why did his mother-in-law steal the show? Jiang Yunzhong reminded him again. Dad means that you should propose as soon as possible to divert everyone's attention. Jiang Tianan was forced into proposing, but the rush and the farce just now made the atmosphere of the proposal much worse. As for Ella, she had a gloomy face the whole time and coldly agreed to Jiang Tianan. She now hates Maria to death. It is obviously her good day, but why does she want to steal the limelight? Not only that, but she also makes the Jiang family laugh at her. How could she stay in the Jiang family in the future? This mother is so irresponsible. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks outside were brilliant and lively, as if the whole city was celebrating together, but the atmosphere in the hotel was still weird. Cousin, did you do this? Yi Mingzhu had just watched a great show, and she almost laughed to death, but after calming down, the first thing she thought of was George. Why did you invite me? You're looking for trouble with me. Then you'll cause trouble for them. George did not deny it, and said with a smile, This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Yi Mingzhu shuddered secretly. She originally had some thoughts about George, but now she was even more afraid. I dare not at all. In the hotel room, David smoked one cigarette after another with a red face. He didn't even dare to attend the proposal ceremony for fear of being pointed at and laughed at. He could never have imagined that his wife, with whom he had been together for decades, actually had another man outside. The adulterer even ignored him and proposed to her in public. This mean that David is incompetent? Dad, someone is playing tricks on you. Don't be fooled. I think it must be my brother. Lucas and Angela knew that David must be in a bad mood, so they ran into the room to comfort him. Moreover, when something like this happened, they subconsciously thought of George. Only George had such energy and could do things so excessively. David stuffed the cigarette but into the ashtray and looked at them angrily. Don't blame George for everything. Flies don't bite cracked eggs. If she is innocent, no one can harm her. She obviously knows the adulterer. Dad, there's nothing wrong between Mom and that uncle. We're just ordinary friends catching up. Lucas smiled and said, Besides, wasn't it the same thing you and Aunt Lynn did back then? You abandoned us in front of the whole city. My situation was different then. Aunt Lynn had just been released from prison. How could I have an affair with her? Your mother had been having an affair with that man for a long time. David slammed the table angrily. Also, even though your mother and I haven't remarried, she does have the right to find a man. But what does it mean that the man proposed to me in public? Did he do it on purpose to piss me off? Does he think I'm a coward? Am I a weak man? Am I incapable? Also, today is Ella's engagement day. Did Maria consider Ella's feelings when she did this? Ella for this. Ella will be talked about in the Jiang family. When the couple quarrels, the husband will laugh at his wife and say that your mother is also seducing someone. Besides, if a mother seduces someone, people will suspect that Ella is also a fickle woman and unfaithful to her husband. Do you understand? Lucas and Angela heard this. They were speechless and felt very angry and helpless. After a period of twists and turns, their parents had finally mended their relationship a little. But then something like this happened again. Now, is there still hope for remarriage? This is all my brother's fault. This is not the first time he has embarrassed us. He plays with us like dogs. Lucas was so angry that he clenched his fist and dragged Angela to find George to settle the score. Angela thought of what David had said and complained, I should have known not to let George come. It turns out that nothing good happened when he came. Lucas sighed. At that time, apart from Ella and Dad, everyone wanted my brother to come, including Tianan. He originally wanted to discourage my brother and show off, but this happened. David heard this. His teeth chattered with anger. Although Maria was also wrong, George's arrangement of all this was too much. It was simply murderous. Not only the Yi family, but also the Liang family and the Jiang family were all attacked by him. Of course he was angry, but considering the current relationship between George and them, it was normal for George to do so. Both parties were enemies, so it was impossible for him to be merciful and let them off. Dad, let's go see Mom. Don't be angry about what happened just now. Lucas and Angela knew that Maria was in the wrong this time. So after coaxing David for a while, they hurried to find Maria. Maria was in another room of the hotel at this time. Like David, she had no face to stay in the lobby. Not to mention her parents, she couldn't even go to see the Jiang family. I just hope Ella can say a few words for her in front of her in-laws so that she can save face. Of course, something like this happened, and no matter how Ella explained it, the stain would definitely remain. George, you are a devil. Tell me, you have caused me trouble several times. You are so cruel. I wish I could kill you. Maria roared like a madman, and she also guessed that it was George's doing. She was so angry that she wanted to find George to settle the score. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Ella coming to find her. Ella was still wearing her engagement white dress, looking holy and beautiful, but her pretty face was full of frost. Mom, I've tried my best to explain to the Jiang family, but they didn't take it seriously. Ella's voice was filled with resentment and coldness. Jiang Tianan's parents seemed not to care on the surface, but they definitely had negative opinions in their hearts, and all these opinions fell on her. Besides, the Liang family is also difficult to deal with. My grandparents are still complaining. Maria had to deal with the Liang family herself, and Ella couldn't help much. Ella, Mom, I'm sorry. Maria felt guilty when she saw Ella. You're not sorry for me. You're sorry for Dad. He's also a man. Although you're divorced, you have the right to find a man. But why did you bring a man here? Dad also has dignity. Ella said coldly. Okay, then you go back to your grandparents' house first. Explain everything to them. Then go back to Yuhai City to avoid the limelight and admit your mistakes to your father. I will let Tianan do his best to cover up the scandal here. Maria nodded, but she was unwilling to accept it. It must be George. I'm going to settle the score with him. Chapter 248, Let Her Go. I'll see if she dares. Ella couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Maria in the face. What's the point of looking for him? Do you think he will feel guilty? He will only take advantage of the situation and laugh at you. Our relationship with him is like fire and water, like an enemy. And don't blame him. Why did you invite that man? People have long guessed that you would invite him, and he deliberately made a fool of you. Mom, you can't beat George. You have to admit it. No one in our family can beat him. It's up to Grandma's family or the Jiang family. Don't always act on your own. She became angrier and angrier as she spoke. Also, I have to say something about you. Do you still have any shame? Do you still have any shame? Go back immediately and don't keep me any longer. This hard slap and the cold words made Maria stand there in a daze. stroking her cheek, tears welling up in her eyes. From childhood to adulthood, Ella has always been a very well-behaved child, second only to Yuki. But now, Ella beat her, scolded her, and even ridiculed her for being shameless. In Ella's heart, her image as a mother has completely collapsed. This result is more painful than killing her. She squatted on the ground and cried. She wanted to die. She was too ashamed to face anyone. You're still crying. You're over 50 years old. Why are you still thinking about men? Can't you live without a man? Ella had been suppressing her anger, but now she couldn't hold it back any longer. You used to pretend to be chaste in front of us and scolded your father for having a mistress. You did the same thing. Don't you have any shame? Ella, there's really nothing going on between him and me. We're just catching up on the past. Maria cried and replied that she regretted so much now. Why did you go to see Tang Feng a few days ago for some unknown reason? Do you think we are all fools? In the video, you held your chin up and looked at Tang Feng. Is that reminiscing about the past? That's pretending to be a pure girl, worshipping couples. It's so disgusting. Ella criticized and reprimanded him without giving him face. If you had really rejected him decisively, would he have come today? You just enjoy the feeling of being sought after, which led to others having the illusion that you still like him, which led to the situation today. These words dug out Maria's innermost thoughts and made them public. Maria didn't know what to say anymore. She rushed out of the room and wanted to jump out of the window in the corridor. Let me die. It would be best if I die. I have no face to see anyone. At this time, Lucas and Angela quickly grabbed her. They had arrived a long time ago and saw Ella scolding her mother. Of course, they didn't dare to interrupt. After all, Ella is no longer the same as before. She no longer relies on the Yi family. Instead, the Yi family relies on her. Besides, Maria was wrong in the first place, so it's not easy for them to speak up for her. Let her go. I'll see if she dares. Ella gave orders in a cool and calm voice. She is now familiar with Maria's character and will never commit suicide. The last time she had a divorce with my dad, she ended up committing suicide by cutting her wrists. It was because Maria felt wronged at the time and couldn't get over it. So, she committed suicide. Now it's not Maria who is being wronged, but she is the one who made the mistake. How could she commit suicide? The fact that she could meet her lover late at night shows that she hasn't enjoyed life enough. Sister, please stop being angry with Mom. With Mom's temper, this kind of thing is already very painful. Let her calm down. Lucas quickly advised. It's all George's fault. He must have done it. Don't blame others for your own sins. Ella said angrily, but finally calmed down a little. Send her back to the Liang family and take good care of her. Lucas and Angela had no choice but to do as they were told. They looked at Maria, who was like a puddle of mud, and their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Now at home, Yuki, Ella, and Lily no longer regard Maria as their mother, and they all feel sarcastic towards Maria in their hearts. Such a result is very frustrating. Perhaps this is what George said, the internal strife within the Yi family. Angela sighed and said, George has shown us clearly what kind of person our mother is through his deeds time and time again, and then we despise and look down on her. Lucas shuddered and said angrily, Brother, this is too bad. He will get his comeuppance. Angela shook her head coldly. He is indeed bad, but it is undeniable that he is also very capable. Besides, we invited him here to make him feel upset. We did on the first day, and he will definitely do it on the 15th. In short, his plan is to cause internal strife in the Yi family and bankrupt the Yi family. We must not let him get his wish. Maria was sent back to the Liang family. She kept explaining to Liang Quan and the others. None of the relatives said anything, but they couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces, and they were all laughing secretly. After all, Liang Quan felt sorry for his daughter and did not blame Maria. He just asked Maria to deal with these emotional debts. As for David, Maria must humble herself and try to appease him. After all, both of them are about to remarry. In wealthy families, reputation is very important, and remarriage can solve many negative impacts. The engagement ceremony is almost over. The wealthy and powerful people present are already preparing for the next meeting. George watched the whole farce from beginning to end. He and Yi Liju were ready to meet. At this time, Jiang Tianan came over with Ella. They were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and their every move attracted the attention of the whole audience. This must be my brother-in-law, George. Jiang Tian came specially for George. He behaved elegantly and held a wine glass. Master Jiang, I wish your engagement ceremony a complete success. George also held up a wine glass and clinked glasses with him with a smile. He glanced at Ella beside him vaguely. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. I'm not your brother-in-law. Everyone knows that I have severed ties with the Yi family, so your brother-in-law is called Lucas. The people around were slightly stunned. They knew about the feud between George and the Yi family, but they didn't expect that George would not even give face to Jiang Tianan. Oh, that's right, George continued. Mr. Jiang, you should toast your father-in-law and mother-in-law first. Do they toast? If not, it's your fault. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings became quiet. At first, everyone thought that George was not giving face to Jiang Shao, but now they found that it was more than just not giving face. It was simply a blatant fight. After all, Jiang Tiannan's father-in-law and mother-in-law had just caused a farce, and George suddenly said these words, which seemed like adding insult to injury. George, how do you talk to your brother-in-law? Ella has been tolerating George. She knows that it was George who caused all the trouble. Of course, she didn't expect George to be so arrogant that he didn't even take the Jiang family seriously. Ella, as the saying goes, you can't say more than 3 times. I've said several times. We have no relationship. Do I have to say it 3 times? George sneered and waved his hand again. Not everyone could be my sister, at least not you. Ella's pretty face was as cold as ice. She actually had a lot of questions to ask George. But now, she is too lazy to say anything. Both parties are like enemies. Any further questioning is unnecessary. And she believed that George should know the reason why she married into the Jiang family, which was for revenge, so George would definitely not show mercy. Chapter 249. Actually, he wants to kick George out. Huh, Mr. Yi. Do you still remember the Tsinghua mathematics competition? I have always remembered it. We will meet again if we are lucky enough. Jiang Tiannan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he glanced at Yi Liju again. This lady looks unfamiliar. Let's cooperate if there is a chance. Well, I'm sorry for the hospitality. Sorry for the hospitality. After saying that, he took Ella to the next table for the socializing. Jiang Tianan has a very calm personality. He's not simple. Yi Liju's opinion of Jiang Tianan increased a bit. After all, if someone else had been in that situation, they would have lost their temper long ago. George said indifferently, because he will make his move later. If I am not mistaken, he will take the lion's share of the project in the next meeting, even if he has to make concessions. Are you willing to make concessions? Yi Liju's face changed slightly. Yes, Jiang Tianan has entered the family business, so he has to make some achievements, win over people, and establish prestige. So he gives profits to his companies and enterprises to win over people. It must be said that he does have some skills. He knows that he has just started a business, and apart from the title of Jiang Shao, he is nothing else. So the first thing he does is to win over people's hearts. George has already received some information from Jiang Yunzhong. Yi Liju fell silent. If Jiang Tianan would rather give up profits than grab market share, more people would follow him. After all, if Jiang Tianan gave up a part of the profits, others would get a part of the profits. Then we can only take a small share? Yi Liju asked again. George sneered. What are you thinking about? I don't have the habit of spitting out the meat in my mouth. George in surprise, wondering what George's basis was. In fact, when Jiang Tianan greeted her just now, she understood what Jiang Tianan meant. Jiang Tianan was trying to win her over. That's why she said Jiang Tianan was not simple. Of course, she had considered this issue, but she saw that George was always confident, so she decided to wait and see before making a decision. At this time, Lucas and Angela also came over. Brother, the meeting is about to begin. Are you confident? Lucas held the wine glass and looked at George coldly. To be honest, the biggest share of this project will definitely go to young Master Jiang, and everyone who follows him will get a share, including the Yi family, the Liang family, etc., and Brother will definitely be kicked out of the project. So, I think Brother should leave now, so as to avoid being embarrassed later. After saying that, he also glanced at Yi Liju, as if hinting at Yi Liju. Yi Liju smiled but didn't say anything. She ignored Jiang Tiannan's hint just now, let alone Lucas. However, she didn't expect that Jiang Tiannan's intention was not to grab a share of the project, but to kick George out. Lucas, has your dad comforted you? How about your mom? Did she get mad and threaten to commit suicide? How come you have so much free time? You don't have to deal with household chores." George made a few sarcastic remarks to Lucas, then turned around and left with Yi Liju, leaving Lucas and Yi Liju with dark faces and gnashing teeth. Another half an hour later, George received a call and then took Yi Liju to the 27th floor. When we arrived, we found that it was very quiet and the security was very strict. We followed the security guard to a huge conference hall where we saw dozens of people sitting. The atmosphere here is solemn and serious because these people are the heads of departments: the forestry department, transportation department, urban planning department, urban investment department, etc. Of course, they're also the heads of major groups. George saw a few familiar faces among them and walked over immediately. They were Huang Zhongwan and Teacher Hu. After seeing this, Yi Liju finally understood where George got his confidence from. As far as she knew, this teacher who had great power. "George is here. Sit down." Teacher Hu entertained George, and this unintentional action made the eyes of those present sparkle. It is obvious that George is from Teacher Hu's faction. "George, today's meeting is going to be very turbulent. Not only are there leaders from the provincial capital present, but there are also people from higher up, such as China Railway Construction, Fifth Construction, Second Construction, etc. You should say hello to them." After George sat down, Teacher Hu took a sip of tea and smiled. George shook his head. "Teacher Hu, I'm just a businessman, not a regular employee, so there's no need for me to be well known. It's already great to have a few talented people to help me." Teacher Hu and Huang Zhongwan looked at each other and laughed. George meant that it was enough to just know the two leaders, and he even praised them for their outstanding abilities. The Asian Games project is very important to the higher-ups. I don't have the final say on it alone. They sent someone named Zhang Run to take charge. Teacher Hu reminded, the total investment is more than 100 billion yuan, including venue construction and maintenance, urban appearance and environmental improvement, etc. There are also large and small shares among them. It depends on how to allocate them. George understood that this was what it meant to know who gets the biggest share. The person who gets the biggest share not only determines which company can get more benefits, but also which company is eligible to participate. As he was speaking, the door opened and a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in, followed by his secretary holding a large number of documents. And in the back are Jiang Tiannan, the representative of the Jiang family, Liang Weiye, the representative of the Liang family, and of course Lucas and Angela. Jiang Tiannan and Liang Weiye have great reputations in the provincial capital. After they entered, the heads of all the large and small business groups present looked serious. "Everyone is here." Zhang Ren sat down and smiled at everyone. This Asian Games is related to the reputation of the provincial capital, and the higher-ups attach great importance to it. I won't say much about this aspect. Next, let's take a look at the document. A document was sent to each person, which roughly said that the Asian Games was the beginning of a new era for the provincial capital to make a name for itself internationally, which would bring in a lot of foreign trade and so on. So this project must be done beautifully. This is a huge project, from the construction of the site to the construction of the city's appearance. Everything from traffic to streetlights must be strictly controlled. The contractor, construction party, inspection party, etc. must also strictly control it. Zhang Ren looked at everyone present and said, "This is a meeting to pave the way for the bidding. What do you think?" George from Tianqin Group is very suitable. Zhang Ren immediately looked towards George. "I object." At this time, Liang Weiye stood up, looked around at everyone, and finally looked at Zhang Ren and said, "This project is of great importance. We must set up some door standards, whether it is size, professionalism, etc., to avoid any mistakes that affect the progress of the project and even affect everyone. On the worst side, it will have a very bad impact on the Asian Games." Zhang Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. "What does Mr. Liang mean?" "What I mean is that Tianqin Group does not meet the qualifications yet." Liang Weiye did not hide anything. As we all know, Tianqin Group is mainly based on new technology and the internet. Its professionalism and technical level and infrastructure are not up to standard. Moreover, new technology and internet businesses are prone to failure and external influences. If something goes wrong, the entire project will be dragged down. This is my opinion. After saying this, he looked at George with a strong sense of provocation. Chapter 250, Tit for Tat, Fighting Openly and Secretly. No one present expected Liang Weiye to be so bold as to not give face to teacher who and openly target Tianjin Group. However, what Liang Weiye said was not without reason. All the bidding companies and groups present were related to the Construction Bureau, such as the 3rd Construction Bureau, 5th Construction Bureau, China Railway, etc. Compared with these old companies, Tianjin Group really looked like an outsider. Zhang Ren also nodded slightly, looked at teacher who with a respectful tone and said, Teacher who? What do you think? I don't agree with Mr. Liang's opinion. Although Tianjin Group focuses on new technology and the internet, it has also made achievements in infrastructure. Several real estate projects in the provincial capital were built by them. Teacher who was not angry and smiled. Besides, any industry needs fresh blood. The old generation of infrastructure groups are bloated and exaggerated, and they are not as light and convenient as the new companies. These are all advantages. His attitude has been made clear. He is determined to recommend Tianjin Group. Liang Weiye was not to be outdone and said with a smile, Fresh blood is unstable. A financial crisis might cause the group to collapse. For such an important project as the Asian Games, it is still mainly the old construction groups that are in charge. Teacher who laughed and said, Mr. Liang, you are being a bit unreasonable in order to suppress your competitors. This is not good and is not conducive to unity. It is better to focus on the plan. Teacher who, I am taking precautions against potential risks, not suppressing my opponents. Please don't make false accusations against others. Liang Weiye has Liang Yi's support and is not afraid of teacher who at all. You know, if Liang Yi hadn't had an accident last time, teacher who would be half a head shorter than Liang Yi. When faced with Liang Weiye's aggressiveness, teacher who just shook his head and smiled. Everyone present remained silent. They were not surprised. For such a big cake, it was normal for both parties to quarrel. They might even kill each other behind the scenes. And now the situation is clear at a glance. This is a fight between two factions. One is Mr. Hu, and the other is the faction mainly composed of the Liang family and the Jiang family. Zhang Ren came from the north and didn't want to offend any of the parties. He smiled and said, for such a large project, in addition to safety, cost control is also very important. Mr. Yi, what do you think about this issue? The eyes of everyone present suddenly lit up. This is what they care about most. Profit space. George smiled and said, First of all, I would like to thank the province for its attention to our group and its trust in our group's capabilities. For this project, I will reduce the cost to between 10 and 12%, whether it is the supply of materials or scientific management, and even the time could be reduced by 10%. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room was in an uproar. The cost profit is compressed to between 10 and 12. For a project worth more than 100 billion yuan, 10% is more than 10 billion yuan. This will cause the contractors, builders, and material suppliers below to lose a lot of money. By then, Tianjin Group will have gained a good reputation, but they're the ones who have not made any money. For a time, many responsible persons were unhappy. After all, the money is paid by the higher-ups. Why are you saving money for others? Well, that's good. It reduces costs and shortens construction time. It's a good thing that benefits the country and the people. Zhang Ren nodded slightly, seeming very satisfied. I object. At this time, Jiang Tianan stood up and stared at George coldly. The Asian Games project is of utmost importance and represents the face of China. We cannot cut corners to save costs. If something goes wrong during the operation, who will bear the responsibility? The first condition of this project is to make it look good, not to save costs. When everyone heard this, they all agreed. Zhang Ren also nodded and looked at Jiang Tianan and said, What do you think of this project, Mr. Jiang? Since the province has given us the opportunity, we will definitely give back to society in our hometown. In terms of cost and time, we will work according to the requirements given by the superiors, but Dajiang Industry is willing to donate 10% of its profits to subordinate companies. Jiang Tianan said calmly. In short, we will not do anything to cut costs and leave hidden dangers, nor will we take on a project, earn the difference, and then hand it over to a lower-level company. This is irresponsible behavior. As soon as he finished speaking, more people agreed. This means that as long as Dajiang Industry is the leader in the project, they will contribute 10% of the profits to their subordinates. Looking at Tianjin Group again, the profit margin is compressed to the extreme, and these costs are shared by everyone. Unless you are a fool, everyone will support Dajiang Industry. As far as I know, This is Mr. Zhang's first time dealing with a project. He said he would not cut costs, but maybe after the project starts, the cost will increase due to lack of experience. Then the higher-ups will have to continue to allocate money, and Dajiang Industry will keep pressing ahead and make more money. At this time, George smiled and spoke. Mr. Yi, please don't make false accusations against us. Dajiang Industry has 50 years of experience in infrastructure construction. All of our engineers graduated from prestigious foreign universities. The cost has been calculated from the beginning. Jiang Tianan sneered. Tianqin Group has only risen in recent years. Your company Duo is famous for its savings. Do you think you are running such a large national project as Duo? As far as I know, many people are cursing Duo behind the scenes, which shows that the quality of your products is not up to standard. Humph, small product can be substandard. Can large buildings also be substandard? George spread his hands. I admit that we still have to work hard on after-sale service, but Duo's advantage is raw material suppliers and logistics, which Dajiang Industrial does not have. The old generation of infrastructure companies are bloated and cumbersome. Even the purchase of a screw must be approved at all levels. This not only increases the cost, but also greatly delays the project time. Mr. Yi, this is business, not online shopping. Don't mix them up. Jiang Tianan immediately responded sharply. Both sides represent their own factions, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. Lucas and Angela remained silent. They were very excited watching George and Jiang Tianan fighting head-on. Of course, I'm jealous too. When did George grow to this point? On the provincial capital's powerful platform, he is fighting fiercely with the overlord. If we don't find a way to suppress him, George will become a big boss in the provincial capital in the future. Well, both sides have their own opinions, which I think is good. Having different opinions means a lot. Zhang Ren spoke in official language at this time, without explicitly supporting either side, and continued to discuss the project issues. Teacher who occasionally interrupted and whispered to George, George, things are not that simple. Jiang Tianan might have a backup plan. Backhand. George narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, the door of the conference room was opened, and then an old man walked in with a girl. Dad, why are you here? After seeing the old man, Zhang Ren quickly stood up. Chapter 251. So, what big waves can George make? Mr. Zhang. The official figures present also stood up and greeted. This old man has an extraordinary status. He is Zhang Ren's father, the chief engineer from China Construction, and has participated in many large-scale construction projects. He has a very high status and experience. The girl next to the old man is Zhang Ren's daughter, named Zhang Shuiying. I just listened to the plan you discussed. Apart from other things, the one about cost saving is not acceptable. Is it possible to save costs for such an important matter? For this kind of project, once a loophole is open to save costs, not only will inferior products be used as good ones, but even some of the main materials will be saved. That will cause a big problem. In short, no cost saving is allowed. As a chief engineer, I give you this stern warning. After Zhang Gong sat down, he looked at everyone seriously. Once these words were spoken, the matter became clear. It was Tianqin Group that proposed cost saving just now. Mr. Zhang's opposition was like a slap in the face of Tianqin Group and eliminated Tianqin Group. Moreover, after Zhang Shuiying arrived, she also chatted with Jiang Tianan with her head down for a few words. It was obvious that they knew each other. Well, we have to take Mr. Zhang's concerns seriously. Teacher who also stood up and expressed his position at this time. Then Jiang Tianan and the others looked at George with sneers on their faces, wanting to see what George would say. But George said nothing and just drank tea from the cup. Looking at this, it's obvious that he has given up. Cousin, we are going to be eliminated. Yi Liju took a look at the situation and whispered to George, I didn't expect that the Jiang family actually knew Zhang Ren's family and even brought out the chief engineer. Her words were full of reluctance and dejection, and she felt that the matter was a foregone conclusion. George continued to drink his tea and said calmly, It's just a meeting, not the final bidding. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Liju thought about it and agreed, but she also felt that if the current situation did not change, she would inevitably lose to Jiang Tianan in the end. After Mr. Zhang spoke, everyone thought that Tianqin Group was eliminated and kicked out, without even the smallest share. So everyone ignored George. Jiang Tianan continued to express his opinions at the meeting. Of course, he also knew how to behave himself, and asked teacher Hu for his opinion from time to time. The meaning is very clear. He wants teacher Hu to give up George as well. After all, it was a foregone conclusion that George would be kicked out. If we could get teacher Hu to give up on George, that would be worth celebrating. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the meeting ended successfully. People attending the meeting left one after another. Teacher Hu and Huang Zhongwan also walked with George. Teacher Hu comforted George. George, don't worry. This is just a meeting. The province will have the final decision on how to arrange and allocate the project next. Well, I believe in the decision from above. George said politely. Teacher Hu and Huang Zhongwan immediately said goodbye and left. Yi Lizhu had been silent all along. After the two men left, she frowned and said, Cousin, Teacher Hu's tone is obviously a little different. George could actually realize that, although he represented Teacher Hu's faction, it did not mean that he was Teacher Hu's man. He and Teacher Hu only have a cooperative interest. Once the situation is not right, he, George, can be abandoned at any time. Teacher Hu is definitely not as good as Wei Mingfei of Quanqing Group. Wei Mingfei and he, George, have a common enemy. Then he took the elevator down, but at the elevator entrance, George met Jiang Tianan and his group again. Jiang Tianan glanced at George and sneered, Haha, some people don't cry until they see the coffin. They think this is Yuhai City and they can still stir up huge waves. Now I understand that the water in the provincial capital is much deeper than that in Yuhai City. A wealthy family is a wealthy family. Not just any nouveau riche can compare to it. Liang Weya, Lucas, and the others heard this. They all started laughing and looked at George as if he were a country bumpkin. George, do you think that with Teacher Hu's support, you have a backer in the provincial capital? Liang Weya also sneered. You are still too naive. To big figures like Teacher Hu, you are just a chess piece in his hand. As long as the chess piece makes too many enemies and affects him, he can abandon this chess piece at any time. After a pause, he looked at Yi Lizhu and said, Ms. Yi Lizhu, CEO of Baijin Mining? Haha, I heard that you want to extend your hand to the south. Last time, you caused our Liang family to lose a lot of money. Originally, after your last plan failed, you immediately fled to the south, and we couldn't do anything to you. Who knew you would dare to continue investing in the south? Haha, the money from this investment will be wasted in the south. If I were you, I would leave immediately and as far away as possible to minimize the losses. When Yi Lizhu heard this, her pretty face turned very ugly. Brother, your Tianqin group is doing well. Why are you participating in this project? Is this something you can participate in? This is a cake for the rich. Are you worthy of it? Lucas also added insult to injury to George. Now you don't get to eat the cake, but your backers are disappointed in you. You lost your wife and your army. Then he flattered Jiang Tianan. Brother-in-law is really awesome. With just one move, my brother will go bankrupt. Angela also took the opportunity to scold. George, why don't you go home and apologize to your parents? Maybe your parents will be happy to help you. Otherwise, it will be too late and all your efforts over the years will be gone. George looked at the group of complacent people and sneered. A meeting made you ecstatic? Wake up, the real bidding has not started yet. Maybe I'm not the one who will be kicked out. Just keep your mouth shut. Angela was stunned and burst out laughing. George's biggest supporter is Teacher Hu. Even Teacher Hu is considering whether to give up on George. So what other big waves can George make? George, you still don't understand what a wealthy family is. A wealthy family is not just about having money. It also requires connections and an industrial chain that has been laid out in the provincial capital for many years. George with disdain, I can tell you that even if I give you this project, you won't be able to get through the relationship just based on the raw materials and so on. Although George also does real estate projects, the gap is still huge compared to the big project like the Asian Games. After you are kicked out, I will see how you can still be so proud. As soon as Jiang Tianan finished speaking, many business leaders came over and took turns to flatter Jiang Tianan. These people also glanced at George with disdain in their eyes and simply ignored him. Although George represents Teacher Hu's faction, everyone can see that George is going to be abandoned. After all, in the later stage of the meeting, Jiang Tianan kept talking to Teacher Hu, which showed that he, Jiang Tianan, was not targeting Teacher Hu, but George. If Mr. Hu considers his own career, he will definitely sacrifice George. Go away. Is it fun to gather in front of the elevator? The elevator had arrived at this time. George squeezed aside Jiang Tianan and others and entered the elevator. Except for Yi Lizhu, no one dared to ride in the same elevator with George, for fear of being kicked out for being too close to George. Chapter 252, let's just go our separate ways and stop doing this. George, the reason why we failed in the bid is because of Mr. Zhang's granddaughter, Zhang Shuiying. In the elevator, Yi Lizhu said to George, I guess Zhang Shuiying and Jiang Tianan know each other. Jiang Tianan used his connections, and Zhang Shuiying helped him. George smiled faintly and said, I know they did something. In business competition, they might even kill for the sake of profit, not to mention currying favor and winning over others. Don't worry, since I asked you to help me. I will definitely not let you work for nothing. I will definitely not be the one kicked out of this project. When Yi Lizhu heard this, she felt a little relieved. In fact, she felt a little regretful when Liang Weiye mocked her just now. After all, she had already offended the Liang family, and if she continued to be so close to George, the Liang family would definitely deal with them. So she was thinking at that time whether she should put aside her pride and beg David and the Liang family humbly. But George's words now gave her more confidence. She believed that this cousin would never sit still and wait for victory. Moreover, he could have built a business tycoon in the South from scratch in just 2 years. He must not only have strong investment and business talents, but also be familiar with the ruthless rules of business and the law of the jungle. After leaving the hotel, it was a bit cold outside. After George and Yi Lizhu separated, Uncle Chun and Chi Dan also came over. Boss Yi, we all know about the meeting. Chi Dan said seriously. George raised his eyebrows. Even you know? Well, it's already spreading on the internet. I guess someone is spreading it on purpose. Chi Dan was not familiar with business, but even he knew about it, not to mention others. Master George, when a person's wealth reaches a certain level, he may not encounter business problems, but challenges from competitors. These challenges may be overt or covert. Murder and arson are commonplace. The old man had to deal with these a lot in the past. Uncle Chen also said, but I have also checked the Asian games. There are many factories and villages where the construction is taking place. The old man did business there. I can use some connections to make those people cause trouble for the higher-ups during the demolition. George was surprised. After so many years, is there anyone in the provincial capital who still gives face to my grandfather? Of course, the old man had a very big business back then, and many people benefited from him. Uncle Chin smiled and nodded. As long as you give them some money as a favor, they will definitely help. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. George nodded, got in the car, and looked out the window. If they want to kick me out, then we could just break up. Humph, if they want to play fair business competition, I will play with them. If they want to play shady tricks behind the scenes, I will also play with them. Then he looked at Chi Dan and said, notify Wang Wei and Huang Xiaobing to find me information about Zhang Gong and Zhang Shuiying, including their dirt, likes and dislikes. He knew very well that these two people were the breakthrough point. As long as they agree, Zhang Ren will definitely agree, and Zhang Ren nodded. After teacher who sees the situation clearly, he will definitely support himself again. At this time, a phone call came in. George picked up the phone and saw that it was from Xiao Lingyun. Brother-in-law, Xiao Lingyun spoke directly. Get lost. Why are you taking advantage of me? George said angrily. Haha. Okay, you're not married yet. I understand. I'll just call you brother. Roll. Haha. I won't tease you anymore. I already know everything about your situation. Damn, you dare to kick someone from my Xia family out? Since they don't allow you to do it, then no one should do it. Stop this project and wait for notice from above. Xiao Lingyun, do you still have this ability? George was surprised. Of course, the share of this project is actually given to several wealthy families in the south, such as the Liang family, the Jiang family, etc., and then it will be distributed by the wealthy families. If they kick you out, they will kick the Xia family out. Then my Xia family will definitely turn the tables, and no one can get a piece of the pie. After all, among the second-generation rich people in the provincial capital, I am the boss, and Jiang Tianan is nothing. Xiao Lingyun's voice was cold and proud. Of course, the key figures in this project are actually Zhang Gong and Zhang Shuiying. I will do their homework well. The two chatted for a while, and then hung up the phone. George didn't expect Xiao Lingyun to be so powerful. Of course, even if he knew it now, he didn't want to ask Xiao Lingyun for help, because he didn't want to implicate Olivia. Moreover, he made it clear from the very beginning that to deal with the Yi family, he did not want to rely on the help of others, but wanted to do it himself. Even if he relied on others, it would be an equal exchange, not using favors as bargaining chips. Of course, this project is somehow related to the Xia family after all, so if Xia Lingyun wants to help, we can only let him do it. And now, Xia Lingyun has the power to stop the project, which shows that the Xia family is more terrifying than the Liang family and the Jiang family. But this is not enough. Since he is going to play, he has to play it bigger and let all those who try to kick him out know that if Tianshan Group does not come to the table, no one can sit down. Afterwards, George also made a call, which was to concubine Wei Mingfei. Miss Wei, you should be clear about my situation. Haha, I understand. You've run into trouble. Several wealthy families in the provincial capital have teamed up to target you. You're about to be kicked out. Your backers are also about to abandon you. Tell me, what do you want me to do to help you? Do you have any channels for building materials, etc.? I understand what you mean. You want to start with soil, stone, bricks, steel bars, and wooden boards. However, the Jiang family and the Liang family are not pushovers. It is difficult to block them from raw materials. Of course, our group also has this kind of business which can cause some troubles. For example, the price of raw materials fluctuates greatly, which makes it difficult for them to quote and ultimately set a price. Moreover, the biggest part of this project is not the construction of the gymnasium, but the change of the city's appearance. There is an investment of 100 billion here, including the expansion of the subway line, greening, etc. Any link can cause them trouble. Okay, I owe you a favor. George nodded. Wei Mingfei immediately smiled and said, this is not a debt. As long as it has something to do with the Liang family. Even if you don't take action, I will take action, so this is considered cooperation. You are in the open, and I am in the dark. George understood what Wei Mingfei meant. He hung up the phone and called Jiang Yunzhong again. The general meaning is that Jiang Tianen has just started working at Dajiang Industrial and doesn't understand many things. So let Jiang Yunzhong cause as much trouble as possible to Jiang Tianen. Various reports, material transportation, preliminary price estimates, etc. After dealing with these, George only needed to wait for the results. When the car passed by the river, he suddenly thought of something. Drive to Beijiang Bridge. Chidan immediately did as he was told. After the car stopped on the Beijiang Bridge, George looked through the car window and indeed saw a figure. He immediately got out of the car and walked over, walking against the cold wind. That person was Tang Feng. Chapter 253. First love is bitter and fruitless. In the previous life, Tang Feng was rejected by Maria after he came back and finally committed suicide by jumping into the river. The place where he jumped into the river was Beijiang Bridge. In this life, even if George hadn't intervened, Tang Feng would have ended up taking this path. However, in the previous life, Tang Feng's proposal was not in a hotel. In this life, under George's instructions, he proposed in a hotel. So whether out of conscience or something else, George felt it necessary to persuade her. Still can't forget her. Arriving at the bridge, George asked softly. Tang Feng looked back, his face painful. Well, I can't forget it. It's been decades. I can't forget it. I thought we would be together this time. I really didn't expect her to reject me. We met a few days ago and had a good chat. Actually, I asked you to go to the hotel to propose to me tonight because I had my own selfish motives. George thought about it and didn't hide it. So, I want to apologize to you. I understand what you mean. Tonight is her daughter's engagement day. I stole her daughter's spotlight and embarrassed her. But in foreign countries, it's very romantic for parents to get engaged with their daughter together. Tang Feng's view on love is indeed different from that in China. In my opinion, love is more important than anything else. Maybe my proposal will cause ridicule, but it also represents my courage. If she really loves me, she will go with me. George then asked, is she your first love? Tang Feng nodded. George said, first love is the most beautiful, but also bitter and fruitless. You have had good memories with her, but she still doesn't love you. What she loves is money and herself. So even if you give everything for her, she won't be moved or emotional. First love is also a lesson that must be learned in life. Love without the experience of first love is also an imperfect love, isn't it? Perhaps, in this world, your love has already appeared, and she has been waiting for you. Your rejection and your indifference are just like what Maria did to you. She is probably in pain too. Go find her. George looked at the river under the bridge in the night and spoke calmly. Tang Feng was stunned for a moment and remained silent, as if he remembered something. George turned his head and looked at him and continued to persuade him. If you don't believe it, you can send a message to Maria saying that you got an inheritance abroad, which is hundreds of millions of US dollars. If she replies to you, it means that she cares about money. After a pause, he talked about his relationship with Maria, his experiences in the Yi family, and so on. George in disbelief. Afterwards, he sent the message as George said, and sure enough, Maria replied to his message, which made him very painful. You know, after coming out of the hotel, he kept sending messages and calling Maria, but Maria didn't respond to him. What does she need so much money for? Just enough money is enough. Tang Feng kept shaking his head, as if he couldn't accept the reality. George knew that Tang Feng was a romantic person who was not pragmatic. So even though he had been with Maria for some time, Tang Feng could not sense Maria's vanity. Mr. Tang, you and Maria have known each other for a long time. Have you heard of Xiaoyue? George thought for a moment and asked again. Lin Huashen told him about Wei Quansheng and Xiaoyue. He's been looking into them and always feels that they are very important. Although George had experienced a lot of things in his previous life, he had never heard of these two people in his previous life. Xiaoyue? A very familiar name. It seems like I've heard Maria mention it before. Tang Feng was lost in memories. After all, so many years had passed. The reason I remember this is because Maria was on the phone at the time. She was very excited and mentioned thallium. Later, I learned that thallium was a rare metal. George's eyes lit up. Who is Xiaoyue? Where is she? What's the matter with thallium? I'm not sure either. I just heard them mention it over the phone. Tang Feng shook his head and looked at George and said, Mr. Yi, let me check for you. When Maria was hospitalized in the ugly country, I know which hospital she was in. Good. The two continued chatting in the cold wind, but George could see that Tang Feng seemed to have gotten over his worries. A few hours later, Tang Feng finally left and booked the earliest flight to ugly country. George took a car home, and not long after, he received a message from Tang Feng. Mr. Yi, you are right. First love is bitter and fruitless. It is also a lesson that must be learned in life. My girlfriend is already waiting for me, and I'm also her first love. Thank you. Putting away his phone, George looked out the car window. In the distance, fireworks were being set off. It was very beautiful and gorgeous. Tang Feng, in your last life, you committed suicide. In this life, you have walked out of the haze and have a new life. I sincerely wish you all the best. In fact, it's not just Tang Feng, it's the same for him. Xia xia, the cold wind blowing in from the window, also reminded George of Olivia. At this time, the Liang family was bustling with activity. Although Ella has not yet married into the Jiang family, in Jiang Tiannan's heart, Ella has long been his wife. So he also came to the Liang family to wish a happy new year. He brought many gifts and gave red envelopes to everyone, and was extremely filial to Liang Quan and the others. George will most likely be kicked out of this meeting. While the family was having dinner, Liang Wei said happily, as if to take credit for it. Of course, this is Tiannan's effort. We didn't expect that he actually knew Zhang Shuiying. After hearing this, the elders of the Liang family praised Jiang Tiannan nonstop. Tiannan, you're amazing. You've accomplished something big just starting out. This project will probably be led by you, Weiya, Xiaoxiu, and others. All the large and small construction companies in the south will also give you face. The young are to be feared. Liang Yi, Liang Kaiyan, and others were also in a good mood and drank a few more glasses. What about Maria? Let her come out too. We are all family. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Liang Quan even shouted to the younger generations, asking someone to invite Maria. Maria felt very ashamed of what happened tonight, so she pretended to be sick and hid in her room. No matter how people persuaded her, she refused to come out. Go tell Maria about the project. George has been kicked out, and Mr. Hu is probably going to give up on him. This is good news. Without a backer, how dare that rebellious son be so rampant? What big waves can he stir up? Go! Liang Quan's resentment towards George grew even greater. He also knew that Maria was embarrassed tonight. It seemed that George had framed her. In fact, in his heart, he and the third sister Liang Saijia had similar ideas. Both wanted George to come back, but Maria and Liang, he had always been against it. And with so many things happening, his mentality gradually changed. Chapter 254, I wish you all the best in the coming year. Dad, I'm going. Liang Kaiyan ran out immediately, and not long after, Maria really ran out. and her face was flushed with ruddy glow, completely different from her previous embarrassed and humiliating look. In fact, this kind of embarrassing thing is not the first time that it has happened. Once Lin Huashan appeared and David filed for divorce, everyone knew about it. She had already lost face in Yuhai City. Later, when the Yi group was in crisis, she took her family to ask George for help, but was eventually criticized by thousands of people and established the image of a vicious woman. After 1 or 2 times, you will gradually get used to it. Of course, the most important thing is that she has now somewhat let go of her pride and is determined to fight George to the death. Moreover, during this period, she had regretted it more than once, feeling that she had really let George down. However, as soon as this thought came up, she repeatedly stifled it, without even having the chance to take root. Her personality would never allow her to bow to her son. Mom! Jiang Tiannan immediately stood up and greeted him. Tiannan, is everything you said true? George has no one to rely on. Maria suppressed her excitement and asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Hu is very disappointed in George. Mom, George is just a nouveau riche. How can he fight against the rich? Just say one word. I can make him live or die if you want him to. Jiang Tiannan is trying to curry favor with Maria. Hey, Tiannan, you are really capable. Maria was overjoyed and looked at Ella again. Ella didn't say a word and had an arrogant attitude, which was completely different from her attitude when she ate at the Liang family before. She is now powerful enough. Her husband's family has connections with both the black and white people in the provincial capital. Even Liang Kaiyan and the others have to look at her face. Even when Maria saw Ella, she seemed half a head shorter. Ella did not expose Maria's lie of pretending to be sick and said calmly, It's New Year's Day. Are you feeling better? If you feel better, let's have dinner together. Much better. Let's eat together. Let's eat together. Maria could tell that Ella's tone was full of disdain, as if she was rewarding her. She felt uncomfortable, but she still held back. At this time, Lucas said excitedly, Mom, my brother was in such a mess at the meeting tonight. Teacher who was the only one who spoke for him, so everyone targeted him and criticized him. Finally, Teacher who saw that something was wrong, and he didn't dare to help George. Yes, I heard that Teacher who is not only disappointed with George, but also very impatient. He plans to abandon George and support someone else. Liang Weiya also said this. Liang Yu was also in Teacher Hu's position and could understand Teacher Hu's thoughts. Old Hu and George are not old friends, nor are they from the same team. They just share the same interests. When the crisis facing George is greater than the interests, Old will definitely give up George after sensing the pressure. Now that even he said so, everyone felt relieved. You have to know that George can conduct business in the provincial capital because he has the support of Teacher Hu. If Teacher Hu withdraws, George will be blocked in all aspects, and his business will plummet. Brother has been fighting with us for so long. This time he not only lost his interest, but also lost face. He finally hit a wall. Lucas raised his glass, stood up, and looked at everyone. I finally had a comfortable year. Xiaoxiu, I wish everyone good luck in the coming year. The whole family raised their glasses and had a great time. The next day, a piece of news spread among the wealthy circles in the provincial capital. Young Master Jiang has won a 100 billion yuan project and married the superstar Ella. Congratulations! George of Tianqin Group has been defeated, and the business will be withdrawn from the south forever. At the provincial capital giants meeting, George was beaten without any chance to fight back and knelt down to worship the provincial capital giants. The news spread not only in the circle of wealthy people, but also in the circle of rich second generations, causing university classmates to spread the news as well. No way. Our idol George has been screwed. Huh. You don't know how to behave yourself, and you've touched other people's cakes. Doing business is not about fighting and killing. It's also about the ways of the world. George is young. How can he understand these things? I heard that George has lost his backing now. It will be even more troublesome in the future. Unwritten rules, unwritten rules. If you don't understand the unwritten rules, you will be deceived. The news spread like wildfire. At this time, in the Yi family, David was spending the new year alone at home. Liang Yi and Liang Quan called him many times and invited him to the Liang family for dinner. But David always found excuses to refuse. Later, Maria called to admit her mistake and apologize for Liang Quan's sake, but David did not answer the phone. He was still mad at what Maria had done. It was New Year's Day, and he was alone, drunk every day. He didn't sober up until Lucas and Angela called him and told him about George. Of course, he was happy about what was going to happen to George. George's career developed too fast. Duo made him a national celebrity. He was already able to sit on the same table with the top figures in the provincial capital. But after all, it developed too fast, and he lacked the foundation, so he was brought down. I won't even have anyone to rely on in the future. The future is worrying. It has to be said that there is a huge difference between the nouveau riche and the local dignitaries in essence. The next day, David was bored and couldn't find any relatives to visit, so he went to talk to Yuki. The prison was holding a New Year event and had invited students from the school to perform. David and Yuki sat and watched. The performing child was probably in his teens and was playing the piano expertly. I remember Lucas also had a piano performance when he was 14, and he played really well. George had just come back at that time and looked at Lucas with admiration. Later, my father said that people who work hard may not necessarily succeed, but those who don't work hard will never succeed. This statement seemed to be mocking George. Yuki held his chin and looked at the piano playing on the stage. She remembered that George looked at Lucas with admiration, while David attached great importance to Lucas and ignored George. David understood what Yuki meant and gave a bitter smile. Now, George is much more successful than Lucas. I used to look down on him, but now he slapped me hard. Yuki nodded and said meaningfully, "It's a pity that Feng Ming is too strong and has affected many people. To be honest, I feel a little sorry for him. After all, it's not a miracle that he has come this far from scratch." David understood what Yuki meant and said helplessly, "Wanru, you just like to be sentimental. When George was in his prime, you were afraid of him and hated him. But when he fell from the platform and returned to his original form, you sympathized with him and pitted him. This kind of sometimes kind and sometimes tough character is not good. Dad, I can't change it. This is my personality. Maybe I've always treated George as a doll and always wanted to control him. Once I lose control, I will get angry and embarrassed. So, George's achievements must be lower than mine to awaken my kindness and love." Yuki smiled, turned to look at David and said, "Dad, do you think George can overcome this crisis this time?" David shook his head. "It's difficult. George's confidence is teacher who. Without teacher who, your sister, your mother, your brother, and even the Liang family would pounce on him like hyenas and cut George into pieces." Chapter 255. Tomorrow, it will be our turn to take action. Yuki suddenly smiled bitterly. "Maybe we are the same. Don't think I feel sympathy for him now, but when I do something, I will be very cruel. This is what George always said. We seem to blame ourselves and feel guilty, but in fact, we are just talking." David felt that Yuki had matured a lot and asked, "You should know about your mother's affairs. What do you think?" Yuki understood what David meant. We still have to live our lives. Whether it's a woman or a man, it's normal to occasionally express emotions. Besides, nothing happened between Mom and him. We can't be so petty. A wealthy family is different from an ordinary family. It's a big ship. For the sake of the big ship, everyone must put the overall situation first. David was silent. He didn't expect Yuki to have such awareness, but he felt very uncomfortable listening to it. What's the point of expressing your emotions? Can you clear everything up with just one sentence? Mom is also a woman. She may seem strong, but she is a little girl at heart. She also likes to be loved. It is understandable that a woman would be willful occasionally and experience the love of being held in the palm of her hand. Besides, this matter was caused by George, so he should be blamed." Yuki glanced at David and said lightly, "In this way, I am already persuading David to let go of the past." David couldn't listen anymore. He thought Yuki hated Maria, so he asked, "Your mother sacrificed you to go to jail for your second uncle's daughter. Don't you hate her?" Yuki was very calm when she heard this. "What's the point of hating her? She's my mother after all. Do I have to deal with her? Besides, the Yi group was in crisis at that time. If I hadn't stepped forward to take the blame, the Yi family would have gone bankrupt long ago. When the nest is overturned, no one will be left unscathed. I understand this principle." David felt a little guilty after hearing this, and finally didn't say any more on this topic. However, he was still very surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that after all these things happened, Yuki still didn't resent Maria. He remembered that when Yuki was asked to take the blame, they had a fierce quarrel. Afterwards, he grumbled for a few words and went to see Lily. Lily has never met anyone from the Yi family, but perhaps because it is Chinese New Year, she agreed to meet David. This also surprised David. At the beginning, he drove Lily out of the Yi family, causing Lily to suffer a lot outside and even become addicted to drugs. Lily should hate him very much. After meeting, David and Lily chatted a lot, talking about their childhood, current situation, and so on. Lily seemed to be in good spirits and occasionally interjected a few words, but David vaguely sensed that Lily's responses seemed a bit perfunctory. After talking about George, Lily finally perked up. "You guys underestimate my brother. You want to bring him down? He's not that simple. Who can guarantee that my brother's only supporter is teacher who? Don't be happy too soon." Lily is speaking up for George. David was shocked and subconsciously thought that Lily was suffering from the sequelae of drug abuse, and her thinking was abnormal. After all, George could not escape the responsibility for Lily's current fate. "Lily, go for a physical examination during this time. I'll tell the doctor later. You should have a good rest." David didn't want to continue chatting with her, for fear of upsetting Lily. "Dad, do you think I'm crazy?" "I'm not crazy. I'm very sober." "You guys, there was a time when you felt really bad for George, but you didn't do anything to make up for it. I guess you must be hiding some secrets, so you have to continue to be cruel. You're afraid that George will find out about all the bad things you did back then. It's no use clinging to your grandparents' legs and trying to survive. George has already expected this. He won't even let your grandparents go." David left. Lily's voice was still coming from behind him, which scared him so much that he trembled. Then he found a doctor and asked him to check Lily to see if her brain was damaged. If so, the only option was to increase the dosage of the medicine. At this time, after George returned to Tianchan Group, he chatted with Olivia and Johnson. In addition, Shi Xiaoqi, Wang Wei, and others were also there. They also knew about the rumors that were spreading outside and were very worried, especially Wang Wei and Huang Xiaobing, because their business has been growing bigger and bigger as they follow George. They also know that when the business reaches a certain level, the bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. "Boss Yi, do you need us to block the news on the internet?" Huang Xiaobing asked. George smiled and shook his head. "No, the rumors will be broken on their own. Don't worry, it will be our turn to take action tomorrow." Wang Wei and Yugong looked at each other and smiled. Since its establishment, Tianchan Group has actually encountered many bankruptcy crises, but Mr. Yi has managed to overcome them every time. This time, George is so confident. He must have a plan to deal with it. Of course, Olivia and Li Dafa actually knew the situation and were not as worried as Wang Wei and the others. Especially Olivia. When her sister told her that Xiao Lingyun was going to take action personally, she knew that everything would be fine. The next day, George spent the new year with everyone, touring the city a bit, and then eating some private dishes at the farm. In the evening, Wang Wei had found out a lot of information and conveyed it to George. George looked at the message on his phone, smiled, and asked Qidong to take him to Rice Hotel. The information found was exactly about Zhang Gong and Zhang Shuiying. The doorbell of the presidential suite at Rice Hotel rang. Mr. Zhang immediately went to open the door. After opening it, he saw a young man in a black suit standing there with 2 bodyguards. "Who are you?" Mr. Zhang looked a little cautious. "Let me introduce myself. George from Tianjin Group." "The young man is George." Engineer Zhang frowned and finally remembered. "You are here for the project bidding, right? You guys should compete fairly. What's the point of looking for me in the middle of the night? Go away." These words were said with a righteous aura and full of disgust. George was not angry. He smiled and said, "It's late at night and the weather is cold. I'm here now. I have to have a cup of tea before leaving." After saying this, he walked in without caring about Zhang Gong's dark face. Mr. Zhang was unhappy and tried to stop George, but Qidong and Uncle Chun immediately pushed Mr. Zhang away, allowing George to enter the room smoothly. After entering the presidential suite, George took a look around and said, "The environment is nice. It must cost tens of thousands of dollars to stay there for one night. This kind of hotel doesn't have any other special features. In one word, it's expensive." It seems that Mr. Zhang is also a particular person. At this time, Zhang Shuiying also ran out. She was dressed up beautifully and was preparing to go dancing. She also recognized George and said angrily, "Grandpa, why did you let him in? He is George, Jiang Tianan's competitor." Zhang Gong said angrily, "I know that he can't compete with us in a fair way, so he plans to use some unorthodox means to win us over. Ha! He really underestimates our character." Chapter 256, Don't You Know That This Kind of Ticket is Priceless? George angrily when she heard this. George, I am also a student of Tsinghua University. Jiang Tian and told me about the math competition a long time ago. I didn't expect that you were so young and act so despicable. Do you think you can win over Jiang Tianan by currying favor with us? I tell you, no matter how much money you offer, we will not be tempted. Zhang Gong also sneered. The current atmosphere is nothing like our era. It's too impetuous. People don't do down-to-earth things, don't serve the people, and only want to benefit themselves. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone to record a video to prove his innocence, and he will have to hand in the video later. George had already sat down, crossing his legs on the sofa. Good criticism. Take pictures, as much as you want. He laughed again and said, You too can live in the presidential suite. How can you be short of money? As for gifts, antiques, luxury goods, you probably won't be interested in them. When Zhang Gong and Zhang Shuiying heard this, they both raised their chins, as if they were of high moral character and incorruptible. At this time, George took out a ticket from the inner pocket of his suit and placed it on the table. But I think Ms. Zhang will be very interested in this concert ticket. This ticket is for the front row, and it also qualifies you to have a meal with Mimi. Concert? Mimi. Zhang Shuiying was shocked. People with their family background generally don't care about money. Of course, it's not that they despise it, but they don't pay much attention to small amounts of money, so they pay more attention to special things. For example, Zhang Shuiying, she has always liked Mimi, wanted to watch Mimi's concert, wanted her autograph and take a photo with her, etc. But these can't be bought with money. Moreover, Mimi is a world-class musician and singer, so this domestic approach will not work on her. So when George took out the concert tickets and even mentioned that she could have dinner with Mimi, how could Zhang Shuiying not be excited? As the saying goes, love is priceless. Grandpa, these are indeed the latest concert tickets, and they are of the highest grade. Many rich people in the ugly country cannot buy them. Zhang Shuiying took the ticket and looked at it, dancing with excitement. Mr. Zhang knew his granddaughter was a fan of celebrities, and he also knew how rare the tickets were. He looked at George, and his tone slowed down. Mr. Yi, thank you very much. Ying has been looking for this ticket for a long time. You're welcome. This was given to me by a friend. I don't know any English songs, but I thought Ms. Zhang might like it, so I gave it to her. George laughed. How much? Zhang Gong asked. I can't let you work for nothing. Just tell me straight. George pretended to be stunned and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, you don't think I'm short of money, do you? I came here late at night to deliver the tickets just for that little money. This is my gift, don't get me wrong. Zhang Gong looked a little embarrassed, but his attitude was firm. You can't take people's things for free, not even a needle or a thread. How much is it? Just tell me. Ha ha. George couldn't help laughing. Mr. Zhang, don't you know that this kind of ticket is priceless? Mr. Zhang was choked. George continued. I sent the tickets here. Of course, I didn't do it for nothing. I just wanted to bribe you too, and then say a few good words for me about the project. This, Engineer Zhang didn't expect George to be so direct. It was obvious that he didn't understand the rules and so on. His EQ was not high. He said righteously, the ticket is the ticket, and the project is the project. They are two different things. We can't do something that violates the principles for our own selfish reasons. George sneered. Mr. Zhang, you can just say this outside, but not in front of me. Let me calculate from Mr. Zhang. Currently, Mr. Zhang has retired and his nationality has been transferred abroad, as has your granddaughter and the whole family. Assets and stuff have long been transferred out. I have quite a few properties in Los Angeles and Golden State. Some people of your generation worked hard for the people and principles at the beginning, went to the countryside to work and build their hometowns. But unfortunately, after wandering around abroad and seeing the colorful world, none of them came back. By the way, you have participated in several large projects. The materials used in some of these projects were all substandard and could be called shoddy. Of course, if something went wrong, you couldn't be held responsible. You had already cleared yourself of all responsibility and even immigrated. George said this while crossing his legs in a nonchalant manner, as if he was mocking Zhang Gong's pretense just now. All those righteous words and deeds of serving the people and the family were already spread out behind Zhang Gong's back. After hearing this, Mr. Zhang's face turned blue and red, and he was very angry. But he didn't dare to say to her face, so he said coldly, Mr. Yi, I don't know what you were talking about. If you have evidence or something, go and report me. Don't talk nonsense here. Okay, it's late. I'm sorry for the hospitality. Please go back. Okay, I'm leaving. George stood up and looked at Zhang Shuiying, only to see that Zhang Shuiying was still looking at the ticket with great interest. Zhang Gong was also very embarrassed when he saw it, and reminded her, Ying, give this ticket back to someone else. When you get home, Grandpa will buy you one. What are you buying? Can you afford it? The rich people in that ugly country won't give you face. You can't buy this ticket no matter how much money you spend. Zhang Shuiying doesn't want to pay it back. Mr. Zhang was so angry that he stamped his feet. It was obvious that George was trying to bribe us. How could his granddaughter not see through it? He said angrily, If you take this ticket, you will be able to use it against them. What are you afraid of, Grandpa? This isn't the first time you've done something like this. Besides, we are foreign residents. No evidence can be used against us. Zhang Shuiying looked as if it was a matter of course. George looked at the grandfather and grandson, one pretending and the other singing a different tune, and said with a smile, If you like it, take it. Just think of it as a gift from friend. After that, he led Uncle Chun and the others away. When they reached the door, he turned around and said, Mr. Zhang, please think carefully about what I said, then open the door and leave. Mr. Zhang's face turned pale, and after looking at Zhang Shuiying, he looked helpless. This was an open and above-board bribe, but unfortunately, his granddaughter was deceived. Now that the ticket has been received, he can't explain it clearly. Moreover, George came not only to bribe, but also to threaten, because George knew a lot about Zhang Gong. Once Zhang Gong did not cooperate, George would lift the table, and no one would be able to get into heaven. This George is not simple. Mr. Zhang thought about it, and had to call Zhang Run. As expected, Zhang Run was shocked. He had reminded his daughter many times before coming that everything should be handled impartially. He even bought many things his daughter wanted for this reason, just because he didn't want her to be used against anyone. Who knew that his daughter would fall into the trap? And it was an open trap. Zhang Gong couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from loving his granddaughter. Zhang Run, Dad can't do anything. The ticket is really hard to buy with money. It's like an antique handed down from generation to generation. Alas, I don't know what's wrong with young people nowadays. She's just an actor. Is it worth it? Dad, it's not that simple. I heard a rumor that the higher-ups want to stop the project. They said there seems to be something wrong with some detail. They won't start the project until they figure it out. Zhang Ren reminded him seriously. I am the person in charge of the project. The superiors bypassed me and asked me to stop the work. This shows that some of the bidders have great power. Is there such a thing? Mr. Zhang was shocked. Chapter 257. This guy, it turns out this is how he does business. Zhang Ren said in a low voice. Well, I looked at the people in the south. There are several people with great power, but the only one who is related to the project is the Xia family in the provincial capital. I suspect they are the ones who did it. The Xia family is very powerful. They look like a fourth-tier family, but they are actually between third-tier and second-tier. The older generation participated in nuclear research and were responsible for it. They like the big guys walking through the grass. At present, the companies that have been kicked out of the project are Tianshan Group, Baijin Mining, Hongshi Construction Group, Shaoang Steel, etc. Perhaps the reason lies with them. I plan to let Tianshan Group do the project. I have already recommended it to the higher-ups. If they allow the project to proceed, it means the problem lies with Tianshan Group. Zhang Gong took a deep breath after hearing this. Thinking of George's disdainful look just now, he also felt that it was very likely. In fact, he also knew that this project was a struggle between George and the wealthy and powerful people in the provincial capital. Neither he nor his son Zhongren were from the south, so why bother to offend others? In addition, George knows a lot about them, and they are lenient with him. In this case, let's help Tianshan Group. Grandpa, I'm going out to play. Zhang Shuiying didn't know about these things and left happily. 2 hours later, Zhang Shuiying suddenly ran back in panic. When she saw Zhang Gong, she hugged him and cried, Grandpa, I was scared to death. I almost died. Mr. Zhang gasped and quickly asked what happened. It turned out that Zhang Shuiying had just taken the elevator downstairs when suddenly the elevator malfunctioned and she fell from the 21st floor. Zhang Shuiying had tried to save herself according to the tutorial, but it didn't work. Fortunately, the elevator finally resumed function on the 5th floor. After getting out of the elevator, Zhang Shuiying was so scared that she dared not go out to play. She quickly changed to another elevator to come back. As a result, When the elevator went up to the 20th floor, the same thing happened again, and it fell all the way to the 5th floor. Zhang Shuiying escaped death again, and then she didn't dare to take the elevator. She witnessed other people taking the elevator, but nothing happened. Finally, Zhang Shuiying and the waiter climbed back up the stairs one step at a time. Climbing the stairs almost cost Zhang Shuiying half her life. How could this happen? In a 5-star hotel, is the elevator so bad? Is there no one to maintain it? Zhang Gong cursed angrily and quickly called Zhang Run. Zhang Ren was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this, but he smelled something wrong. Dad, someone must have done something wrong here. Otherwise, why would they target Ying? If you don't believe me, check the elevator surveillance. It definitely didn't capture Ying's accident. This is a warning, a threat to us to cooperate. Otherwise, we won't be so lucky next time. Mr. Zhang widened his eyes. How dare you threaten them? He immediately called the waiter to check the surveillance video. And sure enough, the surveillance video of Zhang Shuiying in the elevator was gone. After seeing it, Mr. Zhang didn't dare to say anything. After returning to the room, he was so scared that he sat down on the sofa. The other party is very scary and can kill them easily, not to mention causing unexpected incidents. Is that George? He's a violent competitor. After thinking about it, Engineer Zhang called Zhang Ren. Zhang Ren was helpless after hearing it. No matter if it's George or not, let's not interfere in Nanfang's affairs. Besides, if Jiang Tianan hadn't established a good relationship with Ying, the project might not have belonged to Jiang Tianan. It was Jiang Tianan who broke the rules first, so you can't blame George for being dissatisfied. Besides, I just received a call from the higher-ups, saying that the project is continuing. Don't you think it's strange? I just recommended Tianxin Group, so the project can continue. Okay, that's it. I'll call George. After Zhang Ren hung up the phone, he called George. George was also surprised after answering the call. He didn't expect the other party to reply so quickly. Mr. Yi, there was an accident in the project, and it has been temporarily stopped. However, the project will continue with the bidding in 2 days. Tianxin Group has met the requirements and will be successful in the bidding. It will be responsible for the progress of the entire project. What do you think? Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely complete the task. It's a pleasure to work with you. We can say that we have known each other for a long time. Zhang Ren's tone was very polite. After hanging up the phone, George was still thinking about what Zhang Ren said. Zhang Ren was obviously in a hurry and wanted to quickly determine who would own the project. Obviously, something went wrong on his side. Moreover, Zhang Ren said that there is no acquaintance without fighting, as if there had been some friction with Zhang Ren. However, George used both soft and hard tactics on Mr. Zhang. He asked Quanshan Group to find a way to find the tickets, gave him the concert tickets, and appealed to his preferences. Then he told Mr. Zhang's dirt as a warning. He didn't even hit him. That's not his style. After all, when it comes to doing business legitimately, George has the knowledge and experience from his previous life. Under fair competition, he is not afraid of anyone at all. Unless he meets people like Wu Yuanliang and Jiang Hongqi who don't play by the rules, he will resort to extreme measures. Violence, using tricks, etc. are never George's first choice. So who is dealing with Zhang Ren? Could it be my brother-in-law, Xiao Lingyun? George thought of what Xiao Lingyun once said. It was obvious that his brother-in-law was not an easy person to get along with. When he did not approve of George, George was also captured and taken to an isolated island, where he was almost killed. Moreover, it is said outside that Xiao Lingyun is a ruthless person who eats people without leaving any bones behind. This is how he does business. George was speechless. The next day, Liang Weiye and Lucas had already started working together to prepare for the bidding for the project. They had to make sure everything was foolproof so that they could win the bid successfully once the bidding started. Procedurally, everything went smoothly, but problems arose during the demolition in the Liangsuan area. A gymnasium is being built in Liang Village, but the villagers there are not satisfied with the compensation for the demolition and are refusing to sign. After Liang Weiye figured out the situation, he couldn't help but feel a little upset. How much do they want? Each household gets a share of the money based on the number of people, 1 million per person, not including the money for the land, and there will be dividends after the project is completed, and they don't agree to this. Lucas was surprised. Can't we just be a wealthy village? They want more. I have held meetings with several village committees, and they also want this. Liang Weiye said angrily. If this part is stuck, the bidding will also be stuck, and the plan will not be released. I'll go talk to them. Lucas knew that this project was related to whether Yi Group could turn around, so he took Angela to Liangsuan area immediately. As a result, he had just handed his business card to the villagers and had no time to get warm with them before they chased him out of the village with hose and brooms. He looked so miserable. Xiao Su, I think they have a lot of complaints about the Yi Group. Angela was also shocked. She quickly took out her laptop to check and found that Liangsuan was indeed related to Yi Group. Back then, Liang village was very poor. It was her grandfather who helped the village by building 2 factories, repairing roads, and so on, which boosted the village's trade. After his grandfather passed away, David felt that the factory, freight, and other expenses here were too high, so he stopped cooperating with Liangsuan. Canceling the cooperation is like killing one's parents and cutting off one's financial resources. No wonder Liangsuan hates them so much. Chapter 258. It's a small matter. It's taken me the whole morning. Could it be that the reason why Liangsuan is not cooperating is not because of the demolition compensation, but because of its dissatisfaction with the Yi Group? Lucas was surprised when he heard Angela's words. If Mr. Jiang and my cousin knew about this, they might kick us out because we delayed their bidding. Don't tell anyone. Why is this happening? Do you think someone is playing tricks on the villagers of Liang Village? Angela said with a headache, and then stared at Lucas. Lucas guessed something from Angela's eyes and thought of George at the first time. Although he didn't know how George knew the history of Liangsuan and Yi Group, George was indeed a big suspect. Xiao Su, how is the situation over there? At this time, Liang Weiye called him. Lucas hesitated and didn't know how to answer. We need to solve it as soon as possible. We are the leaders of this project, and we must handle these things well. Only then will the contractors and builders below us follow our lead. Liang Weiye said anxiously, please solve it as soon as possible. I will call Jiang Xiao now to see how his work is going. At this time, Dajiang Industry. Jiang Tianan brought Ella into the group, and everyone who met them called Jiang Tianan Mr. Jiang, and Ella, Mrs. Jiang. Ella came from a wealthy family and was accustomed to these titles, but the scale of Dajiang Industrial still surprised her. It was twice as big as the Yi Group at its peak. You know, Dajiang Industry is just one of the 2 major groups of the Jiang family. By this calculation, the Jiang family's assets are most likely in the 200 billion level, and many of their assets are relatively invisible, which is a common problem for wealthy families. Otherwise, the Jiang family would definitely be in the top 3 on the Southern Rich list. Well, Happy New Year! Jiang Tianan kept giving red envelopes to his employees. His face was flushed, and he looked very happy. He didn't care if people called him Mr. Jiang, but he cared if Ella was called Mrs. Jiang. This is what he has always dreamed of. After sitting down in the luxurious office, Jiang Tianan asked his secretary, was the preparation for the bidding going? The secretary suddenly stammered. What's wrong? The bidding will start the day after tomorrow, and the plan hasn't been finalized yet. I tell you, the construction will begin as soon as the bidding results are announced, and there is no delay. Jiang Tianan raised his eyebrows. Boss Jiang, because Dajiang Industry mainly focuses on real estate and highway projects. We need to make more preparations in terms of urban construction projects. For example, technical personnel and scientific and technological personnel are currently in Jiang Group and need to be transferred over. The secretary replied awkwardly. Then come over here. Why are you in a daze? Do you still need me to teach you how to do things? Jiang Tianan's tone sank. It's already this late, and they're still short of people. The secretary said bitterly. It's just that Chairman Jiang said that the leadership and backbones of the 2 groups are not allowed to move back and forth. Even if it is a transfer, it needs the consent of the chairman and general manager, and it must be agreed at all levels. Jiang Tianan slammed the table angrily. What a broken rule. I am the young master of the Jiang family. What I'm talking about is the resolution of the board of directors. Let the relevant personnel come here immediately. The secretary was so scared that he was trembling. He said with a stiff upper lip, Boss Jiang, I can't make the move. I need you to call the chairman and vice president in person. It's really troublesome. When I take charge of Jiang's group, all these cumbersome procedures will be canceled. Jiang Tianan had no choice but to call his father, who naturally agreed. Then he called Jiang Yunzhong, but Jiang Yunzhong didn't answer. What are you doing, bro? Jiang Tianan was immediately anxious. At this time in the Northwest, Jiang Yunzhong looked at the phone number on his mobile phone and sneered secretly. George has already informed him to bring as much trouble as possible to Jiang Tianan. So, he deliberately didn't answer the phone. At present, nothing has started on the planning and other work related to the project in Dajang Industry. The bidding will take place the day after tomorrow, leaving Jiang Tianan empty-handed. An hour later, Jiang Yunzhong called back. Tianan, my brother is in a meeting in Beijing and is not allowed to call. Dad said last night that this meeting is very important. What do you want from me? Jiang Tianan was so angry that he was about to explode. But after hearing Jiang Yunzhong's explanation, he endured it and explained his purpose. This is a small matter. I'll let Xiao He handle it for you. It's just a small matter. It has delayed me for the whole morning. Hurry up. Jiang Tianan hung up the phone and finally felt a little better. But at this time, the secretary ran in again, blushing and cautiously said, Mr. Jiang, the finance department has calculated the cost expenditure of the project, etc. It will take half a month to figure it out. What the hell are you doing? You can't even come up with a budget for a project. Jiang Tianan almost had a heart attack from being so angry. He considered himself a top student at Tsinghua University and a math genius, so business matters should be easy for him. As a result, I encountered so many troubles in my first big project. It feels as if his subordinates don't know how to do anything, and he has to do everything himself. It's like this. Recently, foreign steel has been in urgent need, and the prices of various raw materials have increased. At the same time, the prices of domestic raw materials have also fluctuated, with a new price every day. This has caused many suppliers to hold back goods and wait to sell them at high prices. Therefore, the market price of raw materials fluctuates too much, and the cost budget cannot be reduced. Of course, it's okay to calculate rashly, but the biggest worry is that the calculated cost is higher than the actual market cost. Then the plan will not look good, and it may not pass the official review. If the calculated price is lower than the market price, we will have to make up the difference. The secretary explained patiently. Jiang Tianan's face became more and more ugly. At this time, Liang Weiya also called and said that the people in Liangsuan refused to agree to the demolition. Jiang Tianan was so angry that he punched the desk. There's already a huge mess on my side, and the issues with the Yi and Liang families haven't been resolved yet. Mr. Jiang, regarding the urban construction part of the project, because the subway line is to be expanded, the shield machine and other equipment required, the other party's company has not yet reached an agreement with us on the contract details. The secretary thought of something again and continued to speak. Jiang Tianan felt a headache. These are much more difficult than math. He immediately rubbed his temples. Ella had been listening nearby. Seeing that Jiang Tianan was in trouble, she came over to help him rub his temples and said with a smile, Don't worry, husband. This is a huge project worth hundreds of billions of yuan. It is impossible to take care of all aspects in a short period of time. I believe you can handle it. Besides, the plan, cost budget, etc. are just superficial efforts. Director Zhang may not review them strictly. The project that belongs to you is still yours, so don't worry too much. After a pause, she continued, However, with so many troubles appearing all at once, do you think it's George's doing? That guy is vindictive, and he will definitely take revenge after being kicked out of the poker table. Ella, it's not that I underestimate him. He just doesn't have the ability to influence the market. Jiang Tianan snorted disdainfully. It's just that I want to make some achievements in front of my father. Otherwise, let the Jiang family take action. Whether it's Liangsuan or the problem of market material changes, it will be arranged immediately. Chapter 259 Hope. A miracle will happen. Ella shook her head. Tianan, don't underestimate my brother. He controls many lower-level markets and logistics, and he can really bring influence. The most important thing is that my brother is not allowed to sit at the table during meals. He will definitely show off his temper and not let anyone eat. This is to tell the business community in the South that he, George, wants to develop in the South, and everyone must cooperate. George, little by little. She knew that George's murder of Fang Yiming was all planned, and the gradual decline of the Yi family was also secretly planned by George. She never underestimated George. Jiang Tianan immediately held Ella's hand. Well, listen to my wife. With my wife here, no matter how powerful the opponent is, I will defeat him. Even if I am George's doing, will it work? It's just harassment, affecting our mentality. At present, all the big and small construction companies in the provincial capital are on our side. The project is also meat on the table, ready for us to eat at any time. He can only worry and do some petty things in frustration. Ella thought about it and realized that no matter how George caused trouble, it would only cause commotion and would not affect the outcome. At this time, Jang Yoonjong called and said, Tian-nan, I just finished a meeting and met a few important people. After asking around, I learned that the project on your side has been temporarily stopped. What? Such a big project? Just stopped like that? What a joke. Jiang Tian-nan was so shocked that his phone dropped to the ground. He had just finished saying that no matter how much commotion there was outside, the project would be as sooner or later, but in the blink of an eye, the project was stopped by his superiors, which was like a slap in the face to him. Tian-nan, don't be anxious. Jiang Yoonjong's anxious voice was still coming from the mobile phone on the ground. However, Jiang Yoonjong, who was far away in Beijing, was holding his mobile phone with a sneer on his face, and he didn't look anxious at all. The news that the Asian Games project was halted spread quickly throughout the circle. Suppliers, contractors, builders, and other companies, big and small, are in a panic. The Liang family also heard the news, and everyone was very anxious. You have to know that with such a big project, excluding the profits shared by the lower-level companies and the Jiang family, the Liang family can earn 20 billion yuan, so there could be no mistakes. The same goes for Lucas and Angela. This is related to the Yi Group's turnaround. If Edan wins, although the Yi Group will not be able to return to the position of the richest man in the city, its market value will be infinitely close to 50 billion, and they have also invested a lot of money in this project. Liang Weiye said seriously, young Master Jiang is called Jiang Shuiying, but Jiang Shuiying is out of the country. I heard she's going to a concert. She didn't answer the phone. Something must have happened. Angela was getting more and more uneasy and reminded everyone, Mr. Zhang suddenly went abroad, and we can't contact him. All these things are piled up at the same time. Based on my many years of experience in business, I think something big must have happened. Maria had been listening, and with a dark face she guessed, could it be that teacher who showed up? When everyone heard this, they thought it was possible. Currently in the provincial capital, teacher who has the most face. And if Mr. who has the authority to stop the project, then it is very likely that George will take over the project. When thinking about this, everyone felt uncomfortable and even very angry. I just don't believe it. George's current position has already climbed so high. It's impossible. Maria is the one who finds it the hardest to accept reality. She is almost going hysterical. At this time, Liang, he also came back from work. Today was his first day at work after the Chinese New Year. He smiled and said, I have already asked about the project. Maria just said it was teacher who. He sat down calmly and said, this project is being monitored by the higher-ups. Teacher who only has the right to cooperate, not the authority to stop it. Everyone, don't be frightened. Although I don't know why the project has stopped, it definitely has nothing to do with teacher who. Maybe the design plan for the gymnasium is being revised. When everyone saw that Liang he also gave a guarantee, they were completely relieved. Lucas patted his chest and said with a smile, it was just a false alarm. Even teacher who doesn't have the authority to do this. So it definitely has nothing to do with George. George, why did you think of him? His business has just established itself in the provincial capital. Liang Yi smiled sarcastically. Relax. At this time, Jiang Tianan also called. He had obviously asked his father, and his father's opinion was the same as Liang Yi's. Everyone felt more reassured, as this huge project worth hundreds of billions of dollars would eventually belong to them. Another day passed, and the bidding conference officially began. Early in the morning, Jiang Tianan brought everyone to the venue, only to see that it was crowded and noisy. I heard that the project has been stopped. Will our group be driven away? Don't think too much. No matter who gets the project, we just follow him. They eat meat, but we at least have soup to drink. I heard that it seems to be related to Chun Group. In the meeting hall, there were bursts of discussions, and everyone was still in a panic. Lucas and Liang Weiye almost laughed when they heard it. Lucas couldn't help but say, don't think too much. The construction was suspended because the Asian Games Committee had new requirement for the construction of the stadium. It has nothing to do with who takes over the project. Everyone gathered around immediately. Some handed cigarettes. Some tried to curry favor with them. Boss Yi, you have connections. After taking over the project, our company hopes to cooperate with your group. Our company specializes in the production of screws. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm from Dave Jania Company. Looking at Mr. Yi's expression, this project must be taken over by you. Mr. Yi is really young and promising. Lucas really enjoys the flattery from everyone and also thinks about the benefits after getting the project. The bulk of the project will definitely be taken by the Jiang family and the Liang family, but the Yi family will also be able to gain a lot of benefits. By then, all large and small companies in the South will curry favor with them. If Lucas gets a little bit of benefit, it will be enough for these small companies to make a fortune. From then on, the status of the Yi group in the South skyrocketed, and so did Lucas. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more excited he became, looking forward to a bright future. At this time, several more people arrived. They were George and Yi Liju, Tianchen Group, and Baijin Mining. Weren't they eliminated? Maybe he's unwilling to give up and hopes for a miracle to happen. What kind of miracle is this? Dajiang Industry has already said that it wants to drive Tianchen Group out of the South. People were whispering, full of sympathy for George, and no one dared to get close to George for fear of being targeted. You have to know that to do business in the South, if it is within 10 billion, you may be able to rely on your business acumen, but if it exceeds 10 billion, you will need other abilities such as personal connections and resources. Brother, you actually dare to come. Lucas also stared at George and wanted to show off. But Angela held him back and sneered, "Don't chase George away. Wouldn't it be better for him to watch us win the championship and feel uncomfortable? You know, he's made us feel uncomfortable many times." Lucas thought about it and nodded. Big sister is right. This time, I finally ride on my brother's head. Jiang Tanan and Liang Weia also glanced at George, sneered, and ignored him. Chapter 260. Who will win? Tianchen Group. Cousin, do we still have hope in this bidding? At this time, Yi Liju could also notice the strange gazes in the hall, and she felt a little worried, because she didn't know what George had done the past few days, but she could see that the situation was getting worse. What they fear most is not only losing the bid, but also not being able to get even the smallest project. Yesterday, her father and grandfather also suggested going to the Liang family to admit their mistakes, use their connections, and try to get 1 or 2 shares. But Yi Liju thought about it for a long time and finally refused because she felt that even if they admitted their mistakes, the other party would not give them any benefits. The most important thing is that deep in her heart, she still holds a subtle hope for George. Don't worry, George had seen big scenes before, so he responded calmly. Although he was working on this project together with Yi Liju, it did not mean that he treated Yi Liju as his own, so he did not tell Yi Liju the inside story of many things. At this time, the door was pushed open and a group of people walked in. It was the leadership team, and the one walking in front was Zhang Ren. He glanced around, looked at George a few more times, and then sat down with everyone. Next, the leaders took turns to speak on stage, and reporters below the stage kept filming. After hearing the leaders' opening remarks, everyone knew that the project was continuing, and they were all excited and eager to grab a piece of the pie. It was not until Zhang Ren walked up to the podium that the hall finally became quiet. Not to mention the representatives of large and small companies, even Mr., who held his breath. After all, he didn't know the result of the bidding. He could only help by following up the project after the bidding. However, in his heart, he also believed that groups such as Dajiang Industrial were the most promising. For this reason, he also deliberately distanced himself from Tianchen Group. This was not directed at George, but to facilitate future work. Besides, having reached his position, if he gets too close to certain businessmen, it will also have a negative impact on him. After layers of screening and selection, the higher-ups unanimously decided that this project is for me. Zhang Ren looked at everyone present. Before he finished his last sentence, the atmosphere in the hall was already very hot, like a volcano about to erupt, because this project is related to the survival of a large number of companies and enterprises. You know, this is a huge project worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Tianchen Group. When Zhang Ren finished his last sentence, it was as if the final word had been spoken, and the entire hall fell into deathly silence. What? Tianchen Group. Sure enough, an accident happened. Didn't young Master Jiang say that the road had been paved? Fuck, wasn't Tianchen Group kicked out of the project? As expected, the hall started to boil like water. Countless eyes were staring at George, and everyone was breathing heavily in shock. Many people even thought that the project was stopped these days because George lifted the table and prevented everyone from eating. So in order to appease George, the higher-ups finally let Tianchen Group take over the big order. But soon, everyone's attention became hot, especially those companies that were not very familiar with Dajiang Industry and Yi Group. They knew that the opportunity had come. Those who were close to Dajiang Industry were now in tears. For this project, they also made a lot of efforts behind the scenes, but who knew they went to the wrong place. George, teacher who was the most surprised. He thought a lot, and even thought it might be Liang Weiye's brilliant group, but he never expected it to be Tianqin Group. This guy seems to have some connections. He thought about the project being stopped, and guessed that George had someone in Beijing. What frightened him was that, generally, in order to ensure fair bidding, such a large project would be undertaken by several groups together. But Zhang Ren only called out the Tianqin Group. This means that Tianqin Group is fully responsible for this 100 billion project, and the outsourcing of the project, contractors, suppliers, etc., all are decided by Tianqin Group. Such a decision was unbelievable to Teacher Hu, and he felt terrified. However, he didn't know that Zhang Ren made this decision because he wanted to put the blame on George. When the time comes, whether the Liang family and the Jiang family get a share, or if the share is too small, George will be the one to vent his anger. How is that possible? Tianqin Group is a new group. They don't have enough qualifications to take on the project alone. At this time, Jiang Tianan protested angrily. Zhang Ren smiled and said in an official tone, "Mr. Jiang, the selection of this project was actually made by the higher-ups. I am just delivering a message on their behalf. I know you are dissatisfied with this decision, but I want to ask you, have you prepared your group's plans and plans? Have you prepared the project cost budget and urban planning? In this regard, Tianqin Group has done the best. Whether it is the construction of the stadium or the cost budget of the city appearance, they all coincide with the ideas of the higher-ups." Jiang Tianan was suddenly unable to answer. Of course, these are not done well. Of course, he actually knew that the so-called project budget was just superficial work and could be done afterwards. What Zhang Ren said now was actually just a way for him to step down. For a moment, Jiang Tianan couldn't figure out the inside story and didn't dare to ask casually. He stood there with Liang Weiye and Lucas with gloomy faces. At this time, George was also invited to the stage to say some official words. Seeing this scene, construction companies, suppliers, and others all became angry and stared at Jiang Tianan and his companions. "Didn't you say that you have already negotiated? How come Tianqin Group won the project? You think you're great when you brag, but you are actually a fraud. If we had known you were so useless, we wouldn't have talked to you. Alas, I was deceived by you. I lost a lot. I will just cooperate with Tianqin Group. It's not too late now. Baijin Mining is close to Tianqin Group, so there is still hope of finding them." Everyone cursed and complained to Lucas, and then ran to Yi Lizhu. Obviously, they knew the background of Jiang Tianan and Liang Weiye and did not dare to offend them too much, so they could only vent their anger on Lucas and Angela and make indirect accusations. The so-called killing of parents and blocking of money of others. At this time, no one cares whether you are a wealthy family in the provincial capital. Jiang Tianan, Liang Weiye, and the others also heard everyone's sarcasm. Their faces turned red with frustration, but they had no place to vent. Angela and Lucas were in a miserable situation. No one gave them face, and they were scolded badly. These companies had more or less cooperation with E Group, so they were in trouble next. How could this happen? My second uncle clearly said it was okay. Lucas was very unwilling to accept this, as this was a rare chance for him to turn things around. But he ended up losing to George again. He could only watch the gap between him and George grow wider and wider, which was more painful than killing him. Master Jiang also said, "There's no problem." Angela was also very angry. But these are not important for now. What is important is that we must get a share. Chapter 261, Joyful Atmosphere, Internal Strife and Doubts. "Sister, you want us to ask George for help?" Lucas understood what Angela meant, and his face turned red with anger. "What the hell are you expecting? It's not like we haven't asked George for help before, but he just didn't give us any face. Xiao Su, this is a project worth hundreds of billions. Don't we want anything? There's so many people in the family. George hates you the most besides Mom. Go kneel down and beg him. Let him bully you and beat you up. There will definitely be hope." Angela was so anxious that she almost lost her mind. "Why should I be humiliated? I won't do it, absolutely not. George, don't even think about hitting me again." Lucas and Angela started arguing excitedly. Lucas felt aggrieved and couldn't swallow it. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Tianan. "Brother-in-law, give me an explanation." In excitement, The tone of voice became much higher, full of questioning and anger. Jiang Tanan immediately looked at him coldly, with a murderous look in his eyes, which scared Lucas so much that he finally calmed down. Of course, Lucas is Ella's younger brother after all, so Jiang Tianan didn't dare to do anything to him. He said indifferently, "Xiao Su, I am your brother-in-law. Don't talk to me in this tone next time." Then, he looked at George coldly and said, "It's not over yet. I will find out the situation. George wants to kick us out of the game, but he is not qualified." After saying that, he called Liang Weiye to leave together. Liang Weiye did not give up. After all, his uncle Liang Yong had already made connections, so he also wanted to find out what went wrong. At this time, George had already signed various contracts with Zhang Run. Seeing that the project had been finalized, Mr. Hu politely offered to help and said that he would fully assist George and that he would also discuss with George how to plan the provincial capital in the future. George didn't mind Teacher Hu's change of attitude and talked to him enthusiastically. Yi Mingzhu was still surrounded by many corporate representatives. She was almost out of breath. Of course, she also took the time to look at George, knowing that after this, Baijin Mining had completely established its foothold in the south. All this is also thanks to her cousin. Liang Weiye, Lucas, and others rushed back to the Liang family in a hurry. They all felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on them, because not only did they lose a project worth hundreds of billions of yuan, they also lost their face. It will be much more difficult for them to do business in the provincial capital in the future. After returning home, I saw Liang, Maria, Liang Kaiyan, and other elders were there. And other relatives and elders were there too, including uncles who produce steel, aunts who were in the cement business, and so on. They have been keeping an eye on the TV station and already know the situation. "Brother, what went wrong? Didn't my elder brother take care of it?" After a moment of silence, Liang Kaiyan couldn't help but speak. Liang, he smoked one cigarette after another. Normally, he was omnipotent in the provincial capital, and no rumors could escape his ears. But this time, no rumors were leaked at all. I called my eldest brother, and he said he was also looking into this. Liang, he was still watching the TV, which was broadcasting a live interview with George. The more he watched, the more annoyed and angry he became. So he asked the younger generation at home to turn off the TV. "Could it be Teacher Hu?" Maria asked. "Teacher Hu is the closest to George. He will definitely help George." Liang, he shook his head. "How many times do I have to say that Teacher Hu does not have enough authority? Zhang Run and the people in Beijing are the final decision makers. Don't be anxious. Wait for the news from Big Brother." "Wait, second uncle. If you keep waiting, we will have nothing." Liang Weiye couldn't help but roar. This project is not just about hundreds of billions. It also concerns the reputation of the brilliant group. If we fail this time, the business of the entire group will be affected. Lucas couldn't help it either, because he and Rian Lu had an agreement that as long as the project was successful, they would get married. "Uncle, anyone can get the project. Why George? George and I have been at loggerheads for a long time, and now he's bullying us again. He will be even more arrogant in the future. My grandparents' family is a wealthy and powerful family in the provincial capital. Can't they deal with George? I am so disappointed." Lucas was very excited, and so was Angela. They had been busy running around recently, but all their work was in vain. What made them most angry was that their elders in the family had assured them that the project was a sure thing. But in the end, George took over the project alone. Now, shouldn't the elders give them an explanation? Maria saw Lucas lose his temper and scolded him. "Xiao Su, how do you talk to your uncle?" Liang Saijia was also scolding Liang Weiye. "This kind of thing happened. Not everyone wants it to happen. Uncle is already thinking of a way. Watch your attitude." "Mom, we're in a hurry." Liang Weiye's eyes turned red. Didn't you see that at the venue, everyone was surrounding George? Who would take the Liang family seriously? Now George is not only the richest man in Yuhai City, but also a wealthy family in the provincial capital. Lucas also said sarcastically, "Maybe after the incident with cousin Jingjing, my second uncle no longer has any power in the provincial capital. No one takes him seriously." "Xiao Su, what did you say? Apologize to me quickly." Maria was furious, walked over quickly, and slapped Lucas in the face. The sound was very clear, as if it had woken everyone up. The Liang family's relatives then realized that because of George's incident, their side had become very chaotic and terrible. They also secretly sighed that when things are going well, the family is happy, but when things are going badly, there are all kinds of internal strife and doubts. Mom, I wasn't wrong. Lucas changed his previous obedient appearance this time and argued with a red neck. In the past, George bullied us again and again, and we had been enduring it because we were waiting for grandfather's inheritance. Now the inheritance has come out, and we have nothing, but we still haven't taken action against George. I watched George fly higher and higher, and it was painful for me. That's right. It's not that we are useless. It's that George is getting more and more powerful. He has a net worth of hundreds of billions. Adding grandfather's inheritance, it must be more than 200 billion. In the Liang family, he is a big shot on par with the second uncle and the third aunt. Mom, we can't beat George. Let's go home and don't bring the Yi family's troubles and bad luck to Grandpa and Grandma's house. Look, there's so many Uncle Jiang Hongqi and Sister Jingjing. Lucas' words seemed to be spoken in excitement, but actually they were also simmering with a little thought, and he was trying to provoke the other party. Of course, provocation is also a double-edged sword. Maybe it will be useful to Liang Yi, Liang Kaiyan, Liang Haoran, and others, because they are sisters with Maria, but it had the opposite effect on other relatives. These relatives were indeed thinking about Lucas' words and felt that it was not worth it to fight to the death with George for Maria's family. The most important thing was that George was just an ordinary person, but he was a capitalist tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions. You still say. Maria was so angry that she wanted to slap Lucas again. Chapter 262. The Yi family doesn't want the god of wealth. Well, the child has grown up and is no longer a child. Liang Yi stopped Maria at this time. His face looked very ugly, and he was even more upset. Lucas' words really irritated him. He thought of his most loyal subordinate Jiang Hongqi, his precious daughter, and even more so, Yi Zhendong's inheritance and the current situation of the Liang family. He was getting more and more unable to swallow this humiliation. This is a project worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Even if George succeeds, it won't be that easy to start the work. Liang Yi's voice became more dignified, his eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. How many people's interests are involved here? Now, we wait for news from Big Brother while we deal with George. I said last time that after Yi Zhendong's inheritance is in place, we must give George a warning. Since I said it, I will do it. After saying that, he stood up and left. In the near future, pay attention to George's movements and see what the Jiang family means. Okay, Uncle. Liang Weiye, Lucas, and the others greeted him respectfully. They could all see that their second uncle was finally going to take action. They just vented their anger, blaming Liang Yi for not helping them and always waiting, causing George to repeatedly bully them. You guys, you're so disrespectful when you talk. Be more careful next time. Dinner tonight, give Uncle a glass of wine. Liang Saijie and others also criticized Lucas and Liang Weiye. Lucas and Liang Weiye naturally bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. On the other side, Ella listened to Jiang Tianan talking about the venue, and she felt frustrated. Now that she heard the good news from George, she wanted to kill someone. Tianan, what on earth does George have the right to do this? Zhang Shuiying's sudden trip abroad may have something to do with George. This 100 billion project has been exclusively contracted by Tianxin Group. They will definitely not give us any share. You won't be able to explain to your father when the time comes. Ella suppressed her anxiety and calmed herself down. Of course, she really didn't expect that the younger generations of the Jiang and Liang families would join forces and actually lose to George. Jiang Tianan knew that he had disappointed Ella. He held Ella's hand guiltily and said, "It's all my fault. I've asked my dad to help check it out." My dad also found it very strange. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Jiang family and the Liang family to get rid of this project. But the matter is not over yet. The 100 billion project is a big cake. No matter how George divides it, he will offend the other party. Wait, he will cry. Ella felt a little better after hearing this. Tianxin Group was responsible for the major project of the Asian Games, and it was all over the news again, and its popularity skyrocketed. George and Yi Lizhu also started to get busy. In fact, George also knew that it would be difficult for Tianxin Group to monopolize such a large project, so he cooperated with Baijin Mining, and of course also asked Alex and Lin Dong from Yuhai City to invest. Of course, they both laughed out loud. Following George, they had no idea how much money they had made. Sometimes they also feel sad because David is George's biological father, but he got nothing in return because he treated George badly. On the contrary, they just helped George a few times, but they were rewarded handsomely. This shows that George is a very sentimental person, and David didn't give anything at all in the beginning. George took Olivia and Yi Liju to the city hall to discuss urban planning issues with Teacher Hu, because the project is not just about the construction of a stadium, but more importantly about urban construction. The investment here is as much as hundreds of billions. They worked overtime to advance the project, and were busy for a whole month with various meetings, materials, approvals, and inspections. This month, the doors of Tianshan Group and Baijin Mining have been trampled upon by various suppliers and contractors who have come to curry favor with them. The current reputation of Tianshan Group in the provincial capital is comparable to that of a large wealthy family, and there is even a sign that it is overshadowing the Jiang family and the Liang family. On this day, George and Yi Liju came to the construction site for inspection wearing hard hats. The construction site was in full swing and the workers were busy. Cousin, the project time is very tight. The subway expansion and renovation must be completed within a year. I have contacted the relevant companies and groups, and the work is progressing smoothly. In addition, the planning of many parks, real estates, hotels, etc. has been handled, and we just need to start the construction. After these projects are completed, our Baiji Mining will make a lot of money. Of course, all of this is brought to us by my cousin. Our Yi family will always remember this kindness. Yi Liju looked at the construction site in front of her and smiled. She knew very well that these were all given to her by George. If George had not quarreled with the Yi family, it would be the Yi group that got these benefits. So she would not do something as stupid as David and not appreciate the favor. And she believed that David and the others must be regretting it now. No matter how tight the time is, we must be down to earth in making money and must not make any mistakes. If we make some shoddy projects, you and I will be in trouble. George's serious warning. Yi Liju smiled and said, "Don't worry. This project, Olivia, Johnson and I are personally supervising it. We have reviewed it thousands of times to ensure that there are no mistakes." George nodded, thinking about his future business ambitions. It must be said that if this project is completed, his assets will reach 150 billion. Moreover, many hotels and real estate projects are related to him, and he knows more about the future planning of the city, which is like starting a money printing machine. Of course, he knew that this cake was given to him by the Xia family. "Cousin, there is one more thing you must be careful about." Yi Liju reminded them at this time. The Yi family, there are also the Liang family and the Jiang family. Are we not going to give them any share? This project is huge, and we need to take care of every aspect. They are local dignitaries. If we act recklessly, it will have a great impact on the project. They will definitely take action. George's face was calm, as if he was planning a strategy. So, the Liang family and the Jiang family must give their shares. It's just a matter of how much, 10% or 15%. As for the Yi family, don't even think about it. Yi Liju smiled immediately. The Yi family is miserable enough. They didn't want the god of wealth and gave it to someone else. They must be regretting it. Of course, they deserve it. After a pause, she continued, "We need to arrange the Jiang and Liang family shares as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will become desperate and affect the progress of the project. Don't worry, leave it alone for now. I can't give you benefits for nothing. At least let me make some profit," George said indifferently. Of course, they can only do small things at most. If they dare to do something big, they can't afford it. As soon as these words fell, Yi Liju answered the phone. After hanging up, her face looked a little ugly. Chapter 263, If They Don't Agree. Can George start the banquet? Is there something wrong? George guessed something when he saw Yi Liju's expression. When bidding for the project, he also secretly made some tricks. Now that the Jiang and Liang families have been kicked out of the table, they will definitely retaliate. Well, there are many households that cannot reach an agreement on the demolition projects for several subway excavations. Moreover, several urban greening projects have been damaged by people, causing great negative effects. In addition, all the newly installed streetlights on Jiefeng Road broke down overnight. I guess it must be the work of the Jiang family and the Liang family. Yi Liju looked at George and said. George sneered, "I've been on guard against them for a long time. I secretly sent 5 people to supervise each construction site and project, take photos of evidence, etc. Of course, let them make trouble first. They will have to pay the price later. Afterwards, The two of them left in a car and headed for the groundbreaking project for the stadium construction. The groundbreaking ceremony was a grand one, with leaders from the TV station and the city all coming, and the scene was very lively. After the leaders' opening remarks, the groundbreaking ceremony officially began. I saw George wearing a safety helmet, accompanying teacher who to dig the soil and lay the foundation. Boom! But just when teacher who had dug a shovel of soil and was about to bury the foundation, a loud roar came from behind. It was the sound of a bomb exploding. What happened? Everyone, take a look. Careful. The scene was chaotic for a while, but fortunately no one was injured. After investigation, it was found that there was an accident on the blasting team's side. After calming the crowd, the groundbreaking continued. After the groundbreaking ceremony was over, Mr. Who approached George with a grim look on his face. This groundbreaking ceremony was broadcast live on TV, and there were people watching from above. An explosion occurred under such circumstances. The impact is huge. I have tried my best to cover it up and say it was an accident, but I tell you it was actually man-made. I dare not tell anyone, lest it cause panic. George, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't make any mistakes at this critical moment. Otherwise, both you and I will be in trouble. Teacher Whose words were like a reminder, and he repeatedly warned. This time the explosion was far away, which was obviously a warning, but it may not be the case next time. You must handle it well. George's eyes gradually turned cold. He knew that the other party was playing tricks, but it was a bit too much. If George still refuses to hand over his share, do we have to blow him to death? When we returned to Tianshan Group, we saw that the walls and gates of Tianshan Group were covered with a lot of red paint. Many glasses were broken, and a large number of employees were gathered outside the gate, looking a bit panicked. Bossy, something happened. A group of people came to cause trouble, but there were no casualties. George, Chidan ran over to report the situation. George looked at the chaotic scene and asked, "Did you take a picture of it?" It was filmed. Although the other party was wearing a hood, the technical department combined it with surveillance footage from other places and has already locked down his identity. There are 8 of them in total, and they all come from very different backgrounds. Some are sons of steel suppliers, some are second-generation owners of large window and door manufacturers, and some are from construction companies, etc. Chidan replied, "Bossy, I guess this is just a warning for now. If we continue, there will inevitably be casualties. We should take action." George's face was cold and his eyes were deep. Catch all the people on the list and teach them a lesson tonight, but remember, don't leave any evidence behind. Chidan smiled immediately. He had been waiting for Mr. Yi to speak. That night, the provincial capital was still bustling. Jiang Tianan received a call. "Master Jiang, we've caused trouble for Tianshan Group again today. We've splashed paint and smashed glass. If they don't behave themselves, we'll drive our car into people tomorrow." "Well, you can have fun, but don't make too much noise. Death is absolutely not allowed." "Don't worry, we know what we are doing. As long as George doesn't hand over 50% of the project's share, we will fight him. If we continue to fight, he will be scared. Damn it, an outsider dares to take food from us. George will not continue to fight. For the progress of the project, he will bow his head and spit out the meat in his mouth." After Jiang Tianan hung up the phone, a sneer appeared on his face. Those who secretly made trouble for George were the ones who almost got a share of the project. Now, they can't even get a share of the profits. Coupled with Jiang Tianan's instigation, they naturally want to take revenge on George. Besides, Jiang Tianan also heard that the Liang family was playing an even bigger game. At the groundbreaking ceremony, with all the leaders present, they dared to cause an explosion. Fortunately, teacher who stepped in to suppress the incident and classified the explosion as an accident. Otherwise, the people in Beijing would have been furious. But even so, they must be a little dissatisfied now. This move must have caused George's pressure to surge. This is the consequence of offending the powerful in the provincial capital. He wants to eat meat, but they don't allow him to do so. Can George still start the feast? At this time, Night Fire Bar. A group of rich second generations walked in and booked the whole place. In a private room, they ordered many princesses and had a great time. Wait a minute, something happened. My bodyguard called and said there's a large group of people outside the bar. At this time, a rich second generation named Chun, Winda, suddenly shouted. But the music in the private room was too loud and no one could hear it. Those who were drinking, and those who were playing with the girls were still playing. Chun Winda was suddenly extremely anxious and quickly shouted for the waiter, but the waiter did not come in. It was obvious that something had happened. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the door of the private room was kicked open, and then a large number of men in black suits rushed in and controlled all these rich second generations. Who are you and what do you do? Do you know who we are? Chun Wenda and others were pinned to the ground, still cursing arrogantly. Hit me. Outside the door, a sneer was heard, and George walked in slowly. It's you, George. What are you doing? Stop it. All of us are powerful people. If you offend one of us, you may be able to control us. But if you offend all of us, you will definitely not be able to control us. Let's go immediately. Call the police. Call the police. These second-generation rich people yelled angrily and wanted to use their cell phones to call the police, but their cell phones were snatched away by the men in black suits, and then they were severely beaten. George sat down on the sofa, drank his wine, and enjoyed the scene. After a full 20 minutes, every rich second generation was beaten black and blue, screaming and groaning, and a man in the black suit finally stopped. George looked at these second-generation rich people calmly. Don't think that I don't know what you did. In fact, I've been watching you for a long time. I know that you are following Jiang Tiannan's instructions. Moreover, the elders in your family also know about this and are tacitly approving it. As soon as these words were spoken, all the rich second generations shuddered. In fact, what they did was what their elders asked them to do. Their parents dared to do this because Jiang Tiannan was backing them up. George, you wronged us. The young man named Chun Wenda shouted. Chapter 264. When we meet again this time, George has changed. Keep fighting. George doesn't have any face for them. Ouch, stop hitting my nose. Stop, stop. It hurts me so much, George. You do it on the first day. Don't blame me for doing it on the 15th. I have broken my leg. The rich second generation were beaten up again, and the incident was even captured on video. The reason why I didn't look for you at the beginning was that I wanted to find more evidence. Now that I have the evidence, if you still dare to continue making trouble, I will send you to jail. If Jiang Tiannan is dissatisfied with anything and wants to share, let him talk to me himself. George stood up and snapped his fingers at the bodyguards. Keep fighting. We'll be done in 2 hours. Fuck, 2 hours, someone will die. George, we're going to sue you. In the private room, the rich second generations continued to make pig-slaughtering noises. 2 hours later, they were lying on the ground, covered in wounds, beaten like dogs, and then they made weak phone calls. Master Jiang, George found us and gave us a good beating. He said, let you go talk to him. After Jiang Tiannan answered the phone, his face changed drastically. His original intention was to continue to cause trouble for the project, forcing George to come to him and give up a larger share. But he didn't expect that George found these people who were secretly making trouble, beat them up, and asked Jiang Tiannan to come to the door himself. This is a case of the guest taking the initiative. Once Jiang Tiannan comes to the door, the share he wants will definitely be greatly reduced. Maybe he will only get 30% from 70% of the project's share. George, this outsider from Yuhai City, really has a bit of a dragon coming across the river. While Jiang Tiannan was thinking angrily, the families of these rich second generations also rushed to the scene. Seeing their sons being beaten so badly, they were all furious. George, you are crazy. You dare to hit my son. Is there any law? Sue him and ruin his reputation and make him lose everything. This matter is not over yet. No matter what kind of backing he has, he is dead. These parents are mainly from construction companies, and many of them are former contractors, and they are extremely ruthless. Dad, don't call the police. Chun Wenda knew what they had done, and if they called the police, they would be in even bigger trouble. The most George was charged with was intentional injury, and his bodyguard stepped forward to take the blame, saying it was a personal grudge or something. George was actually innocent of anything. Look at the desktop. There's a video left by George. Take a look. Chun Wenda pointed at the table again. Some parents immediately picked up their phones to watch, and saw that the video was exactly the video of Chun Wenda and his gang causing damage, including street lights, construction sites, etc. In these videos, some of Chun Wenda and his gang were wearing masks, while others were not. In short, the evidence was conclusive. Oh no, these videos have been recorded. All that has been destroyed are municipal projects. If we call the police, we will be in even more trouble. Yes, the higher-ups are paying a lot of attention to the Asian Games project and are very strict with public security. If these videos get out, we might be mistaken for terrorists. This is too much. Just because you tear down a few street lights and destroy a few subway stations, you become a terrorist? These are extraordinary times. The Asian Games are being watched by the whole of Asia. If you sabotage during this time, you are nothing more than a terrorist. I think we should not call the police. Less trouble is worse than more. We should not interfere with Tianjin Group. Yes, yes. If young Master Jiang can handle it, we will continue to cause trouble. If he can't, we will be the first to be troubled. After some discussion, these wealthy bosses didn't dare to call the police and were extremely depressed. Jiang Xiao and George fought, but after they stood on the wrong side, not only did they not get a single profit from the project, they also got into trouble for nothing. At this time, another group of people rushed in and looked at the wealthy bosses coldly. Who are you? Bodyguards. Where are the bodyguards? All the wealthy bosses came with bodyguards and sealed off the entire bar, but after they shouted, the bodyguards did not come in. Your bodyguard? He's already lying on the street. One of them looked coldly at the wealthy bosses and then stared at the rich second generation. You are the ones who are causing trouble, right? Take them all away. Do you dare? I'm Chun. Go and find out my name. None of the wealthy bosses had expected this group of people to be so rampant that they dared to arrest people in front of them. This is Master Xia's order. The leader sneered and looked at the bosses with disdain. Xia, Mr. Xia, Xiaolingyun? All the construction company bosses and wealthy suppliers were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell to the ground. Xiaolingyun is the #1 young master in the provincial capital. Jiang Tianan is just a younger brother in front of Xiaolingyun. How does today's incident have something to do with the Xia family again? Xia, Master Xia. The rich second generation were so frightened that their faces turned pale, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured from their heads to their feet. They know how terrifying Xiaolingyun is better than anyone else. Don't be fooled by his handsome appearance. He is actually a ruthless person. Moreover, with the background of the Xia family, he could do anything if he gets angry. They have seen Jiang Tian and being severely beaten by Xiaolingyun more than once. This must be a misunderstanding. We haven't offended Master Xia. The young man named Chun Wenda's voice was trembling, and his teeth were chattering continuously. No offense. It was young Master Xia who took over the Asian Games project. You guys are sabotaging him and slapping him in the face. Do you think I have offended you? The leader looked at the rich second generations with a sneer. Mad. Chun Wenda and the others all shouted loudly, regretting their actions so much. The Xia family has remained silent on this 100 billion project. They thought that the Xia family was not very interested in the project for some reason. Now, they finally understood that the Xia family wanted to monopolize the project and become the boss behind the scenes. Take away. With a wave of his hand, the leading man, one by one, the rich second generations who had just been beaten badly were taken away like chickens again. And their father didn't dare to stop them, let alone call the police. He could only keep making phone calls and asking for help from his connections. At this time, George left the bar and made another call. This call was made to Liang Yi, who arranged to meet at a place to discuss the project's share. Liang Yi received the call and figured out George's intentions. His mood instantly brightened, and the smile on his lips couldn't be suppressed like AK. He never thought that George would really ask him for help one day. The two sides met again in the coffee shop near the university where they had met for the first time. But after Liang Yi arrived, exhausted, he couldn't help but feel dazed when he saw George sitting in the coffee shop, drinking coffee. The last time he met George, he warned George to stop attacking the Yi family. At that time, George was facing the crisis of Wu Yuanliang and seemed a little immature. When we met again this time, George had changed. He sat there quietly, his manners elegant, but like a big boss from the provincial capital or a wealthy family in the south, his every move was full of changes. It has really changed so much. Mr. Liang is here. George smiled politely and asked Liang Yi to sit down. I remember Mr. Liang doesn't like coffee, so I ordered you a cup of water. Chapter 265. To catch big fish, you need a more fragrant bait. Liang Yi sat down, not giving George a good look, and snorted coldly. George, I have to say, after meeting you again, you no longer give me the feeling of a junior, but more like a big boss who is on equal footing with me. Mr. Liang's words are too exaggerated. George shook his head. It's no exaggeration. I still remember the 2 punches Mr. Yi gave me. Liang Yi's smile gradually turned cold. When Yi Zhendong's estate was announced, he was so angry that he wanted to beat George. but he was caught by George's bodyguard, and then George punched him twice. Moreover, George took many videos as leverage to threaten Liang Yi, causing him to not dare to retaliate. Mr. Liang has beaten me before, so we never know each other without fighting, George said with a smile. In the past, I would think nothing of seeing you smile, but now, your smile makes me feel sick, Liang Yi said with a cold face. He had so many frictions and grievances with George that he was too lazy to be hypocritically polite. Since it's disgusting, I should laugh more, haha. George looked nonchalant, playing with the spoon in his coffee cup. Mr. Liang, let's get straight to the point. I asked you to come here this time to discuss the project share. I think Mr. Liang is also very interested in this. Liang Yi sneered. What? Did you hit a wall? You, George, have been very tough since you left the Yi family. When you were almost sentenced to death for the last murder case, you were very proud to see me in the detention center. Now you know how to bow your head. Haha, I, Liang, am really surprised that you, George, can also be afraid sometimes. Mr. Liang, the cake is too big. I can't finish it by myself. George ignored Liang Yi's sarcasm and said, I still have to take it out. Otherwise, I will offend all the dignitaries in the provincial capital. Don't you have enough people to offend? You touched someone else's cake. Do you know how many people want to kill you behind your back? Liang Yi snorted coldly, then asked, How much do you plan to give? George seemed very calm and said with a smile, The gymnasium will be fully managed by the Liang family. As far as I know, the construction and maintenance of the stadium only costs 700 to 800 million. You want us to eat such a small cake? Liang Yi naturally refused and slammed the table. As far as I know, urban infrastructure and environmental improvement are the big cakes, with a budget of more than 100 billion. You don't know how expensive fuel and rice are until you run a household. The cake of urban construction is big, but I also need to subcontract it out. This one takes a little, that one takes a little, and there won't be much left. Besides, this is a project that the higher-ups forced me to take, otherwise I wouldn't take it. George said with a half-smile. Anyway, in a word, if you don't want the stadium construction project, I will leave it to the Jiang family. You can consider it yourself. Liang Yi thought about it and finally agreed. After all, George's words just now reminded him that although urban construction accounts for the largest share of the project, it was arranged for George by the higher-ups. If Liang Yi dared to grab it openly, it would be against the intention of the capital, so it was already good enough to have a piece of the cake of the venue. The most important thing is that getting a share of the project is one thing, and enhancing the influence of the Liang family is another. At present, everyone knows that Tianshan Group is fighting with the Liang family in engineering projects, but Tianshan Group finally gave up its share to the Liang family, which reflects the weight and face of the Liang family. George, I hope you could be so tactful in the future. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, I have plenty of ways to kill you. Don't say that your uncle won't give you a last chance. If you admit your mistake to your mother and return to the Yi family, I will still welcome you. If you insist on fighting, you can't beat the Liang family. George was very sensible this time. Liang immediately knocked on the table and continued to remind him. George remained silent. Liang Yi thought George had given in a little, so he warned him again. Before, it was because your grandfather's inheritance had not been settled, but now the truth has come out. Tell me, will the Liang family still show mercy to you? I tell you, I was the one who laid the foundation stone for the gymnasium. I have thousands of ways to kill you, but you can't do anything about it. Remember what your uncle said. Did you hear me? After saying that, he stared at George, and when he saw that George still didn't dare to speak, he left with satisfaction. After entering the coffee shop, he let out a long sigh, and the depression that had been weighing on his heart for many days was finally released. His rebellious nephew really needs a good beating. Of course, he didn't think that this warning would make George change his mind immediately, but it would definitely make George have some concerns. He could just add some more explosive news in the future. Moreover, the reason why Liang Yi gave George another chance was not only for Maria, but also because he had his eyes on George's Tianshan Group. As long as George agrees to go home, assets worth 200 billion will be related to the Liang family. Afterwards, Liang Yi made a phone call, and soon, a cold voice came from the other side. Captain, do you need to continue? The operation is temporarily suspended. Please wait a little longer. I guess it won't be long before I need your help again. Please give my nephew some explosive news. Okay, call me if you need anything. After hanging up the phone, Liang Yi got in the car and left. The person who had just made the call was the one who set off the explosion at the groundbreaking ceremony. He used to be in the same team with him, but later killed prisoners and committed a crime. So he was kicked out of the team. After returning to society, this man knew nothing and could only cause trouble. Once he was met by Liang, who recruited him into the Zhuxia faction and assigned him to do things that could not be seen by anyone. George has given in. This is finally a good start, but that guy is not easy to deal with. We still have to be careful. Liang looked at the busy street outside the car window, thought about it, and called his eldest brother. To this day, he still doesn't know why the project fell on George's head. He has to figure out the situation. At this time in the coffee shop, George played with the spoon, with a sneer on his face. Mr. Liang, on the night when my grandfather divided the inheritance, I punched you twice. Afterwards, because I had the upper hand, you didn't dare to retaliate. How come this hasn't alerted you yet? The engineering share I give is not so delicious. You have to pay for it. To catch big fish, you have to use more fragrant bait. He packed up and left. At this time, Chidan also called him, Mr. Yi. Liang made a call after leaving the cafe. We are contacting our subordinates. We have tried our best to find the source of the call and strive to catch that person as soon as possible. George nodded. After we find this man, don't touch him for the time being. We must have more evidence and wait to nail Liang, to death in one go. It is obvious that George is playing a big game and deliberately gave the market share to Liang in order to catch evidence of Liang Yi's violent competition for projects. At this time, Jiang Tianan was still angry about George's counterattack. We were causing trouble for the project and putting obstacles in its way, but George not only knew about it, he actually found all the murderers. How can George be so amazing? Ella also found out about the situation, and her pretty face turned cold. And now, George has the evidence of their crimes. If they fall out, it will bring them a lot of trouble. Chapter 266. George, Xiaoling Yun's spokesperson. So what if he knows? Can he arrest and report all those he has? He arrested this batch today, and there'll be more tomorrow. Besides, the Liang family is also taking action. Jiang Tianan said with a grim expression, I, Jiang Tianan, will risk my life to fight him. If he doesn't hand over the bulk of the project, I won't let him build even a single brick. Ella frowned and guessed. You mean delay George's project? No matter what method is used, as long as the project is overdue, George will be in big trouble, even go to jail. Jiang Tianan nodded. That's right, so when George asks us for help, wait a minute, I'll call your grandfather's house, and we'll all get together and mobilize our connections to delay the project. Okay, I'll make the call. Ella was immediately very happy. She had already imagined a scene where George would kneel down and beg for mercy in front of her and his parents because of the constant problems with the project. No need to fight. This matter is more troublesome than you think. At this time, Jiang Tianan's father Jiang Jun came over, followed by Jiang Yinzhong. Jiang Jun sat down with a gloomy face. In Beijing, I found out the inside story through my connections, and I also know why the 100 billion project was handed over to Tianxin Group. But in fact, the answer has now surfaced, and the person behind the scenes has begun to speak. Ella and Jiang Tianan were instantly suffocated and listened carefully, afraid of missing a single word. It's the Xia family, Xiaoling Yun. Jiang Jun looked at the two of them and spoke word by word. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As expected, Jiang Tianan kept gasping for breath. His face changed drastically, and his pupils were trembling. Dad, how could this project be related to the Xia family and that big devil? The Xia family has been silent all this time. Why are they suddenly interfering in the project? A minute later, Jiang Tianan was extremely anxious and unwilling to accept the result. I don't know the specific situation, but just now many builders and raw material suppliers called and asked us to come forward to rescue them because their sons were taken away by Xiaoling Yun, who said they would be held accountable for disrupting the project. As for Xiaoling Yun, I think you should call him and ask him why he suddenly intervened in the project. But I guess George must have a relationship with Xiaoling Yun. He should be Xiaoling Yun's spokesperson. This George is really good at hiding things. He has secretly hugged a big thigh. Jiang Jun sighed after he finished speaking. He knew why his son lost, because it was Xiaoling Yun. Xiaoling Yun was a guy who grew up under Jiang Jun's care. He was ruthless and had done several great deeds. He was not easy to mess with. After thinking for a while, Jiang Jun continued. Just now, there was news from teacher who that the construction share of the gymnasium has been taken over by the Liang family. It is said that the Tianqin group took the initiative to give it up. There are many problems in this, which are worth pondering. Afterwards, Jiang Jun handed over the rest of the matters to Jiang Tianan. After all, this 100 billion project was a test for Jiang Tianan, and now, Jiang Tianan obviously failed, which made him a little disappointed. Of course, the sudden appearance of Xia Lingyun from the Xia family was also an accident, so he did not blame Jiang Tianan. Grandpa's family got a share of the project? Is George giving in? Ella was thinking back to Jiang Jun's words. This shouldn't be the case. Xia Lingyun is the man behind the project, and George has also found a group of behind-the-scenes culprits. He has the initiative and advantage, so why would he give in to the Liang family? Jiang Tianan also couldn't figure out George's real intention. He only now realized that George was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He had a big plan and was planning 3 steps ahead. Until the last moment, no one knew what his purpose was. Ella, don't think too much about it for now. Let's focus on solving our problems. Xia Lingyun is not easy to deal with. Xia Lingyun. Ella's pretty face darkened. She heard that this man was very scary and was known as the Big Devil. She became even more unwilling. I thought I could kill George this time, but George was so cunning and found a thick thigh. And she remembered that George had been in a car accident, and it seemed that it was Xia Lingyun who hit him. Xia Lingyun also came forward to help George once at that time. I hope that their friendship will stop at the car accident, and that their cooperation will not deepen any further. Tianan, go ask Xia Lingyun what's going on. Besides, Xia Lingyun has captured those people, so he must be waiting for you to rescue them. Ella looked at Jiang Tianan and said. Jiang Tianan's face turned pale, and he hesitated while holding his phone. In fact, he was really a little afraid of Xia Lingyun and didn't want to deal with this person. Of course, with Ella by his side, even if he had concerns in his heart, he had to show his manliness and fearlessness. So he finally answered the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang once like a fatal ringtone, and soon a smiling voice came. Oh, Jiang Xiao, you finally decided to call me. If you have anything to say, come to my house. I just got a bottle of good wine. Let's have a good reunion as brothers. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Jiang Tianan any chance to refuse. Fuck. Jiang Tianan was so angry that he cursed loudly. He understood what Xia Lingyun meant. Want to save people? Come in person. This is too much of a disregard for him, especially in front of his fiancée. Ella, I'm going to the Xia family. Don't worry, wait for my good news. Jiang Tianan packed up, asked the servants to bring some good cigarettes and wine, went to the 5-star hotel to order some delicious food, and then set off. On the other side, Jiang, he was sitting in the study, reading the newspaper. Dad, I heard that Ella's family has offended George, and George is fighting with Ella. Ella has already married into our family, and her affairs are our affairs. We can't help but help. Jiang Yunzhong stood there obediently, and then made a proposal. Of course I will help, but this George is not a simple man either. Jiang, he was still reading the newspaper. It is said that the Yi family was almost bankrupted by him, and the Liang family was also in chaos. If it weren't for Ella, it would be inappropriate for our Jiang family to be an enemy of this kind of person who can't see the backstage clearly. Of course, it's not just Tianan who's dealing with him. There's also the Liang family. What we need to figure out now is the relationship between Xia Lingyun and George. By the way, the share of the project that the Liang family got was said to have been arranged by Liang Yi. He was so excited and anxious. With his status, how can he get involved in such matters? If something goes wrong, he will definitely be in trouble. Jiang Yunzhong was puzzled when he heard this. Dad, Liang, he has great influence in the provincial capital. Even teacher who has to give him face. How can he be in any trouble? Jiang Yi frowned and glanced at Jiang Yunzhong. Yunzhong, if the 100 billion project is only in the provincial capital, it's nothing, but there are people watching in Beijing. Liang Yi seems to have obtained the construction project of the gymnasium, but he also arranged people to make trouble. If these evidences are found, it means that he violently competed for the project and disrupted the market. Coupled with his sensitive identity, do you think he will be in trouble? Jiang Yunzhong suddenly took a breath of cold air. Although he secretly helped George and knew a lot of things, his tone was not fake. He vaguely sensed George's plan. He actually wanted to catch a big fish, and that big fish was a big shot that even teacher who didn't dare to touch. Liang Yi is a man who came back from the battlefield, and has been in power for many years. Normally, he is very calm. He would never interfere in such matters, let alone let the Liang family intervene directly. This time, he is obviously anxious. He must have been provoked by something. Jiang Yi guessed. Of course, maybe we are worrying too much. I just hope that the project will be over as soon as possible. Chapter 267 Jiang Tianan. The only bottom line. Jiang Tianan arrived at Xiaoling Yun's villa carrying bags of gifts. This villa belongs to Xiaoling Yun and is used to handle some private matters. Mr. Jiang is here. Put down the gift and go in. The bodyguard at the door said to Jiang Tianan. After Jiang Tianan put down the gift, he was about to go in, but the bodyguard searched him and took away his cell phone, cigarettes, lighters, etc. Jiang Tianan was so angry that he was shaking. He was the third young master of the Jiang family. How could he be treated like this? But when he thought that the other party was Xia Lingyun, he finally endured it. After entering the villa, I saw that the hall was full of people squatting on the ground in their shorts, shivering. There were several air conditioners facing them with the temperature set very low. Several refrigerators were also opened, constantly blowing out cold air. And these people are none other than the rich second generation, like Chun. They were in a miserable state. They had just been beaten up by George S. Men, and then they were beaten again by Xia Lingyun. Then they were not allowed to put on clothes and were forced to blow the air conditioner in the refrigerator. Ichu. Several people caught a cold. After seeing Jiang Tianan, they looked pitiful, hoping that Jiang Tianan could rescue them. Look at Xia Lingyun again. He is wearing a thick mink coat and sitting eating hot pot. Jiang Tianan cursed the devil in his heart. What a pervert. He had no doubt that if they failed to reach an agreement this time, Xia Lingyun would also throw him to Chun and his team. Once something like this happens, it is usually difficult for the elders in the family to intervene. After all, it is a friction between the younger generations, and if the elders intervene, they will appear petty. Oh my Master Jiang is finally here. Come sit down. Xia Lingyun waved politely, as if he had just met Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan had no choice but to sit down, and Xia Lingyun asked his bodyguard to bring bowls and chopsticks so that Jiang Tianan could eat hot pot with him. He even enthusiastically picked up food for Jiang Tianan and poured wine for him. However, Jiang Tianan couldn't eat much, so he drank a few cups helplessly and said bitterly, Mr. Xia, just tell me straight. Master Jiang, what do you mean by this? I'm treating you to a meal, but you're still looking so miserable. Is it unfair for you to have dinner with Xia Lingyun? Xia Lingyun is brushing the mutton. Jiang Tianan smiled bitterly. Mr. Xia, I just found out that the project is yours. This is just a misunderstanding. I promise that starting today, no one will dare to mess up the project. No one will dare. I guarantee it 100%. Originally, he came with a few questions, wanting to ask about the relationship between Xia Lingyun and George. But seeing the current atmosphere, he didn't dare to ask. What you said is too polite. We are brothers. So who are we? Xia Lingyun smiled and said, Okay, since it's all a misunderstanding, I'll just say it straight. If you destroy a certain project, I'll pay 10 times the compensation. Can you do that? Yes. Jiang Tianan nodded. Xia Lingyun took out 3 more bottles of white wine and placed them on the table. According to the rules, you should drink 3 bottles of white wine as punishment. Is that okay with you? No problem. Xia Lingyun thought about it again, but still couldn't think of any punishment. Pay the money. George is not short of money. Kill Jiang Tianan. This is the person George wants to deal with. If he interferes too much, George will be unhappy. Besides, he can bully Jiang Tianan, but if things get out of hand, the Jiang family will also be angry. Forget it, as long as it doesn't interfere with the project. Another thing, you let these second-generation rich people make trouble while you sit back and do nothing. That's a bit mean. You should also take off your clothes and chat with them. Leave after 2 hours. Xia Lingyun picked up a piece of medium-rare beef, rolled it in the seasoning, and then put it into his mouth while it was hot. No, you won't catch a cold. Jiang Tianan was shocked by this condition. He even glanced at Chun and others who were constantly sneezing and having runny noses. If we hug each other, we won't catch a cold. Xia Lingyun said nonchalantly. Oh, I forgot the last one. Go ask George for a share of the project, no matter how big or small it is, and apologize at the same time. Also, bring your wife along, and let's just leave it at that. Jiang Tianan glared and immediately stood up angrily. Xia Xiao, This condition is absolutely unacceptable, even if you kill me. Swish! Xiaoling Yun also stood up, grabbed Jiang Tiannan's head, and pressed it on the table. You sent people to tamper with my business and actively provoke me. I asked you to do something small, but you still dare to make a fuss. Do you think I dare not kill you? A biting coldness and murderous intent quietly spread out. Jiang Tianan shuddered. He believed that Xiaoling Yun really dared to do it. This man had been in both the black and white worlds since he was a child. There was nothing he would not dare to do. I can go and apologize to George, but there is only one condition. You can't bring my wife with you. Jiang Tianan gritted his teeth in protest. This was his only bottom line. He knew that Ella hated George to death. So how could he let Ella be humiliated? If a man can't even protect his wife, what kind of man is he? Xiaoling Yun was a little surprised to see Jiang Tiannan's firm attitude, but he decided to let Jiang Tianan go. Okay, I agree to this condition. I'm a good brother, right? Well, stay at my house, and I will ask the driver to take you back in 2 hours. After saying that, he left. In fact, he also knew that adults generally would not interfere in the fights between the younger generations, but they couldn't go too far. Because although the Jiang family and the Liang family are not as powerful as the Xia family, they are also giants and cannot be destroyed just because the Xia family wants to. Not to mention, Liang Yong of the Liang family and Jiang Yi of the Jiang family are both big figures, and Xiaoling Yun cannot shake them at the moment. Therefore, when it comes to this $100 billion project, the share due must still be given and the face-saving aspect of the project must be handled well. In addition, Xiaoling Yun did not reveal his relationship with George in order to avoid alerting the enemy. After all, George is already considered a wealthy family. If the relationship is exposed, it will force the Liang family and the Jiang family to join forces and ban George at all costs. This is not good for George. You know, George has a strong momentum of development, and what he lacks is time. As long as George becomes the richest man in the provincial capital, the Liang and Yi family's affairs will be easily solved, and the state apparatus will also pay great attention to George. 2 hours later, Jiang Tianan took Chen Wenda and the others away. Everyone caught a cold from the cold, and Jiang Tianan drank 3 bottles of white wine, almost blacking out on the spot. Pervert! Xiaoling Yun is a pervert, Achilles. Speak softly, that guy has very sharp ears. Oh shit, the Chinese New Year has just passed. Why do I feel like I spent the winter in northeast China? Chen Wenda and the others cursed as they walked. Jiang Tianan got a fever as soon as he got home. He didn't dare to tell Ella the reason. He just told Ella that the 100 billion project was settled. The Jiang family and the Liang family both got a share of the project. Of course, it only accounted for 10% of the project. The real big share of urban construction still belonged to Tianjin Group. Ella was very unwilling after learning about this, but when she thought that the person behind the scenes was Xiaoling Yun, she could only comfort herself. In her opinion, George might not earn much, probably only 10% of the project, and the rest would belong to the Xia family. So what she cares about is the relationship between Xiaoling Yun and George. Chapter 268. Unknowingly, George's trump card was exposed. Ella, I can't see what their relationship is, but Xiaoling Yun is a profit-oriented person. Maybe he has set his sights on George's family business. Jiang Tianan was lying on the bed wearing thick clothes and receiving in 4-drip. He didn't know if the wine Xiaoling Yun gave him was fake or not. He had a headache now. The only thing that comforted him was that Ella took good care of him. Of course, he would never dare to tell Xiaoling Yun that he should go to George to apologize. Otherwise, Ella would definitely be very angry. Very angry. This matter has finally come to an end. The water in the provincial capital will calm down. But don't worry, Ella. We're not done with George yet. This time it was because Xiaoling Yun intervened, but it may not be the case next time. Unfortunately, this project also disappointed my father. It was not done very well. Next, I want to enter the mobile phone market and real estate. I will definitely beat George. After hearing Jiang Tiannan's words, Ella took Jiang Tiannan's hand to show encouragement. Of course, she also reminded Jiang Tiannan to deal with George's Pinduoduo. She has found out that many merchants are dissatisfied with Pinduoduo because the prices are too low and it has lowered the brand value of many big brands, etc. Together with Taobao and JD.com, they have brought trouble to Pinduoduo. Apart from Pinduoduo, it would be difficult for them to make a move on George's real estate business, and they can only compete head-on with George in the market. On the Liang family side, after Liang Yi returned home, he drank a few too many glasses and talked to Maria and the others. He talked about how humble George was when he met him, and how he scolded George. Maria and the others loved to hear such stories. They were so excited that their whole bodies trembled, as if they were very proud. This kid hit a wall. He thought the Liang family couldn't do anything to him. He didn't know that the Liang family just hadn't dealt with him. This is the first time I've seen my brother get scolded. It's a pity my uncle didn't take a video. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed it. People like George need to be treated by their uncle. Lucas and other juniors shouted excitedly, and did not forget to flatter Liang Yi. However, their happiness didn't last long as Ella called and told them what happened with George. When Liang Yi and the others heard this, their happiness seemed to be poured with cold water. They finally found out who was behind the trillion-dollar project. It was the Xia family. No wonder both of them failed. It is said that the older generation of the Xia family is very prestigious, and some are even members of the National Pension Group. If they ask for it, the higher-ups will definitely give them the biggest share of the project. There is no doubt that this news hit Maria and the others so hard that their faces turned pale and they couldn't be happy at all. It is not known yet how much share the Xia family will give to George, but it is speculated that it will not be less than theirs. What made them even more upset was that they were very concerned about the true relationship between Xia Lingyun and George. If the two sides get very close, they will be in trouble. Logically speaking, George has the support of the Xia family, so he shouldn't give up his share of the project, let alone bow to his uncle. I'm afraid there is something fishy going on here. Of course, it is possible that George and Xia Lingyun are just interested in each other. So George is afraid that the project will be difficult to progress and has to bow to the Liang family. Of course, these are just my guesses. In short, this 100 billion project has come to an end. Next, Tiannan will attack Tianxin Group. At that time, Yi Group, Huiwang Group, and Yongshin Group will all help. Ella seemed to be teaching everyone how to do things, constantly reminding Lucas and the others. After Ella hung up the phone, the whole family was in a depressed mood. Thinking about how proud they had just been, they all felt like they were slapping themselves in the face. Liang Yi gradually sobered up. George, has he really gotten close to the Xia family? If so, even the Liang family will have a hard time dealing with him, unless they fight to the death. Alas, this kid is much harder to deal with now that his net worth has reached 100 billion. If I had known earlier, I would have strangled him. After he complained like this, all the relatives of the Liang family felt very complicated. For Maria and the Yi family, is it worth it for them to fight to the death with a capitalist tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions? If it weren't for Maria, they might have a good relationship with George and could have gotten a lot of the 100 billion project. Seeing that no one spoke, Liang Yi knew that he had said something wrong, so he consoled them. The 100 billion project has come to an end. Next, just follow Ella's actions. Well, this is a $100 billion project, so my brother definitely didn't get any advantage. We're even, and no one is at a disadvantage. Lucas also quickly comforted everyone. Next, my brother-in-law will take action. George will definitely die. His hope now lies in Jiang Tianan, because he found that after he angered Liang Yi last time, Liang Yi did go looking for trouble with George, but it seemed that it didn't have any impact on George. Liang Yi comforted everyone a few more words and returned to the room with a serious face. He had a lot of things he didn't say just now, but because he felt it was not appropriate to say them at this time, he kept them in his mind. For example, Ella reminded that George and Xia Lingyun were together. Since George already had a backer, why did he seem so humble during the conversation in the coffee shop? This is not in line with George's personality. There must be something hidden. Moreover, he was very afraid that the Xia family would join forces with George to deal with them. By then, the Liang family would definitely be in trouble and might even go bankrupt. At that time, Liang Yi had no choice but to take the risk and destroy George at all costs, even if it meant taking the risk of assassination. Of course, the relationship between the two parties is still unclear at the moment, so there's no need to break the jar. This $100 billion project has unknowingly exposed some of George's hidden cards. This kid is really scary. He is already a big rich family in the provincial capital. Liang Yi lit a cigarette and smoked it, thinking about how the Liang family had banned George from Yuhai City, how George broke out of the cage and then gained a foothold in the provincial capital and then waved flags and shouted, fighting on equal terms with the Liang family. This time is very short. Like a miracle, Xia Lingyun came forward, and George only found out about it later. According to his plan, he had to find out the identity of the troublemakers and call the police if they dared to continue making trouble. Who knew that Xia Lingyun came forward to solve all of this, causing the project to progress very smoothly. After the project was completed, George made a conservative estimate of 30 billion yuan, and Yi Liju made over 10 billion yuan. The rest of the profits were distributed to subsidiary companies. Of course, making money is one thing, but increasing your influence is the biggest gain. Currently, Tianjin Group has become a giant in the provincial capital. All large and small industrial chains and companies are related to them. At this time, if the Liang family and the Jiang family want to move against the Tianjin Group, the negative effects will be even greater, such as a large number of people losing their jobs, market commodity price fluctuations, and so on. Chapter 269. George refused. It was like a nightmare. However, George also saw that Candoaduo was in trouble. Many businesses were joining forces to sue Candoaduo, and there were manipulators behind the scenes fanning the flames. George sent people from the legal department to deal with it, and then paid some compensation to minimize the incident. For a large group like Tianjin Group, this kind of trouble actually has no impact and can only be regarded as harassment. George guessed that this was Jiang Tiannan's move. At present, Liang he seems to have become much more cautious after the project, and he dares not be too ostentatious about many things. So the Yi Group and the Huihuan Group both lean towards Jiang Tianan and join forces to deal with the Tianshan Group. And it is obvious that all this is caused by Ella. In her previous life, she also married into a wealthy family. This time, the pace is accelerated. Perhaps it's because of me. While George was thinking, Jiang Tianan had already come to apologize. The meeting between the two parties did not result in a quarrel. On the contrary, they were very polite. However, Jiang Tianan was still running a fever and probably did not have the energy to argue. He pretended to apologize, then took his share of the project and left. Of course, George could still see that although Jiang Tianan seemed polite, there was actually pride in his eyes. I guess Duo is in trouble, and he's laughing secretly. George would naturally not be polite to Jiang Tianan for his secret move. When Jiang Tianan left, George also gave him a letter and smiled and told him to read it when he got home. Those letters were actually the love letters between Fang Yiming and Ella, as well as secretly taken photos of them being in love, etc. George believed that Jiang Tianan would be very angry after reading it. This is indeed the case. Jiang Tianan watched it on the way back. When he saw the sweet photos of Ella and Fang Yiming, as well as the love letters between them, he was so angry that he almost exploded, as if his heart was being pierced by someone. Even though Fang Yiming was dead and his body had been burned to ashes, he loved Ella too much and would not allow this love to have any flaws or be tainted. George, you make me so mad. I understand. This is your counterattack against me, right? That's enough. You are not allowed to joke about our love. After returning home, Jiang Tianan saw Ella coming towards him, and he was still feeling upset, but he didn't dare to lose his temper with Ella, so he had to keep in his heart. Although he pretended to be normal, his mind was full of Ella and Fang Yiming's past, which haunted him like a nightmare. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he ran to his room and took a cold shower to calm himself down. However, that night, the fever that had just subsided for him came back, and he was dehydrated and talking nonsense, so he was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment overnight. Ella has been taking care of Jiang Tianan. She noticed that Jiang Tianan's emotions were fluctuating, and he was cursing Fang Yiming when he was confused. Fang Yiming, Ella is mine. You are not allowed to get close to him. You are already dead. Get away from me. Fang Yiming, I can die for Ella. Can you? In this world, I am the one who loves Ella the most. Ella didn't expect that these old events would actually irritate Jiang Tianan. She guessed that this must have something to do with George, because George is most familiar with her and Fang Yiming's affairs, and knows Jiang Tianan's weaknesses even better. You bastard. Fang Yiming is already dead. Why are you making a fuss about a dead person? George, Ella, will cut you into pieces. Ella accompanied Jiang Tianan to the hospital, gritting her teeth all the way. Moreover, the song Later, which she had sung before, was playing in the car. This reminded her of when she was in Yuhai City. She found out that George was her savior. In order to make amends and express her guilt, she sang this song at the party and even invited George, hoping that George would accept her apology. But in the end, George refused. This is like a nightmare. Spring is coming quietly, with birds singing and flowers blooming. George handed the engineering matters over to Yi Liju, and he no longer had to worry about Kinduoduo. His next focus would be on real estate, mobile phone business, and in the future short videos. Tianjin Real Estate Group is booming, and in this regard, Tianjin Group has also made a lot of money. As for the mobile phone business, George's foundry has matured. Although it has not yet achieved a perfect industrial chain, the mobile phone business has been opened up. It only needs to be integrated to produce its own brand of mobile phones and study chips, etc. In this regard, George has also recruited a lot of talents who are managed by Yugong. Of course, Mr. Yu is very strong in research on mobile phone chips, but George still lacks a core figure who can integrate all resources in the industrial chain. Suddenly, George thought of a person named Yao Sihai, who has been professionally researching mobile phones for many years. He was born in Huiqiangbai and used to be the director of a mobile phone factory. He has rich experience in production, integration, and marketing. In the previous life, George followed Lucas on the class spring outing and saw this person on the way. At that time, Yao Sihai was not very famous and was unemployed. Because someone in the class knew him, everyone chatted with him for a while. However, Yao Sihai talked so much that everyone thought he was just bragging, and they all laughed at him in secret. In the following years, Yao Sihai joined a mobile phone manufacturer and helped the mobile phone brand to become the top in Africa. His mobile phone transponders were called the King of Africa. George still remembers these things, is that at that time, in addition to meeting Yao Sihai, Ella also had some problems, and she happened to have appendicitis. Now, smartphones have just been released and have not yet become popular. The mobile phone market is booming. This is the best time. Yao Sihai must get this. According to the time, it seems to be spring this year. George was not too sure. After all, after his rebirth, the trajectory of many things had changed. Some events happened faster, while others were delayed. Sometimes George wondered if the world he was reborn into was the same world as before. Afterwards, George called Johnson, and Sure Xiaoqi and her daughter set off together. Because Olivia is busy with cutting a lot of things in engineering, she doesn't have time. And the location this time is Phoenix Mountain in Yuhai City. By the way, this mountain was also the place where the Yi family encountered a flash flood. At that time, George had just returned to the Yi family and was traveling with his family for the first time. He was in a very happy mood. Later, when they encountered disasters such as flash floods and typhoons, George even saved Ella and others. Now it's like revisiting an old place. In the spring, Phoenix Mountain is full of singing birds and fragrant flowers. The air is very good, and many people come here for an outing early in the morning. George brought a few people to enjoy the nature. Johnson also bought a kite for Shi Mengqi and played with the mother and daughter. George could see that Johnson treated Shi Mengqi very well, just like doting on his own daughter. And Xiaoqi, what do you think of Johnson? George drank a sip of mineral water, then looked at Shi Xiaoqi beside him and said, Chapter 270, Returning to the Old Place, Phoenix Mountain. Johnson flying a kite with her daughter, she subconsciously said, He's a very nice person. That's all. George smiled. Shi Xiaoqi finally reacted. Her pretty face flushed. That's all. In fact, she could also sense Johnson has feelings for her. But she was a married woman and felt she was not worthy of Johnson. Johnson, we grew up together. He doesn't understand romance. He's not good at talking, and he can't coax people. But he's down to earth, steady, loyal, and considerate. He's a good man to live with. George looked at Shi Xiaoqi and said, He also told me about you. He said he likes you and wants to take care of you for the rest of his life. Why does he say everything? Shi Xiaoqi's face turned even redder. George smiled and said, Because he has no relatives in his heart. I am his brother, his elder. But if Aunt Xiaoqi doesn't like him, I will reject him for you. Don't keep coming to you, it will cause gossip. Don't. Shi Xiaoqi got anxious. George looked at her with a half-smile. Shi Xiaoqi realized that she had said the wrong thing, and her face turned even redder. Actually, I know he's pretty good, and many young and pretty girls like him. I don't want to delay him because of me. Besides, he just had a crush on me for a while. George shook his head. You are wrong. I am familiar with him. He considers many things before doing anything. Since he likes you, it is definitely not a hot-blooded decision. Moreover, Although there are many women who like him, his situation since he was a child makes him not trust other women easily. He is always cautious. So the fact that you can enter his heart shows that you have advantages and qualities that other women don't have, and these qualities are exactly what Johnson likes. Love is so wonderful sometimes. When you like someone, you don't care whether she is married or how old she is. You just like her. If Annie Xiaoqi feels good about him, then take a brave step forward. Sure, Xiaoqi stared at Johnson, who was playing with the child. She could hear Xiao Mingqi's giggle and finally nodded slightly. While the two were chatting, another large group of people came for an outing. They were students from the University of Science and Technology, including Lucas, Lu Ruyin, and others. And there were a few people following behind them. They were Ella, David, Liang Haoran, and Liang Kaiyan. Of course, Maria didn't come. She and David were still in a Cold War, and David didn't answer her calls at all. As for Ella and Liang Haoran, they seemed to be accompanying David to relax. But in fact, they were also there to enlighten David. Dad, I haven't been here for a long time. Ella held David's hand and looked at the lush and green Phoenix Mountain. When she returned to the old place, the first thing she thought of was how she almost died here. This is also where she meets her new life. Of course, she would never think about the man who saved her. It was as if she had put an iron box in her heart, sealing away all those past events. Yeah, I haven't been here for a long time. David was also very emotional. In fact, he has been to Phoenix Mountain quite a few times. But because of George, the one that left the deepest impression on him was the time when they went on a family trip. Thinking about it now, his mood became a little complicated again. Of course, he quickly shook off those negative emotions and stopped himself from wasting energy. Lucas, look, it's George. At this time, Lu Rian saw several people playing with kites on the lawn. It's this bastard again. We always have a narrow road to meet each other. Lucas now felt sick when he saw George and felt like vomiting. Let's go to the other side and ignore him. After saying that, he led his classmates up the mountain from the other side. David and the others also saw George and his companions. Except for David, who secretly sighed. Liang Haoran, Liang Kaiyan, Ella, and the others all had ferocious looks on their faces, as if they wished they could tear George into pieces with their eyes. George didn't suffer any loss from this 100 billion yuan project in the provincial capital. Just like what Lily said, Lily is a bit prophetic. David shook his head helplessly. He's just lucky, but the good times will soon come to an end. Tianen has already said that this time he will defeat George in business on his own without the help of any power or connections. Ella said fiercely, also pulling David up the mountain. Who is that? Why is he so close to Shi Xiaoqi and the others, and my daughter too? Liang Haoran stared at Shi Xiaoqi, her daughter, and Johnson with an ugly expression. From his point of view, Johnson is like Shi Mengqi's father and Shi Xiaoqi's husband, and the family is very happy. Others couldn't see that kind of atmosphere, but he could see it clearly, especially when he saw that Shi Xiaoqi was prettier and younger than before. He felt as if he was being scratched by a cat. Of course, he also knew that Shi Xiaoqi was now the chairman of Yujinfei. She was very rich and had a great reputation in the jewelry design circle. Her temperament and appearance would definitely change. What's the point of being angry? Let's go. George is here. If you don't, we'll start arguing again. Liang Kaiyan glanced at Liang Haoran and pulled him away. She could see why Liang Haoran was angry. It must be because of Shi Xiaoqi. Although the two parties are divorced, but no ex-husband would feel good watching his ex-wife hooking up with other men. Besides, it is obvious that Shi Xiaoqi is living a happy life, and her temperament is much better than before. The group walked up the mountain along the path and gradually disappeared onto the large lawn. George didn't see them at first. It was Shi Xiaoqi who reminded him. Shi Xiaoqi also saw Liang Haoran. She was a little scared. George, do you think Liang Haoran will deal with us? Shi Xiaoqi knew Liang Haoran's temper. He was a stingy person. Even if they were divorced, he didn't want to see her live a good life. Will he dare? George sneered. If I don't deal with him, he should burn incense and pray to Buddha. Besides, you have Johnson there. He will protect you. When Shi Xiaoqi heard this, she felt warm in her heart. She is no longer the same as before. Now she has people protecting her, and they're all very powerful men. She no longer needs to be afraid of Liang Haoran. On the contrary, Liang Haoran is afraid of the man next to her. Johnson, you play with Aunt Xiaoqi and the others. I'll go up the mountain to take a look. George then called Johnson. Johnson looked at George, then at Shi Xiaoqi, and agreed with a blushing face. He thought George was leaving space for them on purpose. George smiled and followed the path up the mountain. In fact, he did leave some space for Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi to get along with each other. And of course, he also wanted to find Yao Sihai. If I remember correctly, in the previous life, Lucas and the others met Yao Sihai first. I hope that this trajectory will not change in this life. Lucas and the others sitting in a small pavilion, resting, taking pictures, and drinking water, while David and Liang Hao are not there, probably because they continued to climb up. Isn't this Uncle Sihai? You are climbing the mountain too. At this time, a classmate looked at another person in the booth, who was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Oh, it's Xiaojun. The middle-aged man came over politely. The classmate immediately introduced Yao Sihai, saying that Yao Sihai was from Huiqiangbai and had worked as a mobile phone factory manager, electronic product sales manager, etc. Lucas and Lu Ruyan heard this. Their eyes lit up. Currently, Jiang Tianan is planning to enter the mobile phone industry, and there is still a lack of talents in various aspects. Yao Sihai seems to be very suitable. Chapter 271, fortunately, Ella and the others didn't know the treasure. Sister Ella, what do you think of Yao Sihai? Lucas looked at Ella, who was resting. Ella was also somewhat interested, but wanted to wait and see. Haha, the electronics and mobile phone industries. I'm not exaggerating, but in the entire South, no one knows them better than me. From the production, assembly line, shipment, design, and performance of mobile phones to sales, market trends, industrial chain, etc. If any of you want to develop in this direction, feel free to come to me. Yao Sihai has a shortcoming, which is that he likes to talk nonsense and brag. Mr. Yao, where are you working now? A classmate asked. Well, I just resigned because I was dissatisfied with the working environment. However, there are more than a dozen companies recruiting me, such as the general manager of the China region of Fruit, the factory director of the Asia-Pacific region of Sanshin, and some emerging mobile phone manufacturers. The annual salary starts at 5 million. As for me, I just wanted to take a break, so I didn't agree to their request. Yao Sihai brags without blushing. When the students heard this, they secretly despised him. At first, they thought that the man with glasses was a big shot, but who knew he was just a boaster? The general manager of the China region of Fruit. Do you think they have never seen the world? Who among you is related to the electronics industry? Not only mobile phones, MP3, and so on. I am familiar with them all. Yao Sihai also knew that many of these young people were second-generation rich. No, the electronics industry is too high-end. All the students shook their heads. Even if they had the answer, they wouldn't say it out loud. After all, it's obvious that Yao Sihai has a mental problem, so who would look for him? My requirements are not high. I just want an apartment, a Mercedes-Benz, and an annual salary of 5 million. No, 1 million is fine too. Yao Sihai continued to speak. The students ignored him, took a break, and continued climbing the mountain. Xiao Su, this guy is unreliable. I think he is more like a down-and-out unemployed, middle-aged man. Ella shook her head at Lucas. Besides, judging by what he's wearing, fake Nikes and a yellowed sweatshirt, this guy is probably a liar. Lucas nodded. He thought so too. So, I followed my classmates up the mountain. Wait, you don't have to work in the electronics industry. Any other industry will do. Even if it's selling pirated mobile phones. I have connections in Huiqiangbai, and an annual salary of 100,000 yuan will be enough. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Yao Sihai shouted again and ran to Ella and spoke. Because he recognized Ella, a banned first-tier celebrity, and hoped that she could help him. Of course, he also knew Ella's identity, the daughter of the former richest man in Yuhai City. Roll! Ella angrily yelled at Yao Sihai. Even if you earn 3,000 yuan a year, I won't hire you. After saying that, I followed Lucas and quickened my pace up the mountain. Young man, you have no vision. Yao Sihai could only shake his head helplessly, but he was not angry. He reached into his trouser pocket to find a cigarette, but when he opened the cigarette box, he found that there was no cigarette. He cursed inwardly, threw away the cigarette box, and wanted to continue climbing the mountain. I have cigarettes here. But at this moment, a pack of Watsai was handed over, and George was already standing next to him. George was there just now, hiding on a mountain road when he came here, watching Yao Sihai's performance. At that time, he was really afraid that Yao Sihai would be poached by Ella. Fortunately, Ella and the others didn't know the treasure of the treasure. Although Yao Sihai seems to be talking nonsense and bragging, he is really very capable, and he is energetic and passionate about doing things. Thank you, thank you. Yao Sihai took the cigarette from George, took out one, and smoked it, then put the whole pack of cigarettes into his trouser pocket. After he was fired, he is really poor now, so he has developed the habit of taking advantage of small opportunities. Afterwards, Yao Sihai wanted to go down the mountain. George didn't pay attention to Yao Sihai's little trick and said with a smile, "Mr. Yao, are you interested in producing mobile phones with me?" Yao Sihai stopped and frowned at George. His expression suddenly changed. "It's you, Mr. George, the richest man in the city, chairman of Tianchan Group, which owns Dichin Clothing, Tianra Network, Tianji Entertainment, Tianchi Real Estate, Tian High Catering, Tianwei Technology, and Tian Short Video." He listed many of George's industries in one breath. It can be seen that he has been paying attention to the market trends and events, and is very familiar with George's deeds. Of course, he didn't expect that he would meet such a big shot. Mr. Yi, you are not kidding." Yao Sihai was a little nervous. He straightened his clothes, and his attitude became much more serious. "It's obviously different from what we did to Lucas and the others just now. After all, people like Lucas are just second-generation rich. But the one in front of them is a first-generation rich, a capital tycoon, a real big shot. I'm not kidding. I'll provide you with a car, an apartment, and an annual salary of tens of millions. There are also many resources and mobile phone industry chains waiting for you to use. My goal is that in half a year, you have to produce a hit mobile phone for our Tianwei technology." George got straight to the point. He knew that Yao Sihai had helped a mobile phone manufacturer in his previous life to become the king of mobile phones in Africa. All this proved Yao Sihai's ability. It's a small matter. As long as the money is there, anything can be done. Yao Sihai nodded excitedly. George reminded, "What I want to do is not to produce pirated mobile phones like those sold in Huiqiangbai, but to produce an independent brand, a mobile phone with the best performance, called Tianwei Mobile Phone. In the future, it will become the pride of domestic products and go global." When Yao Sihai heard this, he took a deep breath and looked at George carefully. He finally realized that George was not joking. This was truly a grand goal. China's current semiconductors are decades behind the world. In the field of chips and mobile phones, all of them are currently supplied from abroad. If we want to become the pride of domestic products, all industrial chains, including chips, must be self-sufficient. He had studied this area and knew that to achieve this level, it was not just about having money. Of course, spending money is also indispensable, and it is a sky-high amount of money. As long as Mr. Yi is willing, I, Yao Sihai, am willing to assist you. Haha, I have long wanted to make a big career, but I've always been troubled by the lack of a mentor. Yao Sihai is also an ambitious person, full of passion and enthusiasm for life and career. Leave me your phone number and address, and I'll have someone bring you to Tianchan Group later. George smiled and said, "No need. I'll just follow Mr. Yi or wait for you at the foot of the mountain." Yao Sihai was afraid of missing George, so he was unwilling to leave. George thought about it, asked Yao Sihai to wait for him at the foot of the mountain, and then went up the mountain alone. Wow, I'm so lucky to have met Mr. Yi. He is a miracle. If I follow him, I will definitely make a big career. Oh my, I'm so excited. Yeah. Keep working hard. Keep working hard. When Yao Sihai went down the mountain, he waved his fists with passion and enthusiasm. He fell down due to excitement, which attracted the attention of the climbers, but he didn't care at all. He got up and continued to wave his fists. People all think he is a psychopath, but they don't know that in the future, he will help Tianwei technology gain a firm foothold in the world. At this time, George was very excited. With Yao Sihai as a strong general, the mobile phone industry was halfway to success. He walked along the mountain road, smelling the fresh air, and felt relaxed all over. When we reached the top of the mountain, we found that there was only one person there. She was wearing a white sportswear, a sun hat, and big sunglasses, and she was as graceful as a jade lotus. It's Ella. Chapter 272. On the top of the mountain, Ella goes crazy. Ella was seen looking at the sea in the distance and enjoying the gentle sea breeze. Suddenly, she found someone behind her. She turned around, and her pretty face became gloomy and full of disgust. "George, you're here too." Ella's delicate face became a little ferocious, and she walked over and yelled, You are so proud and glorious. You got the same share as the Jiang family and the Liang family in the 100 billion project. You are so great. So you're so proud of yourself. What did you say about me in front of my fiancé that made him so miserable? He is still running a fever. You killed Fang Yiming, and now you want to harm Jiang Tianen? I am your sister. You just don't want me to live a good life, right? And my parents, they're going to remarry, and you are hurting them again. This is the nth time. I have filmed many costume dramas before. The queens in them are just as vicious as you. They try their best to harm people every day, but they always end up in a miserable end. Oh, I forgot to mention Grandpa's inheritance. We didn't get a penny. You are such a heartless person, but you took so much. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to eat it all and die as a result of retribution? The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Her eyes turned red and her body was shaking. We, as a family, have begged you so many times. We have been humble to you. We have even knelt down to beg for mercy, but you still refuse to forgive us. You have been wronged when you were a child, and you have always remembered that little thing in your heart. Are you still a man? Lily is in jail, Wanru is in jail, and you've ruined my career. Tell me, is there anyone in my family that you haven't harmed? Tell me, why don't you dare to say it? Ella seemed to have been suppressed for a very long time. Or perhaps this place was where she was reborn, so she had many emotions. George looked at Ella like she was going crazy, and it felt very familiar. Isn't this another Maria? It seems that Fang Yiming's death has indeed changed Ella. He lifted his ears. His ears were callous from hearing such cliches. Every time he says, damn, 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 every time he says he regrets and apologizes, every time he stands in the victim's perspective, but every time after he finishes speaking, he tries every way to deal with him. George, let's not talk about the distant things. Let's just talk about the recent things. Jiang Tianan is causing trouble for Duo, so isn't it normal for George to fight back against Jiang Tianan? As a result, Ella ignored the Duo incident, or maybe she was blind, and instead scolded George for dealing with Jiang Tianan. Where's your little glutinous rice? George smiled. Shut up and don't mention Shaunwomi. You are the one who killed my beloved Shaunwomi. Ella heard this. Her eyes turned red. She was the one who crushed her little Nwomi to death, pinching her neck and dying in her arms. All this is because of George. Dead? It's good that he died. When we were little, you made me kneel down and apologize to Shaunwomi. Shaunwomi deserves retribution. George laughed. But you can't blame me for Shaunwomi's death. I didn't even see any dog hair. You are wronging me. You didn't eat him, did you? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Ella became even more agitated, pointing at George and yelling. It's you, you're the one who's punishing even a dog. You're a pervert. Shut up, shut up, shut up. After scolding me, she burst into tears, became hysterical, and trembled all over. I am such a kind-hearted girl, but I can't stand you. Tell me, do you still have humanity? Can you still be saved? George shrugged. Just tell me whether you eat dog meat or not. Why are you making such a fuss? You don't reflect on yourself at all. You are hopeless. Ella was even more excited because George was arguing with her. She was so serious, but George was making fun of her. I'm telling you, Jiang Tianan will not let you go. The Yi Group, the Liang family's brilliant group, and Jiang Tianan's Dajiang industry will join forces to severely suppress you in business and bankrupt you. Your backer, Mr. Hu, can't help you, and Xiaolingyun doesn't dare to help you either. Just wait. Ella, will fight you to the death. Don't think that I will show mercy to you just because you saved me. That's impossible. Ella continued to yell. Her eyes became ferocious, as if she wanted to kill someone. And as he was cursing, he began to laugh, a cold laugh. You've gone crazy. George also stopped sneering and said coldly, since you have said so much, I will play with you. I hope that next time you lose, don't pretend to be a victim in front of me, saying that the whole family kneels down to beg, and I will not forgive you. This does not have any effect on me, but I'm tired of hearing it. Only you can play the victim while dealing with me. As for the fact that I saved you before, it doesn't matter. I'll just think of it as saving a dog. This kind of thing will never happen again. As the old saying goes, God is watching what you do. After saying that, he turned around and left, too lazy to talk anymore. George, don't leave. I haven't finished yet. Ella stamped her feet and cursed. She had a lot of things suppressed in her heart and many vicious words she wanted to say. Suddenly, she turned pale, touched her belly, and fell to the ground. Oh, my stomach hurts so much. Beads of sweat kept oozing out of her forehead, and her whole body was shaking in great pain. George looked back immediately with surprise on his face. George, it's you who's behind this. You poisoned me. You want to kill me. It must be you. It must be you. Ella didn't know what was going on. She just felt like her stomach was going to explode, and she was in excruciating pain. This is the first time in my life that I experienced this kind of pain. Me again? I didn't even touch you. How could I poison you? Am I Ouyang Fong, the Western poison? George couldn't help but sneer, and suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, the reason why he was so impressed with Yao Sihai was because the day he met Yao Sihai was also the day when Ella had problems. At that time, Ella had appendicitis and was in excruciating pain. However, when the problem occurred in the previous life, it was not in Phoenix Mountain, but at a roadside stall on Qingshi Street in Yuhai City. At that time, Ella wanted to eat stinky tofu, but her assistant disagreed, and Maria and the others also did not allow it. Ella had no choice but to find George, and through threats and inducements, she forced George to take her out secretly. George had no choice but to take Ella to secretly eat stinky tofu, but who knew that while they were eating, Ella suffered an appendicitis attack. George was also terrified at the time. He couldn't wait for the ambulance, and went to the hospital carrying Ella on his back. Because the situation was urgent, George's shoes were worn out and his feet were bleeding. He ran for several kilometers and finally sent Ella to the hospital. By then, he was so exhausted that he fainted. Maria and the others arrived. The first thing she did was slap George a few times and blamed Ella's stomachache on the food problem of stinky tofu. And they believed that it was George who brought Ella out. Otherwise, how could Ella, who was so delicate, eat at a roadside stall? Maria and the others later found out that Ella had appendicitis and it had nothing to do with the stinky tofu. They still did not apologize. Later, Ella had surgery, and after she recovered, she slapped George a few times when she saw him because George threw Shaun Womi at a roadside stall when he saved her. George felt very aggrieved at that time. He had to save people, so how could he care about Shaun Womi? Chapter 273 this time, I won't save you again. In my last life, I saved you and still had to endure abuse and beatings. In this life, I will do nothing and just watch you suffer. George looked at Ella coldly and recalled the sneer Ella gave him beside his bed when he was dying in his previous life. When a fire started, Ella ignored him and just ran away after making a few sarcastic remarks. This is the sister that George once saved. Ella was in more and more pain at this time. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even breathe. She didn't know if George had poisoned her, but it didn't matter now. There was only one thought in her mind. If she didn't go to the hospital, she would die. And I don't know if it's fate or something else, but this is also Phoenix Mountain, the place where she was reborn. George, I was wrong. Save me, carry me down the mountain. I beg you. I'm in so much pain. It hurts so much. Ella shouted weakly. Yes, I blame you for Fong Yiming's death. I was too extreme. In fact, you were just protecting yourself. If Fong Yiming didn't kill you, why would you kill Fong Yiming? And Jiang Tianin too, including my parents, Xiaoxiu, Wanru, and the others. I was really wrong. Please save me. Just go down the mountain. Please. Her voice became weaker and weaker, and even a little distorted due to the pain. George stood on the top of the mountain, feeling the breeze, and looked at Ella like the god of death. Wrong? If Ella wasn't waiting for me to save her, would she admit her mistake? Ella actually knows the right and wrong of many things. She just keeps denying it or pretending not to know. I have saved you once this time. I won't save you again. George said it was none of his business, then turned and left. George, you can't be so cruel. You can't abandon me. I am your sister. I am a living being. If you don't save me, what's the difference between you and a murderer? Don't go, save me. Ella didn't expect George to be so heartless. She could only watch George's back getting farther and farther away. At this moment, she tasted the taste of death. A deep regret also surged into her heart. The George of the past, he would definitely save himself at all costs, even if it meant running himself to death. George came down from the top of the mountain and soon saw David and Lucas on the mountain road. They seemed to be looking for Ella. Brother, have you met Sister Ella? Seeing George, Lucas was obviously scared and asked in a low voice. No. George didn't even look at him and continued down the mountain. David wanted to call out to George, but But he couldn't find any reason and he couldn't face George. So he gave up. He and Lucas walked up the mountain road to the top of the mountain. And then they saw Ella lying on the ground and fainted from the pain. Sister Ella. Lucas ran over excitedly. David also ran over and saw that Ella was unconscious. Without saying a word, he carried Ella down the mountain and told Lucas to call 110. After Lucas finished the call, he thought of George again. My brother just said he didn't see Sister Ella, but he came down from the top of the mountain. How could he not have seen her? He wanted to kill Sister Ella. It must be him. David heard this. A chill ran through his body. At the moment, he didn't know what happened to Ella. But George certainly can escape the relationship. Then I thought about how George said guiltily that he didn't see it. So it was most likely George who did it. The most important thing is that this is not the first time that George has dealt with his family, including Lily, Yuki, and others. At this time, after George arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was about to look for Shi, Xiaoqi, and Johnson, but then he saw Johnson and Liang Haoran struggling, and they even started fighting. Moreover, Shi Xiaoqi was arguing with Liang Kaiyan, while Shi Mengqi was crying beside them. Seeing this scene, George felt a surge of anger rushing into his mind, and his rage was like burning the sky. Shi Xiaoqi, you're a bitch. You're looking for a man behind my brother's back. Why are you so itchy? Everyone, come and see. This woman has children and a husband, but she is not a good wife and is playing outside with her lover. Liang Kaiyan was pulling Shi Xiaoqi's clothes, cursing and shouting around, and took the opportunity to slap Shi Xiaoqi a few times. Shi Xiaoqi kept crying and couldn't fight back at all. Johnson naturally became furious and wanted to beat Liang Kaiyan up, but was stopped by Liang Haoran, and the two of them started fighting head-on. If you dare to hit on my wife, I will kill you. Liang Haoran acted as if he was cuckolded, and his attack was extremely ruthless. Of course, he was really angry, very angry. In short, he can't see Shi Xiaoqi living a good life. Any man who gets close to Shi Xiaoqi will make him feel humiliated. No other man is allowed to get the woman he doesn't want. Do you still want my daughter to call you dad? I will beat you to death. Liang Haoran grabbed a wooden stick and hit Johnson. Johnson's face was bleeding. He was not good at speaking, and of course he couldn't explain clearly at this time. He just wanted to protect Shi Xiaoqi now. This also caused Liang Haoran's wooden stick to hit him continuously. At this time, Liang Haoran's wooden stick was grabbed by someone. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. When he looked back, his pupils condensed. Ye George! George grabbed his wooden stick. At this moment, he looked so tall and mighty that people dared not look at him directly. Liang Haoran knew a lot about what George had done to the Liang family, so he dared to be rude to Johnson, but not to George. He said angrily, George, this is our family affair. Don't meddle in it. Damn it, you two are divorced. How dare you say such things? George had the aura of a tyrant. After grabbing the stick, he smashed it on Liang Haoran's thigh. Liang Haoran screamed in pain and jumped back. You hit me. How could you hit me? I'm going to sue you. George hit him with another stick. Ouch. My leg is broken. Please stop messing around. I'm going to sue you until you lose everything and spend the rest of your life in jail. Liang Haoran's other leg was hit again, and he finally fell to the ground, groaning angrily. George didn't care and hit Liang Haoran with the stick again, causing blood to flow from his thigh. He could only beg for mercy miserably. Stop hitting me, George. Please stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't get involved in this matter anymore. If I see you pestering Aunt Xiaoqi again, I'll kill you. George threw the stick away, stepped on Liang Haoran a few times, and then ran to Liang Kaiyan. When Liang Kaiyan saw Liang Haoran being beaten, she was already terrified. Although she came from a wealthy family, had a strong background, and her family was rich, all this was of no use to George. Even her brother can't do anything about George right now. Ye George, what do you want to do? This is my brother's family affair. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, my brother's wife is having an affair with her lover. I'm just trying to be fair. Liang Kaiyan was backing away as she spoke, and there was no trace of her unreasonable look from before. George didn't listen to her, but after she said that, the anger in his heart was like being poured with oil. Both parties are divorced, and you're still needed to administer justice? When your brother was keeping a mistress, committing domestic violence, and not paying child support, why didn't you come out to administer justice? George grabbed Liang Kaiyan's hair and slapped her hard in the face with his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the slap was very crisp, and the slap mark was even clearer. Chapter 274. George, Do you want to kill your sister? Murder, murder, someone come, call the police, help. Liang Kaiyan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Lucas' classmates had already gathered around, and Lu Ruoyan was also in the crowd. They were all so scared that they rubbed their lips. In this situation, no one dared to intervene. Everyone knew what kind of person George was. They couldn't afford to offend him. The security guards of Phoenix Mountain ran over upon hearing the news, but were stopped by Uncle Chun and his men, and could only stare blankly. After being slapped several times in a row, Liang Kaiyan saw that no one came to rescue her, so she was so scared that she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Her hair was messy, her face was covered with slap marks, and she looked as miserable as a shrew. George, it's all right. Sure Xiaoqi ran over and grabbed George, fearing that things might get out of hand. George didn't want to let her go, but Sure Xiaoqi kept begging him, and Sure Mengqi was crying beside him. So he had to warn Liang Kaiyan coldly. If you keep gossiping and slandering others' reputation, I will kill you. Do you hear me? I heard it. Liang Kaiyan nodded with great grievance. Louder! George slapped him. Wow! Liang Kaiyan burst into tears and kept shaking her messy hair. I heard it. This embarrassing look made Lucas' classmates laugh secretly. At this time, David and Lucas carried Ella down the mountain and saw this scene from afar. Especially when they saw Liang Kaiyan kneeling in front of George with messy hair and Liang Howard stroking his thigh and moaning on the ground. They were both shocked. David felt even more furious, as if he was meeting his son for the first time. How could George become so cruel, so brutal, and so ruthless? That's right. George is now a wealthy man in the provincial capital and a tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions. He has long lost his conscience. George, I just asked you if you saw your sister, and you said no. Did you do something bad? Do you want to kill your sister? You must be poisoning her. While David was waiting for the ambulance, he ran over with Ella on his back to question her. George looked at the emotional David and couldn't help but sneer, and of course he also glanced at Ella. For Ella, he would never save her in this life. If Ella died on the top of the mountain, it would be her retribution. If she didn't die, we can only say that Ella was lucky. Yes, I poisoned him, call the police, and arrest me. Go ahead. George sneered in response. Is that what a human being says? You are so proud of killing people. The thing I regret most in my life is giving birth to you. I tell you, today I'm going to put justice above my own family. Just wait for the police to come and arrest you. David's heart was trembling with anger. If it were in the past, David would have lost control of his temper and attacked. But he didn't dare to do that now, because the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. He was a southern gangster who stood above him, had a higher status, more money, and more connections than him. As a father, he has long lost his dignity in front of his son, and only feels aggrieved. At this time, the ambulance arrived, and Ella was sent into the ambulance, along with Liang Howard. George angrily threw the car window. They would not let this go. Absolutely not. George also saw these looks, but he didn't care at all. Under the protection of Uncle Chun and Chi Dan, he got in the car and left. In the car, Sure Xiaoqi felt very guilty, especially after seeing the injuries on Johnson's body. She couldn't help but shed tears. It's all my fault. F.A., I got you into trouble. If I could be tougher and I wasn't so scared of him, you definitely wouldn't get hurt. Sure Xiaoqi is a bit timid. Even though she is divorced from Liang Howard, she is still terrified to see Liang Howard because she was repeatedly abused at home. Johnson was not good at speaking. He held Sure Xiaoqi's hand tightly and secretly vowed to protect her. Uncle Chun, security here needs to be stepped up, George said to Uncle Chun indifferently. Master George, it's our fault. We have been paying attention to the mountain and forgot about Mr. Johnson and the others. When we return, I will recruit a few more groups of bodyguards to protect Miss Sure and Mr. Johnson at all times. Uncle Chin said immediately, Liang Howard is not a good guy. He will definitely take revenge after suffering a loss this time. George said coldly, if something goes wrong, maybe it can be done. When he said the last sentence, there was a hint of murderous intent in his voice. Because in his heart, Johnson is his relative, his brother, and Sure Xiaoqi as well, and he will never allow anything to happen. So instead of waiting for Liang Howard to make another move, it is better to strike first. Don't. Sure Xiaoqi and Johnson both sensed the murderous intent and stopped George at the same time. They all didn't want George to be implicated in this matter, because if it wasn't handled properly, George would get into big trouble, get sued, or even go to jail. And they knew that although the Liang family had a bad relationship with George, both sides were fighting within the rules, and no one dared to break the rules and kill first. Once Liang Howard is killed, the Liang family will definitely go crazy. George's current energy, it is not enough to fight against the crazy Liang family. Sure, Xiaoqi advised, George, after this incident, Liang Howard will definitely not dare to cause trouble. He is also afraid of you. You are now the head of a wealthy family, and your status is like Liang Yong and Liang Yi of the Liang family. He will definitely not dare to mess around. Johnson also nodded. Even if he really wants to retaliate, with so many of our bodyguards here, he can't get close to me at all. Forget it. George frowned and said, too much defense will lead to failure. We can't always be on guard against Liang Howard. Besides, Liang Howard is not like Liang Yi. He doesn't need to consider the overall situation when doing things. He can do something even crazier. George, leave this matter to me. Johnson quickly patted his chest and said, I'm also a man. I have the obligation and responsibility to protect my family and children. After hearing this, George finally decided not to intervene. It is a man's responsibility to protect his lover and children. If he continues to interfere, it will most likely affect Johnson's self-esteem. Ella just now. Johnson asked again. She was lucky. She didn't die, but she suffered a lot of pain. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. We just need to watch the show. George smiled and introduced Yao Sihai. Yao Sihai had been sitting obediently at the side. When he saw George coming, he immediately used his ability to talk nonsense. Hello, everyone. My name is Yao Sihai. I was born in Huiqiangbai, and I am good at electronics business. I used to work with the president of the Japan Semiconductor Association, and I also took a photo with the president of the United States. Look, this is our photo. He took out his cell phone and showed a photoshopped photo. Johnson and Sure Xiaoqi both stared. George tried not to laugh and kept shaking his head. George, this Mr. Yao. Johnson had no choice but to look at George. Although it was the first time he saw him, he didn't think Yao Sihai had really taken a photo with the president. He must be bragging. He likes to brag, but he does have some skills. George laughed and said, actually, a boaster is not bad. It's not boring to work with him. He is full of energy and passion. In the future, he will be responsible for the production of mobile phones together with Yu Gong and others. Johnson nodded after listening and looked at Yao Sihai, still curious whether this guy was really that powerful. Chapter 275. He was dreaming. He must be held accountable. After returning to Tiancheng Group, George also introduced Yao Sihai to Yu Gong and others. I originally thought that Yao Sihai's bragging would make Yu Gong and the others look down on him behind his back. Who would have thought that when they talked about the mobile phone industry, functions, camera modules, chips, etc., the two sides actually hit it off and had common topics. They talked for a long time and became more and more excited as they talked. They had the same views on the future development of mobile phones. At the end, Johnson asked Yu Gong whether Yao Sihai was unreliable. Yu Gong shook his head excitedly. How could it be? His knowledge and opinions are ahead of the times, and he knows more than we do. Johnson was speechless for a moment. After all this time, he still didn't know whether Yao Sihai was bragging or really awesome. First People's Hospital. Liang Yi and the others rushed over, and with them came Su Mingxia, who came for Liang Howard. Mom, why are you here too? Liang Kaiyan applied some ointment on her face, and it became less swollen. She then angrily said, it was that beast George. He broke my brother's leg and slapped me so many times that my face is swollen. He's crazy. Is he bullying us Liang family because we have no one? Maria, how do you manage your son? Su Mingxia has always loved Liang Howard the most. When she heard that her youngest son's leg was broken, she almost had a heart attack from anger, and then she grabbed Maria and started scolding her. Mom, he is no longer my son. Maria was also very angry and felt very aggrieved. He's not your son, but you raised him. How did you educate him? He doesn't care about his relatives. He's worse than pigs and dogs. He has no conscience. Call the police, call the police. Su Mingxia is old and rarely gets so excited. She almost fainted from anger. In fact, she also knew that George didn't give Maria any face at all, let alone regard Maria as a mother. She just wanted to find someone to vent her anger on, so she blamed it on Maria. Moreover, The Liang family had been suffering, and she actually thought that it was Maria who brought the bad luck. "Mom, don't worry. We will call the police. You go and have a rest. Howard is not in danger of death. He just has a broken bone." Liang Yi quickly comforted his mother and winked at Liang Kaiyan and Liang Kaifeng, asking them to take his mother away and not mention these things again, so as to avoid upsetting his mother. As soon as Su Mingxiao left, Liang Yi's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He looked at David and the others and said, "What on earth is going on? George beat up my sister and broke my brother's legs. How could he be so bold? Did you provoke him?" Lucas said angrily, "Uncle, after George got the 100 billion project, he became more arrogant than before. He beat us up whenever he saw us, and he beat us up every time he saw us." David also spoke coldly. "The most important thing is Ella. She had a stomachache. The initial suspicion is that she was poisoned. It must be George. He not only beat people, but also killed people, and he killed them openly." Liang Yi, Liang Caijie, and others gasped when they heard this. They didn't expect that George would be so arrogant as to poison and kill people. "I'm going to kill him," Maria had just been complained about by Su Mingxia. She felt extremely upset and wanted to tear George into pieces. Although Liang Yi was very angry, he was still calm and held Maria. "Why rush? Even if we want to deal with George, we need evidence. Let's wait until the doctor finishes the examination. First, find out what poison George used, and then find the witnesses at the time, etc. Besides, although George hates you, he is not so stupid. I don't believe that he dares to kill people in broad daylight." David and Maria were dissatisfied and wanted to say that George had lost his humanity. At this time, the doctor came out and looked at everyone and said, "The patient's condition is very urgent. She has appendicitis and must undergo surgery immediately. Family members, come and sign." "Appendicitis? Wasn't she poisoned?" David was surprised. "Who told you that you were poisoned? It's appendicitis. Come and sign quickly. It will be very dangerous if the disease is delayed," the doctor said unhappily. David quickly followed the doctor away. There was only one thing in his mind. He seemed to have wronged George. Even if it wasn't my brother who poisoned her, when my brother saw that Ella had appendicitis, he didn't help her at all. And when he met us, he actually said that he hadn't seen Ella. Look how petty he is. He wished that Ella would die. Lucas snorted coldly at this time, and he broke my uncle's leg. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. It's a fact, right? Be sure to call the police. Maria immediately said, "Even though Ella has appendicitis, George didn't save her. He is also a murderer." Liang Yi nodded. Even though Ella's matter had nothing to do with George, George couldn't escape the connection with Liang Howren and Liang Xian's matter. "We must make a big fuss about this matter and put George in jail for 10 days or so. Mr. Liang, we are from the police station. Someone called the police and said there was a fight between two people. The other party was Liang Howren, who seemed to be your brother. Let me tell you, should this be classified as a criminal case or a civil dispute?" At this time, several policemen came over. Liang Yi and others were stunned because they had not called the police yet. One of the policemen smiled and said, "It's like this. The person who called the police was Mr. George. He took the initiative to admit the crime of assault and recorded his statement. I would like to ask whether you are classifying this as a criminal case or a civil dispute." Liang Yi narrowed his eyes immediately. "What do you mean?" When Mr. George gave his statement, he also provided evidence to prove that Mr. Liang Howren was beating Mr. Johnson. If Mr. George committed intentional injury, then Mr. Liang Howren also committed the offense. Both parties should be held accountable. If Mr. Liang Howren does not pursue responsibility, Mr. George will not pursue responsibility either. This case will be considered a civil dispute and will be resolved through negotiation. The police continued. Maria understood what he meant and cursed. He is dreaming. He must be held accountable. Liang looked very unhappy. George actually called the police faster than them and even recorded his statement. It was obvious that he was well prepared. Xiao Su, check if there are any rumors on the internet. Liang quickly gave instructions to Lucas. He guessed that since George was well prepared, he must have a way to deal with it. Sure enough, Lucas found many videos online, including one showing George beating up Liang Howren and one showing Liang Howren bullying Johnson. There are many comments on the internet. Some people scolded George for bullying others by taking advantage of his power, while others said that George was the richest man in the city, and if he hit someone, the other party must have had a reason to be beaten, etc. "Uncle, The situation is very bad. Lucas told Liang the rumors on the internet. Liang Yi's face turned grim after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he said to the police, "Comrade police, we don't plan to pursue this case. Let's negotiate with the other party and define it as a civil dispute." "Okay, thank you." The police were relieved, and since both parties negotiated the matter, they didn't have so much trouble. Maria and the others were not willing to give up once the police left. George even beat them to the doorstep. Apart from the matter of Ella, he also broke Liang Howard's leg and slapped Liang Cayenne dozens of times. In the past, I dare not even think about it. George dares to say anything bad about the elders of the Liang family. He will be in trouble. I know you are unwilling to accept this, but it's useless. George has been prepared for this and will continue to hold people accountable. He will also hold Howard accountable. Liang, he said with a cold face. "Let's investigate. That kid must be put in jail." Maria refused to accept. Chapter 276. The news brought by Tang Feng. Xiao Yuer's whereabouts. Liang, sighed. George was one step ahead and spread the news online. With his identity, it can cause a big response. When people find out the truth, they will know that Howard and Shi Xiaoqi have divorced. Public opinion will eventually be very unfavorable to Howard. If they continue to investigate, Howard's domestic violence and refusal to pay child support will also be exposed. People will even speculate that after the divorce, Howard still wants to abuse Shi Xiaoqi and does not allow Shi Xiaoqi to be with other men. This will cause protests from women's rights and arouse people's sympathy for the disadvantaged groups. If George controls the public's attention and diverts public opinion to the Liang family, the Liang family will also be in trouble. These are all George's plans. Do you think he's stupid? He called the police and walked into a trap. They were already prepared. His strength lies in manipulating public opinion. The best outcome now is through negotiation. Liang really thought far ahead and figured out George's next move. In short, if the matter continues, George will go to jail for intentional injury, but he will leave a good reputation for standing up for vulnerable women. On the contrary, Liang Howard and the Liang family seem to have won, but in fact they lost their reputation. This is especially disadvantageous for someone with a sensitive identity like Liang Yi. This bastard is getting more and more arrogant. He is killing people and setting fires. What else is he afraid of? Are there any laws or morals left in this world? I don't believe that in this world, people with money can really do whatever they want. Maria also understood what Liang Yi meant and could only feel helpless and furious, complaining and grumbling. Lucas, Angela, and others were also feeling upset. For the first time, they felt that the world was so unfair. Power and money could suppress all justice. But when they were angry, they didn't realize that they always did this. George was just giving them back the means that he used to oppress ordinary people. At this time, Jiang Tianan also rushed over. After learning the situation, he nervously stood guard at the door of the operating room. "George, if you dare to harm Ella, I will kill you." Although Jiang Tianan knew that Ella was not poisoned by George, he felt that George was a murderer for not saving her. What if David and the others didn't go up the mountain? Ella die on the top of the mountain? Seeing their angry expressions, Liang, he had to warn them seriously. Don't make a big deal about this. You must stay calm, and calm down when dealing with George. But this reminder was useless. Everyone was furious. After the doctor came out and confirmed that Ella's operation was successful, Maria and others went to find George without telling Liang Yi. George at home, but when Ella almost died, they couldn't tolerate it anymore. If they could kill Ella today, they could kill them tomorrow. Sure enough, after George became a wealthy man with hundreds of billions of capital, he became even more unscrupulous than before. At this time, Tianwei Group officially entered the mobile phone market, completed various production approvals through Teacher Who, and announced the research and development of its first mobile phone. The research and development of the mobile phone is handled by Yu Gong and his team, while the industrial chain, production and sales are the responsibility of Yao Sihai. Tianqin Group also poured all its resources into Tianwei Group. Early in the morning, George looked at forums related to mobile phones. I saw that most of the comments on the forum were good. Tianwei Technology, I heard it's a high-tech company. From the news, the performance of the mobile phone they are about to release is also very good. With the same performance, it's much cheaper than fruit machines. We have to support domestic products no matter what. Once they are released, I will definitely buy them. Wow, the camera's parameters are very high. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, there are also many negative comments. Tisk, domestic mobile phones must be of poor quality. They will freeze after a short time. They say it's a Chinese phone, but the chips are actually from abroad. They're just deceiving the Chinese people. I'm a fruit fan. I will support fruit machines to the death. George was of course happy about the positive comments and took them as encouragement. George doesn't hate negative reviews, which means that the Tianwei phone has not yet met everyone's expectations, and there is still a long way to go. After all, domestic mobile phones cannot compare with foreign ones. This is a fact that must be viewed objectively. Moreover, this is a slow process and we will catch up slowly. For mobile phones, performance is king. This is the core. George also reminded Yao Sihai and others when he had time. In the last life, the launch of smartphones changed the mobile phone market, but many mobile phone manufacturers still adhere to the route of quality, appearance, etc. In the end, history has proved that performance is king for mobile phones. At that time, many mobile phone manufacturers went bankrupt due to the wrong route selection. After handling the mobile phone business, George also received a call. It was Tang Feng who called. Mr. Yi, I found the hospital where Maria was hospitalized, but it has closed down. I found some of the nurses who took care of Maria. They said that there's indeed a person named Xiao Yuer, and she is also recuperating in this hospital to preserve her pregnancy. As for the thallium, I just found out that Maria seemed to have requested a batch, but I don't know where she got it. The last time I talked with Tang Feng brought up the matter of thallium, and it seemed to be related to Maria. Now that he had received Tang Feng's affirmation, many mysteries and puzzles arose in George's mind. Thallium? Precious metals are strictly controlled in China, but you can buy them abroad if you have money. And with Maria's connections, she has the ability to bring thallium back to the country. George speculated on the phone, but I remember that Maria was abroad to take care of her pregnancy. If she came into contact with thallium, wouldn't she be afraid of being poisoned? He remembered that thallium has a very serious impact on pregnant women. If you're not careful, it can cause fetal mutation and miscarriage. Mr. Yi, Maria actually had a miscarriage when she was abroad. She was only exposed to thallium later. Tang Feng said again. At that time, I was with Maria every day, so I know it very well. What? George was shocked, and the more he thought about it, the more horrified he felt. His face gradually turned pale, and his body began to tremble. Many mysteries that had been weighing on my heart from the past life, this life, and so on, seem to have been solved. Where is Xiao Yuer? Can you find out where she is? George's voice was trembling. I can't find him. The nurse said he went to Spain, but another nurse said he went back to China, and another said he went to Switzerland. Tang Feng shook his head. Okay, thank you. If you find out more information, feel free to call me. George hung up the phone. He sat there in a daze with empty eyes. Although he had many speculations in his mind, without any evidence, they could only be guesses. But even so, he still felt terrified and even more uncomfortable. Maria had a miscarriage abroad, and Xiao Yuer was pregnant. They were in the same hospital. Later, Maria returned to the Yi family with a child. Who is that child? The truth of all this can only be revealed by finding Xiao Yuer. Chapter 277, 10 times the compensation for anything destroyed. Also, Maria secretly prepared thallium. If I'm not mistaken, these thallium are used to deal with Grandpa. Grandpa's heart condition was always bad in his later years, and Lucas secretly replaced the poison in his medicine. When Grandpa found out, he chose to commit suicide. But Grandpa's heart disease is most likely caused by thallium poisoning. This means that before Lucas and the others wanted to kill Grandpa, Maria had actually already secretly taken action. Brother George, Maria, David, Lucas, and Liang Wei have come to Tianshan Group to settle accounts with you. At this time, Johnson ran in. They were making a lot of noise and smashing things on the first floor. George heard this. His face instantly turned cold, extremely cold. As for Xiao Yuer's matter, he was just guessing, but his grandfather's matter aroused his anger, raging anger. But Maria still dared to come and cause trouble. Let them smash it. Today, no one will be able to walk out of the gate of Tianshan Group easily. Also, Liang Haoran's affair should continue to ferment on the internet. He cheated on his female assistant, hired strippers abroad, committed domestic violence, refused to pay child support, etc. All of them should be exposed. I want him to be ruined and leave the jewelry design industry in disgrace. As for the Yi family, from today on, any company or enterprise in the South that cooperates with the Yi group, including participating in the industrial chain, is against the Tianqian group. We will terminate our cooperation with these companies and enterprises. George got angry and wanted to ban the Yi group. Well, George, I've been waiting for you to speak. Johnson was extremely excited, especially about Liang Haoren's case. He had long wanted to seek justice for Shi Xiaoqi. He asked again, should the public opinion about Liang Haoren lean towards the Liang family? Once public opinion turns to the Liang family, the Liang family's reputation and fame will definitely be affected, and Liang, he will be in trouble. George thought about it and finally shook his head. Liang, he is still a little short of the heat. To deal with him, either don't take action or don't let him have any chance to turn around. Last time Liang Jingjing hit someone with her car, he had a chance to turn around, which caused us a lot of trouble later. So, for the time being, don't involve the Liang family in Liang Haoren's affairs, so as not to attract the attention of Liang Yong in the capital. Once he is on guard, it will be much more difficult to deal with Liang Yi. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor, Maria, David, Lucas, and others were making a lot of noise and were very arrogant. Where's George? Get him out. Maria put her hands on her hips, looking majestic like a fighting cock. Several young ladies at the front desk were entertaining them politely. One of them, who looked pretty, said, Madam, Mr. Yi is busy. If you have an appointment, you can see him faster. Otherwise, bang, Maria slapped him. Do I need to make an appointment to see him? Why are you hitting people? The lady at the front desk stroked her face, looking extremely aggrieved. The security guards nearby couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to stop Maria and the others. Roll! Lucas and Liang Weiye came out, kicked several security guards, and shouted arrogantly, Do you know who she is? She is George S. mother. If you dare to meddle in other people's business, you will be fired. The faces of the receptionist and the security guard changed drastically. Although they heard that Mr. Yi had a quarrel with his family, this was ultimately Mr. Ye's family affair. How could they dare to interfere? What if Mr. Yi is just having a quarrel with his family? They forcefully drove people away, which eventually angered Mr. Yi. George, get out of here. I want to ask you, Ella almost died. What were you thinking at the time? How could you be so cold-blooded and ignore her? Angela was also giving orders, and she was looking around the luxurious lobby on the first floor. This Tianchan group is really beautiful. My brother is so rich, so he doesn't recognize any relatives. She looked around and saw a vase on the table next to her. She picked it up and smashed it to the ground. Lucas and Liang Weiye also started to cause havoc. At this time, partners and others entered the hall one after another, looking at this scene in surprise, and no one dared to intervene. Maria, as if she was finally on the right side this time and could exercise her mother's rights, walked to the front desk and overturned it with great force, smashing the marble tabletop to the ground and breaking it into pieces. Then she shouted arrogantly, George, get out of here! Maria, are you crazy here? At this time, a cold voice was heard, and George, wearing a brown suit, came over with Uncle Chun and Chidan. As soon as he appeared, the arrogance of Lucas and the others was instantly extinguished. They only dared to do this when they were with Maria. When facing George alone, they could only lower their heads and dare not look him in the face. Maria and David are not afraid of George at all now. They have been furious ever since they learned that Ella almost died. George, you came at the right time. Do you dare to tell me whether you killed Ella? You watched her die without rescuing her. What's the difference between you and a murderer? I know you have a grudge against your family, but I didn't expect that you would dare to kill your sister. Maria rushed over with her hands on her hips, trying to tear George to pieces like a hyena. This is the second time they have met since Yi Jindong's inheritance arrived. During this short period of time, many things happened between George and them, including Tang Feng proposing to her in public, the failure of a billion-dollar project, etc., which caused Maria to suppress her emotions. Until today, when she was scolded by Su Mingxia, she finally couldn't hide her emotions anymore. However, before she got close, Chidan and other bodyguards stopped Maria. George looked at Maria coldly. He was becoming more and more disgusted with Maria. George wanted to question Maria about Xiao Yuer, but he was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he held back. He said coldly, Ella is in trouble. Why should I save her? What obligation do I have to save her? I'm already very good not to add insult to injury. You still dare to come to my house and ask for an explanation. Who gave you the confidence? Then, he looked at David again. Didn't you say I was the one who poisoned you? Why didn't you call the police? Call the police and arrest me, come on. David was so angry that his face turned black. He held his breath and said, Yes, I wronged you, but you didn't save Ella. You were cold-blooded and heartless. Do you dare not admit it? George couldn't help but laugh. What's there to be afraid of admitting? I just didn't save Ella, so what? Which law in the country requires saving people? Do you still want to blackmail me morally? Do you think I'm still the same as before? After saying that, he glanced at the beaten receptionist and security guard and said with a smile, Your luck has come. These slaps and kicks will save you decades of hard work. Today, if they don't pay you, no one will be able to walk out of this door. Come here, arrest them for me. They must pay 10 times the compensation for the people they beat and the things they destroyed. George's order, the security guards rushed over to arrest people, surrounded Maria's family, and did not let them leave. Chapter 278. George hated them to the core. Lucas, Angela, and others widened their eyes when they heard this. George, you almost killed Ella. Don't you feel guilty at all? Now you dare to go against my parents. Haha, if I am guilty, let the police arrest me. Why am I pretending here? George sneered. You are a bunch of idiots. You come here to ask for explanation and vent your anger. You think this is a vegetable market. You can come and go as you please. I tell you, I don't just want Ella to die. I want you to die too. Today you are the ones who are in trouble. Give me a chance to deal with you. David and the others were so angry that they were about to have a cerebral infarction. George almost killed Ella. They guessed that George must be feeling guilty to some extent. This is also human nature. However, George not only did not feel guilty, but when they came to his house to cause trouble, he also dealt with them together. How dare George? Angela couldn't help it and walked towards George with a ferocious face. You are really my good brother. You treat your sisters one by one in cold blood, and even your parents. Don't you have any conscience in your heart? George looked at Angela indifferently. The next second, he slapped Angela in the face. What did you call me just now? Bang. This slap made Angela's hair messy, and her pupils were tightly focused. I call you brother. Bang. George slapped him again. What did you call me? Younger brother. Angela was also angry. Bang. George slapped Ella to the ground with his third slap. How can you call me brother? Do you see what's above you? It's a luxurious lamp, and under your feet are foreign brand floor tiles. The lobby on this floor is like a palace. You are a bastard who is about to go bankrupt, and you are not worthy of calling me brother. Originally, when George learned that his grandfather was likely poisoned by thallium, he was in a very bad mood and hated everyone in the Yi family. Later, when he heard Angela calling him brother, he subconsciously recalled the forgotten past. Of course, his words also made Angela feel very familiar. After thinking about it carefully, she finally understood what was going on. That year, George had just returned to the Yi family, cooked porridge for Angela, and then went to the Yi group for the first time to give her this dearest elder sister. At that time, Angela had just failed in a business negotiation and was in a bad mood. She became very angry when she met George. When George called her sister, she slapped him and yelled at George, What did you call me? At that time, George replied aggrievedly, I call you sister. Angela slapped George again, and then slapped him several times in succession, as if she was venting her anger for the business failure on George. George had worked so hard to cook was knocked over and fell to the ground, with a look of grievance on his face. Angela showed no mercy and said to George, Do you see what's above you? It's luxurious lighting, and the floor tiles are made of foreign brands. The lobby on this floor is like a palace. You are a bastard from an orphanage, and you are not worthy of calling me sister. No wonder she was so familiar with George's words. It turned out that she had said them all in the past. George had just come back from the orphanage that year. Angela thought that George was here to steal the Yi family's property and was a poor relative trying to establish a relationship. She looked down on and hated George and refused to recognize him as her brother. Today, George doesn't recognize her as his sister either. Things change over time. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. For a moment, Angela sat on the ground with her pupils dilated. The injustice and anger she had just felt disappeared, and she couldn't say anything at all. It's like the cycle of cause and effect. She's reaping the consequences for whatever sin she committed. Big sister. Lucas ran over and helped Angela up. Maria's eyes turned red with anger. She wanted to rush over and fight, but was stopped by the bodyguard. She had no choice but to spit in George's direction. "George, you will regret this." George looked at Maria like she was looking at a crazy woman and said with a smile, "Are you looking for someone from the Liang family to deal with me again? Is it Liang Yi or Liang Yong? Facts have proved that they can't threaten me." This made Maria even crazier. She kept yelling, "Don't be so arrogant. You have committed many crimes, and you will be punished for your crimes. George, we are all family. Why do we have to make such a fuss?" David watched George provoking Maria, and he couldn't help it. His mood at this moment was not only angry, but also very complicated, very, very complicated. Even though George had fought with them many times and tortured many people in the Yi family, he still couldn't understand why his once well-behaved son would end up like this. This time, Ella almost died, but George didn't change at all and still wanted to deal with them. George hated them to the core. This shouldn't happen. Ask your wife. George looked at Maria coldly. Ask her what thallium poisoning is like. Maria saw George looking at her. Her eyes flashed fiercely. She didn't understand what George meant, but because of George's words, her arrogance was restrained. Because she realized that George seemed to know something. Thallium poisoning can cause nerve damage and irreversible damage to the brain, heart, etc. George walked towards Maria step by step. Like the god of death walking out of hell, his voice was cold and distant. Besides, thallium poisoning is usually not diagnosed, right, Maria? George, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to do? Get out of here. Maria's initial anger also disappeared, and she felt inexplicably panicked and scared. Weren't you just being unreasonable? Why do you feel guilty? Are you scared? George stood in front of Maria, looking down at her and ignoring her. By the way, Grandpa came to me in a dream and said that he was poisoned and he wants to kill you. Bang! Maria was so scared that she fell to the ground, shaking all over. She would never have thought that George actually knew about this dusty past. You know, even no one in the Liang family knew about this. Could it be that Yi Zhendong really had appeared in George's dream? Thallium poisoning, George, what's going on? What are you talking about? David also noticed something was wrong at this time and stared at George. Is it any use telling you? You are not even a man. You are just a piece of trash who can't even be protected by your father. George looked at David sarcastically. No wonder your former son regarded you as a coward and trash. No wonder your lover dared to propose to you. It's because you are useless. George, shut up. David was deeply stimulated. He suddenly looked at Maria and lifted her up. What is thallium poisoning? Tell me about it. Tell me. David, don't listen to his nonsense. You're always like this, easily swayed, indecisive, and without your own opinion. Have you forgotten why we are here today? We are here to seek justice for Ella. After being picked up, Maria yelled at David, "Why are you arresting me now?" Chapter 279. I have plenty of time for this kind of thing. As a father, I will definitely seek justice for Ella, and I will not let George off, but don't change the subject. Did you poison my dad? Tell me. David had actually guessed something, and he yelled at Maria. And what about that lover? You're still having an affair with him, right? How many bad things have you done behind my back? I didn't, David. You've been provoked. Calm down. Let's talk about our matter when we get home. Maria shows no sign of weakness. Maria, since George mentioned thallium, just tell me something. You don't have to go home and talk about it. Just tell me. David wanted to know whether his father died of thallium poisoning. Maria, if you don't tell me, I won't know. I thought you were just mean to my father, but I didn't expect you to dare to poison him secretly. He was familiar with Maria's personality, and when he saw that Maria didn't dare to give a direct answer, he guessed it, and he knew what thallium poisoning meant. It was said that poisoning was very painful until death. No wonder his father committed suicide. It turned out that not only was he abused by Maria and the others, but his body was also suffering inhuman torture. David and Maria have never reconciled since Tang Feng proposed to them. Now, there is the incident of thallium poisoning. He really couldn't bear it anymore. So far, the weight of these two things combined is more important than seeking justice for Ella. For a moment, the couple started arguing in the hall. Lucas supported Angela, but he couldn't help even though he wanted to. He was very angry. Didn't we agree to ask for an explanation from Ella? Why are you two arguing again? And in front of George, making him a laughing stock. That's enough. You're going to quarrel back home. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? At this time, a majestic voice was heard, and Liang Yi walked in with Huang Zhongwan, followed by a large number of police officers. When Liang Yi saw Maria and David arguing, he felt terrible. You know, he had already warned them not to cause trouble for George, but Maria and the others didn't listen. Now, instead of finding any trouble, he got into trouble himself. Mr. George, Huang Zhongwan came over and politely said to George, "We received a call from the police saying that someone was illegally detained here. So we came here." He knew about the feud between George and the Yi family, and Liang Yi begged him to come forward to deal with it. So he had no choice but to come. After all, there are big shots on both sides, and it will be very troublesome if it is not handled properly. "It's Commander Huang." George nodded at Huang Zhongwan and said, "Someone is making a lot of noise and smashing things here. How do you think we should deal with this?" Huang Zhongwan immediately looked at Liang Yi and asked what he meant. Liang Yi glared at Maria and the others, then looked at George and said, "Mr. George, how do you want to deal with this? Those who cause trouble should be arrested and put in jail." George said indifferently. Liang Yi gritted his teeth. This is too much, too much. As far as he knew, half of the Yi family had been in jail, and now George was targeting Maria and David. As a son, forcing your parents to go to jail, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? There's no need to make such a big fuss about this. We will compensate you tenfold for the losses, medical expenses, lost wages, etc. You can ask for it. If 10 times is not enough, we will do 100 times. Liang Yi said to George. Mr. George is also very busy. There is no need to waste time on these trivial matters. No, I have plenty of time for that. George won't give an inch. Liang Yi clenched his fists tightly, but since he had been caught, he had no choice but to look to Huang Zhongwan. He had specially asked Huang Zhongwan for help because Liang Yi, could not do anything to George alone. "Mr. George, I think we can do this. In addition to compensation, let them apologize in public, on TV, in newspapers, and on the internet. Is that okay?" Huang Zhongwan was also helpless about this matter and could only plead with George. George looked at Huang Zhongwan indifferently, and his gaze made Huang Zhongwan feel a little guilty. He felt that he shouldn't help Liang Yi. However, with his status, Liang Yi asked him to help, and it would be bad for him to refuse. However, George finally spoke up. "Okay, let's do everything according to what Chief Huang said." Huang Zhongwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, George gave him some face. Then they quickly asked someone to handle it, and immediately called in reporters to interview Maria and others directly. "I apologize in public? Dream on, dream on, dream on." Maria was so angry that she was about to be confused. "Apologize now." Maria was still acting like a shrew. Liang Yi angrily reprimanded her. "You came here in broad daylight to make a scene and smash things. It's already good that I didn't beat you up. Apologize quickly." Seeing that her brother also lost his temper, Maria had to endure it and apologize to the reporter. However, her face was cold and her attitude was stiff, which showed that she was not convinced. "Give me a sincere apology." Liang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. Maria trembled a few times, glanced at George, and found that George seemed to be watching a show. She was so angry that she was about to explode. But in the end, she adjusted her mood and apologized humbly and sincerely. Next are David, Lucas, Angela, and others. David is now preoccupied with his father's thallium poisoning and has no time to care about George. So he sincerely apologized. David and Liang Weiye were so angry that they wanted to cry. They were obviously in the right, and George was the one in the wrong, and they still had to bow their heads and apologize. What a humiliation. After a group of people apologized sincerely, they left in disgrace. The front desk lady, security guards, and others in the hall were all stroking their lips and laughing. They were so arrogant when they came, but now they are so embarrassed. They deserved it. Liang, he also felt humiliated. When he walked out of the gate of Tianchun Group, he felt extremely heavy-hearted. He knew that if Maria and the others showed up, it would be exactly what George wanted. George would not let Maria and the others go. He would definitely trample them to death and humiliate them severely. After all, whether to save Ella or not is a moral issue and has nothing to do with the law. George is innocent whether he saves her or not. This time, in order to calm the storm, he specially called over his top leader Huang Zhongwan, who knew that Huang Zhongwan had to look at George's face. "We shouldn't have let him leave Yuhai City in the first place. Liang Yi regrets it now, because after George flew out of Yuhai City, he has been flying higher and higher and can threaten him." Then, he looked at Maria's family and angrily scolded. I reminded you when I left not to make a big deal out of it. Why didn't you listen? Why couldn't you control your emotions again and again? Mom was still complaining after she came home. She didn't handle her affairs well. And you're causing trouble for me again. Think about it yourself. You have approached George several times. When has he ever shown mercy? You are just asking for trouble. Everyone is reconciled over the matter of Liang Haoran's broken leg. And Liang Haoran didn't lose his temper. So why are you angry? What law did you break in LS matter? How can you have the guts to question others? Chapter 280. Watching in the dark, finding time. David, you're the head of the family. How can you be so impulsive? That's fine, but when I walked in, I saw you two arguing. What are you doing here? Going to fight in front of George and making a fool of yourself in front of him. If I hadn't come to save you this time, George would never have let you go. David had a sullen face the whole time. After hearing what was said, he looked at Liang Yi and sneered. Husband and wife? This fickle woman and I are not husband and wife. David, you are looking for death. Maria was walking with her head down. After hearing what was said, she wanted to fight again. Every time I deal with George, you turn the gun against me and stab me in the back every time. Are you crazy? David angrily. Do you still care about the engagement party? Maria and that man are innocent. George is the one who is deliberately doing this. Liang Yi, I'm not blind. She has been unfaithful to her husband for a long time. Stop pretending to be a peacemaker. David didn't give Liang any face this time. Of course, I'm not angry about this, but about my dad. This bitch is poisoning my dad. My dad died of thallium poisoning, and the hospital couldn't find the cause of death. She kept it from me for so many years. I thought she was just like other women, with conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, not being nice to the elderly, etc. Who knew she was poisoning? Women are the most vicious. How could she do that? The more he cursed, the more excited he became. George deserves to kill her. Go ahead, let's all die together. I won't live anymore. I'll just watch this vicious woman die. When Liang Yi heard these vicious words, he gasped. No wonder David suddenly started arguing with Maria when they questioned George. This turned out to be the reason. Of course, if it were him, whose father was poisoned to death by his wife, he would probably feel the same as David and would not even bother to question George. Then Liang Yi looked at Maria, only to see that Maria did not retort, but just looked at David viciously. This surprised Liang Yi. Based on his familiarity with Maria, Maria was obviously tacitly agreeing. Liang Yi didn't dare to be tough with David and tried to smooth things over by saying, "This was said by George. He was trying to sow discord between you and your wife. Let's go back to the Liang family and talk about it. It must be a misunderstanding. No, my home is in Yuhai City." David snorted coldly and strode away. I will be involved in dealing with George S. affairs in the future, but there is no way I can reconcile with this vicious woman. After I deal with George S. affairs, I will deal with this damn bitch. Well, Liang Yi sighed, and after David left, he felt a little scared again. His sister killed someone. Back then, Yi Jindong didn't like his sister, so after his sister married into the Yi family, her relationship with Yi Jindong was always bad. But at least Yi Jindong had helped the Liang family. For this reason, his sister would not kill Yi Jindong even though she has a bad relationship with him. Well, no matter what, although Maria did something wrong, she is still his sister after all. You're not allowed to tell anyone about this. It has been so many years, just let it go. George must have found some traces, but he has no evidence, and Yi Jindong's body has long been turned to ashes, so you don't have to worry about George calling the police or anything like that. I don't think he is that stupid. Liang Yi thought about it and comforted him. Maria finally spoke, her voice filled with resentment and hatred. Brother, I want to kill George. Liang Yi glanced at Maria, whose face looked like a devil, and suddenly felt exhausted. He sighed, Maria, he is your son after all, and now we live in a society ruled by law. If you kill him, can you escape? He is also a celebrity now, not an ordinary citizen. If you touch him, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, I have someone keeping an eye on him. Maria's face was still gloomy. Then take out some money and set up a team to investigate George, collect everything he has, and kill him as soon as we find the chance. That's a good idea. You and Xiaoshu can handle it, but don't let the news leak out. Liang Yi nodded in agreement. Let's go home. Haoran has been discharged from the hospital and is recovering at home. You go and accompany Mom and Haoran. Then he took Maria away. When they returned home, Maria went to comfort the old man and visited Liang Haoran by the way. Liang Howard was naturally in a bad mood. His leg was broken, and he still had to reconcile with George. How could he swallow this? Fortunately, Liang Yi came out to comfort him and said that George would definitely be taught a lesson, and asked Liang Howard to wait. In the end, Liang Howard endured it temporarily. After Liang, he dealt with all these in a panic. He called his elder brother Liang Yong, because he now feels that he can't handle the situation anymore, because George is getting bigger and bigger, and he feels suffocated. Moreover, he has tried various methods to deal with George, but all of them have had little effect. The only way left is assassination. Okay, I understand. Maria has a good idea. Let's set up a secret team to search for all the information and evidence of George's crimes. I will also start to pay attention to George and check his cards, because I suspect that his backers are not only Mr. Hu, but also the Xia family and others. Otherwise, he would not be able to rise in the short term. And these secret forces behind the scenes may be targeting the Liang family and are using George to deal with us. In short, the water is very chaotic now, so be careful about everything. As for dealing with George, given his current status, we can no longer do it openly. We should monitor him in the dark and look for an opportunity. Liang Yong responded calmly, gave Liang a few more instructions, and then hung up the phone. There was no major emotional fluctuation during the entire conversation, which surprised Liang Yi. He thought about it carefully and wondered if his elder brother Liang Yong knew everything Maria had done. For example, poisoning Yi Zhendong. You know, among all the brothers and sisters, the eldest brother Liang Yong has the best relationship with Maria. Of course, Liang Yi had also considered Liang Yong's reminder. He also guessed that there was a mysterious force hidden around George, and it was targeting the Liang family. This force is very strong and has assisted George in attacking the Liang family many times, causing them huge trouble. If this is true, then Maria is wrongly blamed. After all, everyone in the Liang family is resentful of Maria and thinks that all the bad luck in the Liang family was brought about by Maria. On the other hand, David went to Yi Zhendong's room after returning home. No one knew what he was looking for or whether he was looking for any traces left by his father, etc. He didn't come out until dinner time. Lucas, Angela, and the others all sat down and ate their meal obediently, but the more they thought about it, the more aggrieved they felt. They clearly came here to cause trouble for George, but they ended up getting into trouble. Dad, do you still hate Mom? Lucas couldn't help but ask. He knew the reason why his father was angry was because his grandfather was most likely poisoned by thallium, and the person who poisoned him was his mother. But compared to Yi Zhendong, he obviously had better feelings for Maria. Besides, Yi Zhendong had been dead for many years, so he was not as angry as David. It could be said that there is no emotional fluctuation at all. Of course, it's not just him. Angela is the same. She might have been horrified by what Maria did before, but now that so many things have happened, she has become a little numb to her mother's cruelty. Chapter 281, A Mother's Words and Actions Have a Great Influence on Her Children. Hey, there's no way I can reconcile with her. David nodded calmly. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's focus on Ye's group and George. George will not let us go. The only thing we can do is to save Ye's group. Well, save the Yi group. Lucas and Angela looked at each other and nodded. Dealing with George was no longer something they could do. Even the Liang family found it difficult, so being able to preserve their wealth would be considered a success. Of course, even though they thought so, Lucas and Angela were still unwilling to accept the result. Before they knew it, George had surpassed them by so much. Unless Tianshan Group encounters an extreme major event, such as the state machinery taking action, they have no hope of surpassing George in this lifetime. David poured himself a glass of wine and said, "We were indeed impulsive about Ella's matter this time. But I thought that when we met, George would just say a few arrogant words to annoy us. But who knew that he would take the opportunity to punish us? Now our family's apology has once again become a laughing stock in the South." In the afternoon, Mr. Liu and Uncle Chun asked me to go fishing and told me about this matter. Their tone was full of mockery. Forget it. The Yi family has been embarrassed many times. This time won't be a big deal. His tone was bitter and aggrieved. This time, George was so cruel to us because he found out that Grandpa was poisoned by thallium, which really upset him. Grandpa is the most important relative in his life. No wonder he is so excited. Maria, you are the one who drove my son away. You are such an incompetent mother that you have implicated the whole family. David seems to be looking for the reason why George ran away from home. Lucas, and Angela didn't say anything, just listened silently. Of course, Lucas was full of disdain, thinking that David was afraid of George and had lost all his confidence after being hit by George. What a useless man. However, Angela felt that what David said made sense. If Maria had been nicer to George, her sisters would not have abused George, and what happened later would not have happened. A mother's words and actions have a huge influence on her children. If the mother doesn't like George, they won't like him either. Of course, Angela was just sighing for the moment. She also knew the current situation, and it was useless to regret it. David complained for a while. He looked at Lucas and Angela and said, "George is irritated this time, and his revenge may not stop yet. You two should be careful in the days ahead." Dingling. At this time, Angela's phone rang. After she answered it, an anxious voice came. "Mr. Yi, it's bad. Taobao, JD.com, and all the big and small furniture industry websites have refused to cooperate with us for our furniture products online. In physical stores in Shaocheng, Qingcheng, Maocheng, Shanghai City, provincial capitals, etc., also prohibit our furniture from entering. There are also many raw material suppliers who no longer provide me with raw materials, such as panels and paints." Angela almost spit out her food when she heard this. How could such a big thing happen? "I don't know either, but I heard from the grapevine that it was Tianjin Group that was blocking our furniture business. Mr. Yi, you must think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this continues, our furniture business will go bankrupt." Angela hung up the phone. She immediately looked at David and said, "Dad, George has taken action against us and banned our furniture business. All suppliers, agents, and stores have refused to cooperate with us." "What?" David put down his glass in shock. At this time, news came from Lucas that all cargo orders of a shipping group were stopped. The most terrifying thing was that not only domestic orders, but also several large orders from abroad were rejected, and they specifically asked other shipping groups to change. "It's George." Lucas hung up the phone. He said anxiously, "Dad, George is furious and is trying to stop us. How can he be so powerful? No, I'll call my third aunt to ask." David didn't care about drinking anymore. Hurry up and hit me. Hurry up and hit me. Because the current E group is already in danger. The shipping business and the furniture business are its only foundation. If both of these businesses are affected, the group will definitely go bankrupt. Sure enough, George's revenge is not over yet, and each time is crazier than the last. Lucas chatted with his third Aunt Liang Saijia for a long time. After hanging up the phone, he looked at David with a depressed look on his face. "My third aunt said that George has issued a notice in the industry that any enterprise, company, merchant, etc. that cooperates with the Yi Group will be refused cooperation by the Tianjin Group if they continue to cooperate. Tianjin Group's business is very broad, and its industrial chain covers all walks of life. No one dares to offend them, so all walks of life will not cooperate with us. Anson told us that unless our business is transferred to the north, we can only rely on the help of the Liang and Jiang families." After saying these words, David and Angela both slammed the table in anger, and then felt helpless. They have always been the ones who banned others. This is the first time they experienced the feeling of being banned. George is trying to monopolize the market. If he does this, he'll be doomed sooner or later. Go file a complaint against him. He is engaging in vicious competition and disrupting the market. What's the point of complaining? The group is so big, there are hundreds of ways to deal with it. Besides, George didn't force other companies. It was other companies who wanted to continue cooperating with Tianjin Group and finally rejected us. After David and Angela spoke up one after another, David slammed the table in anger and yelled, "It's all Maria's fault. She caused all the trouble. Why doesn't this crazy bitch just die?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes looked murderous. Lucas and Angela looked at each other and didn't dare to blame Maria, but they both realized how terrifying George was. The news that the Yi Group was banned also spread throughout the Liang family. Everyone in the Liang family was naturally shocked. It felt like a dream. After all, not long ago, George had to be humble when he met the Liang family. Now, people from all walks of life are in a panic and are actively clarifying their relationship with Tianjin Group, fearing that they will be kicked out of the door of cooperation. Even some of the Liang family's partners are like this. What are the rich and powerful? They've experienced it again. Killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of your own. George is crazy. After he disrupted the market, I don't believe he didn't suffer any losses. It must be a huge loss. They are rich. They have US dollars, real estate, and funds abroad. They have plenty of money to play with us. What on earth has provoked him? He broke Uncle Howren's leg, and we haven't even come to settle the score with him yet. But he actually dared to take the initiative. The Liang family members were also talking about it, and they were a little scared of George. Chapter 282. Who could she tell about her grievances? Only Maria and Liang Yi knew why George went crazy. It must be because Yi Jindong was poisoned by thallium. Of course, they also felt terrified. If George hadn't known about this, he would have boiled them like a frog in warm water and slowly killed them. Now that he knows some things, he's going crazy. The entire southern business district is affected. No matter what, the Yi group must help. Now only the Liang family can take action. In addition, let Ella help, and the Jiang family should also step in. Otherwise, the Yi group will definitely go bankrupt. Liang Yi explained the seriousness of the matter. When everyone heard this, they were dissatisfied. After all, they had no grudges against George and did not want to interfere in the affairs of the Yi family anymore. This is also what Big Brother meant. George wants to play, and the Liang family will play with him. Let's play to the end and see who falls first. Liang Yi ignored everyone's dissatisfaction and made some harsh remarks. After talking with Liang Yang, he guessed that even without Maria, George would deal with the Liang family. Therefore, the Liang family must come forward to support the Yi family. Moreover, if the Yi family does not fall, it can also block George's attack head-on, giving the Liang family behind the scenes a chance to breathe and find George's behind-the-scenes helper at the same time. Oh no, something happened here too. It's related to Uncle Howren. At this time, Liang Weiya looked at the news on his mobile phone and shouted with a pale face. My news. What news can I have? Liang Howren sat in a wheelchair and then asked Liang Weiya for his mobile phone to read. After reading it, his face turned ashen and he threw cups and other things to the ground in anger. Howren, what happened? Liang Saijia quickly comforted Liang Howren and took out her cell phone to watch the news. Everything Liang Howren did was exposed in the news. He was married to Shi Xiaoqi, but he had an affair with a mistress and even hired strippers many times. Not only did he ignore his daughter, he also committed domestic violence and refused to pay child support. After his ex-wife found her other half, Liang Howren went hysterically to make trouble and threatened to break them up. This news spread like wildfire, and some people even wrote articles specifically about it, sensationalizing from a feminist perspective and stirring up people's emotions. It caused a huge response after it was published. Liang Howren's reputation was obviously ruined, and he was also kicked out of the jewelry design circle. Moreover, several well-known luxury brands issued statements, refusing to continue cooperating with Liang Howren, and the works he had designed were also taken off the shelves. It must be George. This bastard broke my leg, ruined my reputation, and destroyed my future. Brother, kill George, kill Shi Xiaoqi and that adulterer Johnson. Liang Howren was so angry that his face turned red and he cursed. That bitch Shi Xiaoqi is my wife. She hooked up with an outsider. Am I still wrong now? Fuck. Howren, calm down. Liang Saijia, Liang Kaiyan, and others took turns to persuade her. Maria stood there with empty eyes, goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was filled with fear. It's not the fear of George, but the fear of what will happen to the Liang family in the future. The nightmare of the Yi family has really implicated the Liang family. It's all her fault. Howren, don't be so loud. If Mom and Dad hear you, they'll be worried. Go back to your room right away. I'll take care of this. After a while, when the storm has calmed down, you could go to Ugly Country to relax. Don't come back for a while. Liang Yi is also having a headache now, and his eyes are red with anger. The ban on the Yi group has not been resolved yet, and now Liang Howren is in trouble again. He now hated George so much that he even wanted to kill his nephew. George is alive. Neither the Yi family nor the Liang family will have peace. I've heard it. At this time, an angry voice was heard. Everyone turned around and saw Su Mingxiao walking towards them with cane. Her old face was full of wrinkles and full of anger. Mom! Liang Yi and the others greeted him one after another. After Su Mingxiao came over, she looked at Liang Howren lovingly, then glanced at everyone. You guys, you have hidden so many things from us. If Ella hadn't almost had an accident and Howren had his legs broken, we two old guys wouldn't have known that things had turned out like this. As soon as this scolding voice came out, Everyone lowered their heads. Indeed, in order not to worry the elderly, many things were not told to them. Maria again. Maria, hasn't George's problem been resolved yet? Ask him to come home and let Grandma talk to him. Mom. Maria couldn't answer. She knew George would not come, and even if he did, it would end in a big quarrel. He left Ella to die, broke my uncle's leg, and made a big fuss about his divorce. What on earth is he trying to do? Su Mingxia said coldly. Howren and Xiaoqi can't live together, so it's normal for them to get divorced. What's wrong with Howren looking for a woman? He also has physical needs. Why do you blame everything on Howren? Is sure Xiaoqi not wrong? It takes two to tango. If she is really good, why would Howren divorce her? She, on the other hand, blames Howren and joins forces with George to discredit Howren. Maria, how did you teach your son? Maria was heartbroken. Her eyes were red, and she said aggrievedly, I can't teach him. He is not a human being, but a beast. He has committed many crimes. He is cold-blooded and has done all kinds of bad things. Have you talked about it? It's been so long, and I thought it was all resolved, but he keeps hurting our Liang family again and again. Su Mingxia stomped her cane. She was really angry. What kind of conflict is there between you and your son, Maria? Mom knows your temper. You are strong and stubborn. If the fault is yours, have you ever admitted it? Although she loved Maria very much, she obviously loved Liang Howard more. Yes, Maria. Just put aside your pride and have a good talk with him. George is now worth hundreds of billions. He has money and face. You should be happy, no matter who is right or wrong. Just bow your head. This is not a solution. As family members, we don't want you and your son to have a bad relationship. The other relatives also took the opportunity to persuade Maria to admit her mistake to George. Among them are cousins like Liang Kaifeng. Maria was already feeling aggrieved, and she felt even more aggrieved after hearing these words. She has been hurt badly by George. My daughter and I are both in jail. Husband, I just want to quarrel with her and divorce her. Now, my mother also comes to complain about her. All the relatives dislike her. Who can she tell about her grievances? I will never bow down to him in this life. Maria couldn't stand it anymore and raise her head. I did nothing wrong. I was strict with him for his own good. We are mother and son. There has never been a mother who apologized to her son since ancient times. You all blame me, right? I understand. If George was still an ordinary person, you have scolded him to death. Now he is successful and a big boss, so you want to curry favor with him. You're always thinking about yourselves. When have you ever considered my feelings? In short, I will not admit my mistakes to that rebellious son. If you despise me, then fine, I'll leave. After saying that, she wanted to turn around and leave. Chapter 283. Everyone thinks she is wrong. Sister, don't leave. I'm on your side in this matter. At this time, Liang Howren, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said, It's George and Shi Xiaoqi who are wrong. They are in cahoots with each other. They just want to destroy everything we have. We can't let them succeed. If they want us to bow our heads, they're dreaming. It's impossible even if they die. Howren! Su Mingxia immediately looked at Liang Howren. Mom, please stop scolding me. I did nothing wrong. This is George's trick to put pressure on our Liang family and force us to give up on me. After I leave the Liang family, it will be easier for George to deal with me. Liang Howren looked at Su Mingxia with determination. Sister is our relative. We can't abandon her. If sister leaves, I won't go home either. Su Mingxia suddenly felt distressed and shook her head repeatedly. Okay. Mom won't talk about this anymore, and I won't talk about it anymore. Mom just feels sorry for you. Liang, he also stood up at this time. Howren is right. This is the psychological pressure that George is playing on us. Don't be fooled. If anyone is afraid of George or wants to curry favor with him, leave the Liang family on your own. We Liang family do not welcome such relatives. All the relatives stopped talking and curled their lips in boredom. It's night. Maria sat in the room, looking at herself in the mirror, and found that she had really aged a lot in the past year or two. There are a few more wrinkles on my face, more white hair, dark circles under my eyes, and my skin is dull. In the past few years, she has been really irritable and anxious. Lily hates me. Wanred distances herself from me. And Ella even slapped me last time. And David, he blames me for everything. Except for Xiaoxiu. Everyone in the Yi family is blaming me and looking down on me. Now even my parents' family has started to do the same. What sin have I committed, Maria? Maria felt wronged and sad, and she stroked her face and started crying. Now she feels as if everyone has abandoned her, and everyone thinks she is the one who is wrong. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Maria, it's me, my second brother. Maria quickly wiped away her tears, walked over, and opened the door. Liang glanced at Maria. Knowing that she had just cried, he felt a little distressed and comforted her. Maria, don't take what happened today to heart. Mom is just worried about Howren. She is old and doesn't know much, so there is this misunderstanding. I know you must be feeling very uncomfortable right now, but don't worry about it. No matter what the future holds, brother, I, Saijia, Kaiyin, and the others will definitely stand by you. Today, I talked to my eldest brother on the phone, and he told me that it's not just George who's dealing with the Liang family. There are also several mysterious forces. So even without George, the Liang family will be in trouble during this period. I tell you all this because I don't want you to feel too much pressure. You helped the Liang family back then, and that was a favor. I'll never forget it. I won't dislike you or blame you just because of George's matter. Do you understand? Maria felt much better immediately and asked, who are those forces and why are they targeting the Liang family? We don't know yet. Liang, he shook his head. Your brother and I have made many enemies over the years, and Saijia has been involved in other people's business, which is unavoidable. Don't worry, my brother will find out soon. The two siblings chatted for a long time. After Liang left, Maria's mood was not so depressed anymore. However, she was still worried, fearing that George would bring trouble to the Liang family again. By then, even if the Liang family didn't blame her, she would not be able to get over it. George, you are the reincarnation of an evil spirit. Before going to bed, Maria cursed him fiercely. I curse your business to go bankrupt and you to die a violent death. After the Yi group was banned, its business declined sharply, its capital chain was almost broken, and problems frequently occurred in various projects. It could only rely on the Liang family to survive. For example, the Yi Group's shipping business incurs a huge amount of expenses just for maintaining cargo ships every day. In order to keep it running, the Liang family has given a large number of overseas orders to the Yi Group so that it can be maintained. Although the Liang family has assets worth 200 billion, everyone in the Liang family is dissatisfied with the bloodsucking of the Yi Group, and voices of resentment have been heard. Lucas and Angela also noticed this. They used the funds and resources on the Yi Group's books to make crazy and fast profits in an effort to impress the Liang family. David was the most anxious among them. He had only one goal from beginning to end, to save the Yi Group. To achieve this goal, he even went against his conscience many times and went against George many times. He ran around seeking help from his former partners, but to no avail. At this time, who would dare to help the Yi Group? But David did not give up. He gritted his teeth and attended one party after another, enduring the coldness and ridicule, begging for charity from others like a dog. Moreover, when he attended the party, he met his cousin Yao Xiang and was naturally ridiculed by his cousin. Kai, I told you to hand over the Yi Group to the head clan a long time ago, but you didn't listen. You regret it now. Do you know why everyone is afraid to cooperate with you? This is a multi-billion-dollar project, and every company wants a piece of the pie. From bricks, soil, and steel to screws and tape, these are all profits. Everyone is not stupid, so of course they will stay away from you. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're the first to get the moon because you're close to the water. You drove George away, who was trying to curry favor with him. As the head of the family, you have no opinion of your own and only listen to your wife. Don't you deserve it? Yi Yaoxiang hit David hard. He left with a sneer on his face. David left the party in a daze. When he left, several dignitaries who were once familiar to him mocked and laughed at him behind his back. What he is experiencing now is the biggest setback in his life. He walked on the street, thinking about the past, with only a bitter smile on his face. If he had sided with Dad and not helped Maria, if he had been nicer to George and been a better father, perhaps looking back, the current Yi Group has become the leading wealthy family in the South. The more he thought about it, the more painful he became. He clenched his fists, his fingernails cutting his palms, and the regret in his heart surged like a tide. Thinking of the bad things, he slapped himself a few more times. George has also been keeping an eye on the situation of the Yi family. He told Wang Wei to keep an eye on Lucas and David. He felt that if Lucas wanted to make a quick profit, he had to take a shortcut. Tianjin Group is still developing smoothly and thriving. but the development of mobile phones and real estate is very expensive in the early stages. So most of the profits from the 100 billion yuan project and Duo and other businesses are invested in these two projects. In the short term, George's assets have not increased much. Fortunately, apart from cutting Duo and the 100 billion yuan project, other businesses also generated a lot of revenue. For example, in Tianjin Entertainment, George bought the copyrights of many songs, such as Guangdong Love Story, and made a lot of money. Chapter 284 Ella's Dream, Happy Times. Of course, George also started big productions in film and television, and made several first-line stars popular. This caused quite a stir in the entertainment industry for a while, and many stars and entertainment companies wanted to cooperate with Tianjin Entertainment. George did not refuse and worked with several big companies to make a movie. However, when the movie was ready to be released, it was stuck because it failed the review. George doesn't know the specific reason yet. After all, the rules of doing business in the entertainment industry are very different. What interested him was that when Tianjin Entertainment cooperated with several large entertainment companies, he found that there were many TV series, movies, and some songs that Ella had been planning to shoot. Ella was banned from the entertainment industry. These works were shelved. George naturally took over these works and let the artists in the company do them. He remembered that in the previous life, Ella was even more famous all over the country thanks to these TV series and movies. As for the fact that the movie could not be shown in theaters, George thought about it and called Quanxin Group. At present, Wei Mingfei is also George's biggest connection. Besides that, there is Xia Lingyun, but Xia Lingyun is too arrogant. George doesn't like to bother him. George, movies need to be reviewed and approved by the association's chairman and others before they can be released in theaters. Even if they have passed the review, if they're not optimistic about your movie, it will be scheduled at a very bad time, and the number of screenings will be greatly reduced. I can't help you directly in this regard, but I know some people who I can introduce you to. Whether you can deal with them depends on your ability. China is a country that values social etiquette. Haha, you know? Concubine Wei Mingfei's laughter is very pleasant, with a hint of temptation. George also knew that Quanxin Group had secretly helped Tianjin Group several times. Now that Tianjin Group has become bigger and stronger and stands at the top of the provincial capital, Wei Mingfei wants to test his ability. George, if you can succeed in this, your Tianjin Group will have a chance to expand beyond the south. When the time comes, I will make an exception and treat you to a meal. Of course, you can also do other things after the meal. Ha ha ha. After saying this, concubine Wei Ming also hung up the phone and then sent a message to George. George took a rough look and saw that it was an address in the Jiangnan area, a place similar to a nursing home. But now, George is about to graduate and is preparing his graduation thesis. He planned to set off immediately after finishing his graduation thesis. After all, the movie was stuck in theaters and could not be delayed any longer. Soon, George returned to college and found Olivia. Olivia is working on her graduation thesis in class. Recently, she and Johnson have not been involved in business matters and are fully preparing for graduation from college. It's George. Wow, he's a famous person in college. It's rare to see him. Why is he in our class? Is he attracted to a girl? It must be me. TSK. I have to dress up. It is said that George likes to conquer eagle-like women the most. I am an eagle-like woman. What eagle? I guess George prefers humans, not flat-haired beasts. Amidst the whispers, George walked into Olivia's class and went straight to Olivia. So you're looking for your sister. Classmates still think that Olivia and George are siblings. Brother, why are you here? Olivia just looked up and saw George and immediately smiled sweetly. It's all about my graduation thesis. There are still some details I don't understand, so I came to ask you for help. George shrugged helplessly. Olivia chuckled, knowing that George had been busy and had fallen behind his studies. You know, George was once the top scorer in the college entrance examination. She took George to the playground and then found a quiet place where they sat under a big tree to study. Both of them were very focused, and the classmates passing by were very envious. The female classmates envied Olivia for being so close to George, while the male classmates envied George. After all, Olivia was the school belle. Moreover, some students who study photography took pictures of the two people from several angles, and the resulting works are also very beautiful. Under a big lush tree, young men and women are studying attentively, exuding the breath of youth. At this time, Ella had already returned to the Jiang family and was taking a nap in the garden. But she also had a dream. George, hurry up, my stomach hurts, it really hurts. Sister Ella, don't worry, I will definitely take you to the hospital. On Phoenix Mountain, George ran down the mountain quickly with Ella on his back. His shoes were worn out and his soles were bleeding, but George still didn't let go of Ella. Ella's stomach hurt so much. Her heart was still very warm when she saw her brother carrying her on his back. I wasn't nice to you before, but I promise I will always be nice to you. Really, I won't miss you again. You know, I really admire you as I watch you succeed again and again. From now on, we siblings will never be separated, okay? Although Ella was very weak due to the pain, she still whispered in George's ear. The wind blowing from the mountain was not cold, but rather a little cool, which made Ella feel very happy. She hoped to always be carried on the back of her brother and protected by him, and that she would still be his goddess and the light in his heart. So, she hopes that this happy time can last a little longer. But when they reached the foot of the mountain, Ella saw a familiar person. It was Fong Yiming. Ella angrily. His face was cold and gloomy. Yiming, don't get me wrong. My stomach hurts so much right now. My brother carried me down the mountain. Although I admire him a little bit, and even a little obsessed with him, but he is my brother, my biological brother, and the relationship between us is not what you think. Yiming, don't go, don't go. Ella saw Fong Yiming leave angrily. She became extremely anxious and kept pushing George to chase Fong Yiming. She subconsciously opened her eyes. After looking around clearly, Ella realized that it was just a dream. It's this dream again. George! Ella clenched her teeth tightly, her delicate face filled with gloom and resentment. Since she was discharged from the hospital, she has had this dream every day. In the dream, George not only saved her in Phoenix Mountain, but also accompanied her to sing on the stage. Later, he made her famous and made her the most envied woman by millions of girls across the country. But after waking up, it turned into a nightmare, because on Phoenix Mountain, George didn't save me at all. He left mercilessly without any regrets. To this day, she still can't forget what George said. This time, I won't save you again. Fong Yiming, you are reminding me not to forget to kill George, right? I will never forget it. I will never forget it. Ella said coldly. George has been dealing with the Yi family all along. After I begged him desperately, he still refused and even killed you. He forced me into a corner. I had no choice but to let him die. Chapter 285. George, you destroyed everything I had. Phoenix Mountain was the last chance I gave George. If he missed it, he would definitely regret it. She said this through gritted teeth, and suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. The aftereffects of that dream are still affecting her. After all, that dream did make her very happy and fulfilled. Sister Wanru. There was no way to download it, so Ella had to call Yuki. Yuki answered the phone and listened to Ella's confession. She knew everything that happened to Ella, but she was not surprised that George did not save Ella. Do you think George is ruthless? This incident has made me see through him completely. I will never let him go. Sister Wanru, just wait for my good news. Tianan is already making an effort to defeat George in the mobile phone market, real estate, and other fields. George's assets must fall below 100 billion. I'm waiting for George to kneel down and beg for mercy. And then I'm going to kill George with my own hands. Ella let out her suppressed emotions. Moreover, this was not the first time she confided in Yuki. In the previous times, she even told him about George's ban on the Yi group and about her uncle's leg being broken by George. Ella, George is really getting crazier and crazier. In the past, he would be a little restrained, but now he is just going all out. Of course, I can understand that. After all, if Grandpa was really poisoned to death by Mom, George would definitely be furious. Ella, actually George didn't save you. I had expected that. How could he save you? Besides, he had already saved you once before, but you didn't give him anything in return. So, you and I are the same in George's heart. He won't save us. Yuki has listened to Ella's confession many times, and this is the first time she has given back to Ella. Ella seemed to be stimulated by something. That's not the case. I'm the goddess in George's heart. I'm the light in his heart. I am different from you. Not at all. Anyway, if he doesn't save me, I will make him regret it and pay the price. Yuki fell silent after listening to this. She felt that after Fong Yiming's death, Ella's temperament changed drastically. She became much stronger, more cruel, and even crazier. Sometimes, Yuki can't figure out Ella's thoughts. Ella George. Yuki also wanted to give Ella a few words of warning, telling her not to get too obsessed with George's affairs. But Ella no longer had the patience to listen and hung up the phone. Then she left and went out to relax with her servants. There happened to be a grand gala party in the South, and some friends she knew were invited to attend. She also wanted to go and take a look. When she arrived at the gala evening, she met many familiar faces, including stars, agents, makeup artists, etc. This grand gala was held to build momentum for the Asian Games. It was a grand event, broadcast live on television stations across the country, and the invited stars were all big names. Ella looked at these familiar people in the familiar venue and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. If she hadn't been banned, she would also be a star on stage tonight. Isn't this Ella? You're here too. At this time, a female star recognized Ella. They had worked together on a TV series before, and they had a pretty good relationship. Xiaoyan. Ella also greeted happily. You're fine. I heard you're going to marry into a wealthy family and become a wife. You don't have to work so hard like us. The female star named Xiaoyan said enviously. What? I'm not someone who lives idle. It's too boring to be at home. Ella laughed. While the two were chatting, suddenly, several agents came over and asked the stars and singers gather at the scene to make way. And then a woman named Zhao Lily came over. She's such a big star. Who is she? Ella hasn't appeared in the entertainment industry for a while and doesn't know the other party. You don't know her? Zhao Lily, a star made famous by Tianjin Entertainment. She's very popular now. She starred in TV series like Flower Bone and movies. She's also sung some popular songs, such as Sunset, Bubbles, etc. Xiao Yin enviously said, originally, she was just an 18th-tier celebrity. She was lucky enough to sign a contract with Tianjin Entertainment. Tianjin Entertainment spent a lot of money to make her famous. In addition, Tianjin Entertainment has made several celebrities famous before. It is said that they are preparing to make a big production. I wonder who will be so lucky to become the next person to be made famous. Ella heard this. Her pretty face turned ugly. Isn't Tianjin Entertainment George's entertainment company? What made her even angrier was that the songs, TV series, and movies Xiaoyan had just mentioned were once hers. All of them were hers. George snatched it away and gave it to Zhao Lily. Ella thought about it. The angrier she became, as if all her honor and glory had been snatched away by Zhao Lily. Xiaoyan also said later that Zhao Lily once regarded Ella as her idol and even approached Ella during a variety show, wanting to get her autograph or something, but Ella was acting like a big shot at the time and ignored Zhao Lily. Now, the situation has changed, and it is Ella's turn to look up to Zhao Lily. I have something to do, so I'll go back first. Ella didn't want to stay here anymore. She felt suffocated. She walked out of the makeup backstage of the gala party and came outside, where she saw many fans already cheering. After seeing Ella, the shouting became even louder. At this moment, Ella felt like she was back in the past, when she was loved by everyone. She wanted to raise her hand to greet the fans, but at this moment, a voice came from behind her. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. The fans' voices suddenly became louder, like waves. Ella looked back and found that it was Zhao Lily standing behind her. She finally understood that the fans were not welcoming her, but Zhao Lily. At this moment, she felt 1,000 times more miserable than before, as if a knife was scraping across her heart. The entertainment industry is so cruel. No one can stay popular forever. The Times will eliminate a person without even saying hello. At this time, a sneer came from his side. Zhao Lily came over and looked at the fans with a smile, but said the cruelest words to Ella. Ella, you are no longer a top star. No one remembers you anymore. Wake up. Zhao Lily's voice was filled with gloating and pride. Ella suddenly felt sad, put on a very forced smile on her face, and quietly left Zhao Lily's side. Once upon a time, Zhao Lily was a minor character whom she disdained to even look at. Now, she feels very inferior, even when standing next to Zhao Lily. Finally, Ella didn't even know how to get back to the car. She just cried in the car and kept crying with all her might. George, you ruined everything for me. When they got home, Jiang Tianin just came back. Seeing Ella in a low mood, he felt distressed. Ella, what's wrong with you? Tianin, I'm fine. Ella forced a smile, but there were still crystal tears in her big eyes. Jiang Tianin was so sad when he saw it. He immediately called the servant to ask. The servant had no choice but to tell Jiang Tianin what happened during the day. Chapter 286. The layout is too broad, and the thinking is too far-reaching. Oh, my baby, I thought it was something serious, but it's not a small matter. Jiang Tianin laughed immediately after hearing this. That Zhao Lily, right? Don't worry, I will find a way to ban her. She is just a plaything of capital. Why are you so arrogant? Then he sat down next to Ella and put his arm around her shoulders. Ella, do you still want to return to the entertainment industry? Ella nodded expectantly. Of course, I don't want to be a young lady. I also want to have my own career. Jiang Tianin hesitated. In fact, he didn't want Ella to be a big star again. He hoped that Ella would be a good wife. Of course, he didn't want Ella to be unhappy. Okay, I'll take out a few $100 million and hold a few concerts for you. Tianin, are you serious? As long as you are happy, these are all small matters. By the way, your cousin also has an entertainment company. Let him help you. After Jiang Tianin finished speaking, he also called Liang Weiye. Holding a concert for Ella? That's great. Maybe you can make a lot of money. Tomorrow, I'll have professionals help Ella and start planning it. Liang Weiye agreed immediately, and then listened to Jiang Tianin talking about Zhao Lily. Zhao Lily is very popular now. George promoted her. Don't worry, I still have a way to discredit her in the entertainment industry. George S. Tianjin Entertainment seems to be prosperous, but in fact he invested in several big productions, all of which were blocked from the theaters. This is what I have informed the relevant departments in advance. So, even though Tianjin Entertainment is very famous now, after a while, the entertainment industry will find out that there is no one behind Tianjin Entertainment, and the movies they make can't be shown in theaters. By then, even fewer people will cooperate with them. Anyway, George has no say in the entertainment industry, but young Master Jiang has to work harder on real estate and other businesses in the South. Jiang Tianin nodded after listening. Don't worry, I'm also entering the mobile phone business, and I am planning faster than George. When George's mobile phone is launched, his shipment volume will be at most 100 units. Just wait and see if he will become a joke. As for the real estate business, Dajiang Industry is already scrambling for land. We will compete with George to see who will make more money in the end. Besides, the bank has agreed to lend money. I am rich and powerful now, so can I bring him down? Haha, I'm waiting for your good news. Liang Weiye was immediately very happy. Ella was also listening nearby and happily kissed Jiang Tianin on the cheek. Jiang Tianin suddenly felt very happy and said confidently, Ella, after George's entertainment company fails, it will be the turn of real estate to fail. He is now a wealthy family in the provincial capital, but I want to tell him what a local wealthy family is. Well, Tianin, I believe you can do it. Ella nodded excitedly. Didn't you talk about marriage last time? I've been thinking about it. Yeah, that's great, my baby. I dream of marrying you. Jiang Tianin hugged Ella like a princess and ran around the living room. At this point, George's graduation thesis was finally completed, and the next step was to deal with the film's release in theaters. George, the Liang family's entertainment group, is targeting Zhao Lily and has threatened to discredit her. Currently, some of Zhao Lily's work has been delayed, and her partners seem to be waiting and watching. I guess it has something to do with the fact that our Tianjin Entertainment's movies were not able to be released in theaters. Partners also want to know our capabilities. If the films we co-produced can't be released online, many collaborations will be interrupted, and even the star Zhao Lily, whom we made famous, will be in trouble. Johnson dealt with graduation matters. He also devoted himself to work. He received the news as soon as possible and then notified George. George nodded. Don't worry, the problem should be solved within 3 days. The entertainment industry is also a place that relies heavily on connections. Many big-budget movies and TV shows want to be promoted, and this cannot be achieved simply by having money. So this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. The next day, George called Yi Liju to leave together. Recently, Yi Liju's Baijin mining has been doing very well in the south because of a $1 trillion project. Cousin, are we going to Jiang in? That's not our territory. Doing business in the south is actually the most free. In the north, it's the world of power. Although Jiangnan belongs to the south, it already has a bit of the northern style. Our business is actually pretty good in the south. There's no need to expand across the river. Yiliju guessed what George was thinking, but she didn't quite agree with it, because Baijin mining was developed in the north, and she understood the rules there. Some industries must go south. George smiled and said, although I have businesses all over the country, they are all small scale. If I really want to expand the group out of the South, I still have to do some preliminary work. Yiliju suddenly found it difficult to understand. Cousin, I know you want to deal with the Yi family, but the Yi family is almost bankrupt now, and you're only a little weaker than the Liang family. If you keep up the momentum, you may be able to achieve your goal. Even if you can't surpass the Liang family by then, the weight of Tianjin Group is enough to make the Liang family give up Maria and the Yi family. There's no need to take risks. George looked at Yi Liju with deep eyes and said, the Liang family and Liang Yong will not give up Maria. They will fight us to the death. Now we seem to be in a good situation, but it is only temporary. We must prepare for everything. When Yi Liju heard this, her pretty face became serious. She didn't expect that the Liang family was more difficult to deal with than she imagined. What I didn't expect was that after reaching such a high level, George could still calmly analyze the situation and prepare for a rainy day. You have to know that if someone else had George's achievements, he would have been very proud of himself long ago. After all, George was just a college student. No wonder the Yi family and the Liang family couldn't deal with George even when they joined forces. George was too calm, his plans were too broad, and he thought too far ahead. After a long time, the two got off the plane and arrived in Jiangnan. After walking out of the airport, I saw a car parked on the side of the road. A man in a brown suit and his secretary were waiting there. Welcome, Miss Yi. When the man saw Yi Liju, he immediately walked over happily. His name is Gufeng. His family is a local wealthy family with assets worth hundreds of billions. He has considerable influence in the local area. Because I had cooperated with Baijin Mining before, and Yi Liju was a college classmate, so they had a pretty good relationship. Who is this? Gufeng looked at George again. George from Duo. I have heard of you for a long time. Apparently, he had also heard of George's name, because it came from Duo. Of course, for a wealthy family like the Gu family, George is actually a nouveau riche. Although George has a net worth of hundreds of billions, the net worth of capitalists is inflated. Add to that bank loans and so on, and it is estimated that the group only has a turnover of tens of billions. So Gufeng didn't think highly of George, and he was even half a head taller than George. Chapter 287. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Dear guests, come. I will be your host and take you all out for dinner. Gufeng asked the driver to arrange a hotel, and they set off. After arriving at the 5-star hotel, we ordered some delicacies from land and sea and chatted while eating. I heard that the Asian Games project in the South is very popular now. Gufeng politely poured wine for the two and casually asked that the reason he took the initiative to entertain the two was that he wanted to get a piece of the pie in the trillion-dollar project. It's okay, it's just a face-saving project. You won't make much money, just some fame. Yi Liju smiled. Gufeng heard the evasion in Yi Liju's words. Of course, he also understood that although they were familiar with each other, business was business. It was impossible to hand over the project to them all at once unless they had something to ask of them. Gufeng looked at George again and said, Mr. Yeskin Duo is currently developing vigorously and the stock market is soaring. I guess it will soar to 200 billion in a few years. The stock market is so volatile, no one can tell for sure. I just hope my luck will always be good. George had just arrived, so he didn't brag proudly, but was a little humble. He asked, by the way, Mr. Gu, you are very familiar with Jiangnan, right? Gufeng glanced at George and said with a smile, I have been working in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for many years. I can't say I'm 100% familiar with it, but I know it like the back of my hand. George asked, do you know number 1 Jiangshan Manor? Number 1 Jiangshan Manor? Gufeng's expression changed slightly, and he looked at George carefully. He originally thought that George was a nouveau riche from the south, and didn't know anyone in the north beyond the south, but he didn't expect that he knew about number 1 Jiangshan Manor. You know, this manor is amazing. All the people living here are former powerful figures and scientific research giants. Its status, reputation, and influence in the country are second to none. To these big guys, no matter how rich a businessman is, he is nothing. Money is just an accessory. Do you know anyone there? Gufeng's voice became more serious. I don't really know him, but I want to visit an old man named Mr. Jiang. George said, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Jinhua? The Jiang family is very important in Jiangnan. Gufeng said solemnly, even I can't see Mr. Jiang casually. Are you familiar with him? But does someone in your family know him? Does he know you? Has he met you? It can be seen that this Mr. Jiang is of very high status, and even Gufeng's voice was full of respect when he spoke of him. George immediately shook his head. Someone recommended me to visit him. This is difficult. Gufeng shook his head directly. If you don't know him, you usually can't see him just by recommendation. You know how many people want to see Mr. Jiang every year, but only a few are allowed. Don't say you have killed many CEOs. Even if the richest man in the country wants to see him, he has to make an appointment and queue up. In Jiangnan, it's not enough to be rich. You also need connections and face. There was once a coal boss who was also very rich. He wanted to meet Mr. Jiang, but Mr. Jiang refused. The coal boss became anxious and was determined to meet Mr. Jiang. Guess what happened in the end? After he finished the last sentence, he saw George frowning slightly and Yi Liju looking curious. He immediately sneered. In one day, just one fucking day, the coal boss's group went bankrupt and he was thrown into jail. Don't you think it's horrible? A billionaire in the 1980s is gone, just like that. So, if the Jiang family doesn't want to see you, it's useless no matter what you do. If you provoke them, you'll get into trouble. George nodded and said, I know, but I still want to meet him. You. Gufeng suddenly widened his eyes. He had explained it so clearly. Why didn't George get it? Do you think this is the South, and you can do whatever you want if you have money? How about this? I'll take you to number 1 Jiangshan Manor, but whether you can meet Mr. Jiang is up to you. If anything goes wrong, don't say it was me. Of course it doesn't matter if I tell you. The Jiang family is very powerful. If they want to investigate, they can find out that there is no cooperation between us. I'll take you there after dinner. George was fearless and brave. Gufeng agreed immediately. He also wanted George to experience the business environment in Jiangnan. Maybe after George hits a wall, he will ask the Guf family for help. By the time the hundreds of billions of projects in the South are completed, the Guf family can also get a piece of the pie. After dinner, Gufeng took the two of them to number 1 Jiangshan Manor. Before they arrived, they saw the lush green golf course, the beautiful artificial lake, and a large number of luxurious villas in the distance. It was truly a wealthy family's residence. This Jiangshan Manor is inhabited by big men with connections, status, and power. The starting price of any villa here is 1 billion, and many are 20 to 30 billion. And you can't just buy one if you have money. In the car, Gufeng said to George and the other man. George and Yi Liju immediately understood that the owners of these villas might be retired high-ranking officials, or they might have made outstanding contributions to China. There are definitely many taboos here. If you make a mistake by accident, it will be no joke. Okay, my car can only park here. There's a security booth over there. Go and say hello. If they let you in, then go in. If they don't let you in, then turn around and go home. Don't force them. Gufeng stopped his car and said, I'm reminding you, in the South, you are celebrities and you can walk around freely, but in Jiangnan, you are just ordinary people. You must put away your rich airs. George and Yi Liju nodded, got out of the car and left. Not long after, they arrived at the security booth. The security guard in the security booth immediately saw that the security guard was very young and was a veteran. George immediately introduced himself. Concubine Wei Ming asked him to come here to find Mr. Jiang. As for whether he could get Mr. Jiang's help, Concubine Wei Ming said it depends on his ability. Since Concubine Wei Ming said so, then he can definitely meet him. Okay, I'll make a call. George said. The security guard turned around and made a phone call. 1 minute later, he came back and said, the Jiang family has agreed. Please wait here for 15 minutes, and their people will come to pick you up. George, who had nothing in his hands, and asked, Are you sure you want to go in like this? This means that when you visit someone, you should at least have some gifts in your hand. George was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect so much when he came. No wonder concubine Wei Mingfei reminded him about the ways of the world. It seemed that he really needs to improve in this area, or I'll get ready right now. Yi Liju was a little nervous. Forget it, it's too late. I just checked, and it will take at least 15 minutes to get out of here. George shook his head. Yi Liju pursed her lips anxiously and had no choice but to wait with George. Of George's visit, but George didn't know Mr. Jiang at all. He was recommended by someone else. In this case, Mr. Jiang would not give him any face. The most frightening thing is that I fail to ask for help and end up offending people. After all, for the upper class, asking for help is also a science. While the two were waiting, luxury cars drove in one after another, including Bentley, Rolls-Royce, etc. Of course, cars also drove out from inside, and then the people outside went in. At this time, an old Audi A8 stopped in front of the two people. The driver rolled down the window and smiled. "Hello, is this Mr. George?" "Exactly. You are. I'm a servant of the Jiang family. Come on, get in the car." Chapter 288, Yi Zhendong's grandson, George. George and Yi Liju got into the Audi, and the driver turned around and drove along the main road. The security inside was very strict, and the environment was very good. Both sides were planted with precious green plants, and the air was fresh, like a natural oxygen bar. Occasionally, we met old men taking a walk, and the drivers told them that they were senior cadres of a very high level. After hearing this, Yi Liju asked curiously, "Did he retire from the capital?" "Yes, although the capital is good, it is just the beginning of spring, and the weather is still very cold. Moreover, the air quality is not as good as that in the south of the Yangtze River. Many old cadres like to retire in the south of the Yangtze River after retirement." The driver responded with a smile, and then stopped at number 1 Jiangshan Manor. It turned out to be a magnificent villa with a classical decoration style. The carvings everywhere were delicate and exquisite. The gate was grand and dignified, yet luxurious and noble, a bit like the palace in TV dramas. Looking at the door again, there were rows of luxury cars parked there. After the driver parked the car, he opened the door for George and the others and said with a smile, "Our old man likes to be lively, but he always gathers friends and relatives to reminisce about the past at a certain time. You can just go in directly." Although he was not clear about the identities of George and the other two, he knew that since George and the others were invited, they must not be ordinary people. "Thanks." George and Yi Liju got out of the car. They walked toward the villa. As soon as they entered the gate, they immediately saw several armed guards. However, the guards did not stop George and his companions. Apparently, although George and his companions seemed to have arrived at number 1 Jiangshan Manor easily, they had actually been investigated. Entering the gate of the villa and arriving at the living room, you will see that the living room is decorated mainly in ancient style, with furniture made of rosewood and red sandalwood everywhere. In the front, several old men were drinking tea and chatting. It was a lively scene below, with people playing chess, eating, and drinking, all mixing together. But even though there were many people, it didn't seem noisy. On the other side, there were seats, and many people were either eating or sitting, and they all looked very restrained. It can be seen that these people are obviously of lower status. Yi Liju glanced around and secretly pulled George. "Cousin, look, it's Papa Ma." George saw this. He secretly gasped. Even someone of Ma's status could only sit in the outermost seats and didn't even dare to speak loudly. "Cousin, Gufeng reminded me that Mr. Jiang is from a very important family, and his family holds a pivotal position in politics, business, and the military. So no matter what you do next, you must be extremely cautious." Yi Liju was afraid that George might get into trouble, so she reminded him once again. George nodded deeply. Although he was worth hundreds of billions, compared to the people present, he was really nothing. Just one word from others can make him lose everything, and it's very easy. Suddenly, George saw an acquaintance and thought he was dazzled. After looking at him carefully a few more times, he finally confirmed it. That acquaintance is called Jiang Yuyu. In his previous life, George followed the Yi family to attend a high-end dinner in the South, where he was bullied by young people including Lucas, Angela, and Lu Yuanbin. Jiang Yuyu was also present at the time. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she stood up for George and severely reprimanded Lucas and others. George was very touched at that time, because he was not familiar with Jiang Yuyu, and it was the first time in his life that he met someone who supported him, so he was deeply impressed by Jiang Yuyu. Later, Jiang Yuyu told him that she came to the South to treat an illness because her urticaria had not been cured for many years. She heard that there were some old Chinese doctors in the South who were very good at medicine, so she came to try her luck. George accompanied her to see an old Chinese doctor. The old Chinese doctor's medical skills were indeed amazing, and he cured Jiang Yuyu's stubborn illness. However, after the two separated, Jiang Yuyu was attacked on the way back and was almost killed in the explosion. In the end, he ended up paralyzed on one side of his body. This incident caused a big stir at the time. People came to the South to investigate overnight. Even George was investigated. David and others blamed George for meddling in other people's business. Fortunately, George and Jiang Yuyu were not very familiar with each other, and he was eventually cleared of suspicion. Then did George realize that Jiang Yu came from a very powerful background. Thinking about meeting Jiang Yu here today, George suspected that she had a relationship with the Jiang family. So far, it seems that Sister Yu has not encountered any attacks. I remember that the attack in my previous life happened after the Chinese New Year, when Sister Yu was on her way back to Jiangnan from the south. No matter what, we must stop Sister Yu from going to the south. George was a little worried about Jiang Yu. Although he had only talked to her a few times in his previous life, he had a very good impression of Jiang Yu. Moreover, Jiang Yu even asked George to call her sister. That must be Yi Zhendong's grandson, George. Just as George was in a daze, an old man who was drinking tea looked at him with a smile. George more or less, because it was very rare for Mr. Jiang to speak on his own initiative. Cousin, Mr. Jiang seems to know my uncle. He is calling you. Yi Liju was so excited that she quickly pulled George. George was also surprised. He quickly straightened his suit and walked over. There were 4 old men drinking tea. One of them was dressed as a scholar, one was bald, and one was wearing cloth clothes. The bald old man is called George. I guess he is Mr. Jiang. George in surprise, as if they had not expected that George would attract Mr. Jiang's attention. Only the old man dressed as a scholar smiled at George, as if he knew George. I didn't expect Yi Zhendong's grandson to have grown up so much. The bald old man introduced him to several elderly people beside him. He was introduced by a friend. I didn't pay much attention to him at first, but later I found out that he is the grandson of Yi Zhendong. He is also very good at business. He is the founder of the shared bicycle company, Canduaduo. The young are really formidable. As soon as these words were spoken, the surprise on the faces of the other 2 old men became even more intense. Old man, you know my grandfather. George stopped in front of several elderly people. He was not sure whether the bald old man was Mr. Jiang, so he called him old gentleman to avoid misunderstanding. Yes, your grandfather was one of the first to go into business after the reform and opening up. He also helped me back then and introduced me to a gentleman from Japan. At that time, your grandfather's business was very big. The bald old man smiled and said, back then, we had nothing, and the semiconductor industry was just starting out, while Japanese semiconductors were already world famous. I went to consult that gentleman from Japan. No matter what, your grandfather also contributed to the success of Chinese semiconductors today. George finally realized that it was no wonder that Mr. Jiang knew him, but he also told him the news of Yi Zhendong's death. After listening to this, Mr. Jiang couldn't help feeling regretful. The past memories resurfaced in his eyes, and he became more sentimental. He asked George a few more questions. George answered truthfully, then found an excuse and went back. When they returned to Yi Liju, she was so anxious. It was just a few words. Mr. Jiang knows my uncle. Why don't you take the opportunity to build a relationship? This is a rare opportunity. Chapter 289, The Only Breakthrough is Sister Yu. George said calmly. Although Mr. Jiang knows Grandpa, he is not very familiar with him. If I continue to stay, it will embarrass Mr. Jiang. Yi Liju frowned, but you can mention the movie in passing. Taking the initiative to ask for help is like asking for help, which will offend people and force them to do something against their will. Even if Mr. Jiang agrees for my grandfather's sake, he will forget about it later, and his subordinates may not take it seriously. George shook his head. In fact, the best time to make a request is when we are helping each other. Human relationships are like doing business. When I have the benefits they need, it will be a natural thing for me to make a request. But how could Mr. Jiang ever need you? Yi Liju sighed. The Jiang family is one of the most powerful and wealthy families in Jiangnan. It is much larger than the Jiang family and the Liang family in the south. There is no time when they need George. Take your time and see what happens. Don't be impatient, George said calmly. Besides, this is an occasion to reminisce about the past and meet familiar faces. No one would ask for favors in such a place. This would break the rules. Yi Liju immediately looked at everyone and found that even Jack Ma was mostly chatting with people, and she immediately understood. She looked at George again, and she didn't expect that George was more familiar with these rules than she was. George seems to be motionless at this time, but he's actually thinking of a countermeasure. He knew that the opportunity to meet Mr. Jiang was given by concubine Wei Mingfei, and it would only come once, so he had to seize it. The only breakthrough is Sister Yu. But we still don't know Sister Yuyu's identity in the Jiang family. George kept staring at Jiang Yuyu, who was chatting, and then found that Jiang Yuyu was chatting with a middle-aged man in military uniform, and then ran to Mr. Jiang and acted coquettishly for a few words. It seems that Jiang Yuyu's status in the Jiang family is not low. Perhaps she is Mr. Jiang's granddaughter. He pondered for a moment, then seized the opportunity and walked over. If he doesn't take action now, he will have no chance after this reunion feast is over. Mr. Jiang, Sister Yuyu. Just as Jiang Yuyu was chatting with Mr. Jiang, George came over and heard Jiang Yuyu say that she wanted to go to the south, so they were ready to set off. George, what are you doing? George's arrival undoubtedly surprised Mr. Jiang. Some guests in the living room were naturally surprised. Generally speaking, Mr. Jiang and George were already familiar with each other. As long as Mr. Jiang didn't speak, it would not be appropriate for George to take the initiative to walk over. Because George's identity, seniority, and status are not enough, and it is not in accordance with the rules. Of course, Mr. Jiang would not care about such rules, but his son and others would. Does George know the rules? Dad is talking. Why is he butting in? Who asked him to come? It's good that he does business in the South, but this is Jiangnan. It's really disgusting. Wait a minute. Let someone ask him to leave. Several high-ranking figures were whispering. Mr. Jiang. He seems to have something to say. Let's hear what he says. At this time, the old man dressed as a scholar was speaking for George. Good. In fact, Mr. Jiang was also a little unhappy. After all, his conversation with George was over. Moreover, he was also afraid that George would pester him and ask him to do this and that. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. George also noticed the dissatisfaction of the crowd, but he still calmed down and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, I think Sister Yuyu seems to have urticaria. At this time, he didn't want to show his inferiority and fawning attitude by asking others for favors. Of course, a respectful tone is still necessary. Yeah, how did you know? Old Master Jiang glanced at Jiang Yuyu and was a little surprised by George's words. I have a cure. George immediately said, Sister Yuyu wants to go to the south to find an old Chinese doctor, but I don't think you need to go. The situation is not peaceful now, so it's better to stay at home. As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of chatting in the hall disappeared and the atmosphere became a little depressing. There seemed to be something else in George's words, especially the sentence that the situation is unfair. What does this kid mean? Jiang Yuyu's father, Jiang Tailin, narrowed his eyes slightly and became a little more hostile towards George. After all, George's actions and words seemed to have a purpose. At this time, Mr. Jiang also noticed something was wrong and squinted at George. George, just say whatever you want to say. Mr. Jiang, what I meant is that I can cure Sister Yuyu's urticaria and remind Sister Yuyu not to go to the south because if the urticaria is cured, there is no need to go to the south to find an old Chinese doctor. Facing Mr. Jiang's vigilant eyes, George became more and more calm. Do you know what's wrong with Xiaoyu's urticaria? She has seen many doctors, both at home and abroad, but none of them have been completely cured. As for hormones or immunosuppressant injections, she has already received them. Mr. Jiang's voice turned cold. Even Yi Liju noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and she was so scared that she almost suffocated. George had just reminded her a moment earlier that there were many taboos in such occasions, and she had to be cautious with every word and every action. In a blink of an eye, George went to meet Mr. Jiang and said something ambiguous. Finished. If Mr. Jiang gets angry and takes action against Tianqin Group and Baijin Mining, everything will be over. I know. George nodded at this time. The cause of urticaria is still a difficult problem in the medical field. Some people can be cured by injections and medication, while others can only be relieved. Sister Yuyu's condition is relieved. Although urticaria is not fatal, it brings a lot of trouble, right? Mr. Jiang didn't say anything, and his expression became even uglier. George deeply. For some reason, she didn't feel disgusted with George. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. Moreover, George's appearance, clothes, etc. are also her type. Yes, hides appear at a certain time every day and then disappear again. It's very annoying. I'm almost depressed. Jiang Yuyu replied. Sister Yuyu, boil mung beans, licorice kudzu root, and earthworms in water and take it orally. It will be cured in 3 days. George laughed. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. Even well-known hospitals at home and abroad can't cure the symptoms. But George dares to say that he can cure it? Mr. Jiang frowned and asked, George, are you a Chinese medicine practitioner? George shook his head. No, because I also had urticaria, and it was cured by this Chinese medicine prescription. Mr. Jiang was very disappointed with George and sighed. Urticaria is different for everyone. Just like you said just now, some people can be cured by injections and medication, while others can only alleviate the symptoms. So your prescription may not be effective for you. Mr. Jiang, believe me, my prescription can definitely cure it. George stared at Mr. Jiang and said, in his previous life, he accompanied Jiang Yuyu to see the old Chinese doctor throughout the whole process, so he remembered the prescription clearly. Afterwards, Jiang Yuyu was cured of urticaria because of this prescription. Okay, let's talk about the recipe later. George, you go back first. I'll have someone come to thank you later. At this time, Jiang Tailin came over, and his words seemed polite, but in fact he was trying to drive people away. He was actually very dissatisfied with George, a person who didn't follow the rules. Chapter 290, George, come along. Dad, wait a minute, let's try it.